A truth hidden in fear will always return seeking daylight. The steady beeping in the Atlanta Medical Center carried a rhythm that felt too slow, too fragile, too close to goodbye. Sterling Wade, a man who once built entire rooms to command respect, now lay small beneath thin hospital blankets. His hand trembled inside the warm grip of the woman he'd spent 8 years loving, and 8 years hiding. Niela Hart sat pressed to his bedside, her rich brown skin contrasting his pale fingers. Her curls framed a face holding pain she refused to release in front of him. Love kept her there. Loyalty kept her steady. But the years of being invisible to his world. Those years sat in the corners of the room like quiet witnesses. Their daughter, Nova, 6 years old, bright-eyed and soft-spoken, rested her cheek against Sterling's arm. Her tiny fingers clutched him as if holding tight could slow time. "Daddy, you awake?" she whispered. Sterling blinked slowly, his voice barely rising. "I'm right here, Star." He struggled to lift his hand. Niela guided it gently, grounding him with her touch. For a man who once signed deals worth millions, it was devastating how much effort it took just to turn his head toward her. Niela leaned closer. "I'm here," she murmured. "You don't have to strain." But she could see it. The urgency in his eyes, the regret, the fear that something he avoided for years was now unavoidable. His throat tightened. "Niela, I'm sorry." Her breath hitched, not because the apology shocked her, but because the timing did. He had spent years pushing that sentence down, covering it with promises that never arrived. Now his voice was barely strong enough to carry the truth she waited too long to hear. Before she could respond, his chest rose in a shallow breath and his eyes darted toward the door. "Please," he whispered. "Stay close." She tightened her hold on his hand. "I'm not going anywhere. A billionaire on his deathbed. A wife the world never knew existed. A child who never met her grandparents. Sterling Wade was out of time. And the truth he feared was minutes from entering the room. Family is supposed to protect you," the narrator speaks softly. "But what happens when the person you love protects others from knowing you? Everyone watching knows that feeling. Being overlooked, dismissed, hidden to keep someone else comfortable. For 8 years, Niela lived in love, but not in light. For 8 years, Sterling avoided the confrontation that could free them. And now, lying in the place no power could shield him. He had no choice left. Stay with me, bestie family, because what comes through that hospital door will expose everything Sterling ran from, and it will change his family forever. Sterling's hand tightened weakly around Niela's. His breathing grew heavier. "I need to tell them," he whispered. "Tell who?" Nova asked softly, lifting her head. Niela kissed her daughter's forehead. "Daddy just needs to talk to some people, baby." But Sterling's tone carried a weight that made the room still. "My family," he breathed. "They're coming." Niela's heart dipped. That word, family, had lived like a wall between them since the day she married him. She had begged, waited, hoped, yet she had never met them. Not once. She straightened in her chair, shoulders tightening with memories of every excuse he gave. "They won't understand. They'll hurt you. They'll say the wrong things. They're not ready." Now, they were minutes away, and she wasn't sure who she was supposed to be when they appeared. His wife? A stranger? An unwanted surprise? Sterling swallowed hard. "Please, don't leave when they come in." Her voice was firm. "I'm not the one who ran." He closed his eyes, pained not by her words but by the truth inside them. Nova shifted. "Daddy, why are you scared?" His cracked voice answered gently, "Because I should have been brave sooner." The door clicked. Niela's breath caught. Sterling's chest lifted sharply. Nova held tighter to his arm. The past 8 years collided into that single moment. Family, if you're watching this right now, go ahead and tap that like button. Drop a quick "I'm here, bestie" in the comments, and subscribe so YouTube pushes this story to more people who need these life lessons. The door pushed open slowly. Niela braced herself. Sterling's eyes widened. Nova froze. 2 silhouettes entered the room, and Sterling's world split open. 2 figures stepped into the room, silhouettes turning solid beneath the soft glow of the hospital lights. A woman entered first, tall, sharp-featured, wearing an elegant cream coat. That didn't belong anywhere near a place filled with fear and uncertainty. Her hair was styled meticulously, as if she had stepped out of a corporate lobby rather than rushed into a family emergency. Behind her came a man, Rigid posture, square jaw, eyes already scanning the room as if assessing a business risk rather than his brother on a failing hospital bed. Elise Wade. Charles Wade. Sterling's older siblings. The image Sterling had spent 8 years curating for them. Crashed in a single breath. Elise's steps faltered. Charles stopped completely. Their eyes landed on Niella first, her hand wrapped around Sterling's. Then on Nova, still seated at Sterling's side. Then back to Sterling, whose expression held more fear than illness. Elise blinked rapidly, confusion and disbelief twisting her features. Sterling. She whispered, Who are they? Nova looked up, startled by the sudden voices. Niella adjusted her daughter gently, bracing herself without moving an inch from the bed. Sterling swallowed hard. Elise, Charles, this is my family. The word family hit the room with force. Elise took a slow step forward. You're, what? My wife, Sterling rasped, tightening his grip on Niella's hand despite his weakening strength. This is my wife. Niella lifted her chin subtly, steady, dignified, refusing to shrink. And this? Sterling shifted his gaze toward Nova. This is our daughter. Charles's brows snapped together. His voice cut through the silence. Your daughter? Nova flinched. Niella rubbed her back softly, not taking her eyes off the siblings. Yes, Sterling said. My daughter. Our daughter. Elise's confusion shifted into something harsher, hurt mixed with shock. You've been married? Her voice trembled. Married? And you never told us? For 8 years, Charles added, his tone sharp. Sterling nodded weakly. 8 years. Elise's gaze swept from Niella to Nova, accusation building with every breath. You hid them, she said quietly. You hid an entire marriage. Her voice cracked. A child. Niella spoke for the first time, calm but firm. We were never hiding. We were living the life he promised to protect. Elise's lips parted, stunned by both the clarity and confidence in Niella's tone. Charles cut in, voice sharp. So you married her and didn't think your own family deserved to know? Sterling's response came before he could think. No, he said. I married her, and I knew you wouldn't accept it. The air tightened. Niella could feel Sterling's pulse racing beneath her fingers. Elise's eyes narrowed. What is that supposed to mean? Sterling looked at both siblings, eyes tired, voice raw. It means I was scared of you. A silence heavy enough to crack filled the space. Elise's jaw twitched. Scared of us? We're your family. You're the reason I stayed quiet, Sterling whispered, because I knew exactly what would be said about my wife and my daughter. Charles stepped closer to the bed, his tone hardening. You think so little of us? No, Sterling choked out. I think too much of your approval. Niella's breath softened. This was the confession she waited 8 years to hear, and he gave it on his last night. Nova tugged his sleeve gently. Daddy, are you okay? Sterling managed a fragile smile. I'm okay, Star. Elise's gaze dropped to Nova, her golden curls, her warm skin tone, her innocent eyes that didn't yet recognize rejection. Elise blinked quickly, emotion rising behind her confusion. She's really your daughter? Yes, Sterling whispered. She's mine. She's ours. Charles's eyes softened, only for a second, before he masked it with a deep breath. Sterling, why didn't you think we could handle this? He asked. Sterling inhaled slowly. Because you've always cared more about appearance than truth. Elise's breath caught. The words hurt, not because they were cruel, but because they were accurate. Niella didn't gloat. She didn't shift. She simply remained there, unwavering, the woman Sterling had built a life with behind closed doors. Everything I feared, Sterling murmured, is happening right now. Elise shook her head slowly. You should have trusted us. Sterling closed his eyes. I didn't even trust myself. Elise took a step back as if the room tilted. Charles folded his arms, exhaling hard. The truth, years late, finally lived in the open. Bestie family watching this, drop a comment right now. Should Sterling have told his family sooner? Your engagement helps push this story to more viewers who need these lessons. Don't forget to subscribe for more powerful stories. Nova leaned closer to Sterling. Daddy, why is everyone upset? Sterling's voice broke. Because I didn't tell them about the most important people in my life. Niella's eyes watered, not from the confrontation, but the quiet truth of that sentence. The siblings stood frozen, staring at a reality they didn't know how to process, a family they had no idea existed, and a man whose fear cost him the time he no longer had. Sterling opened his eyes again, locking onto Niela's gaze. "I should have stood by you," he whispered. "I should have introduced you proudly." His fingers brushed her wrist with trembling intent. "I'm sorry." Niela held his hand, her voice soft yet steady. "We're here now. That's what matters tonight." The siblings watched, stripped of their assumptions, their image, their control. This was their brother's truth, and there was no turning away from it now. For a long moment, nobody in the hospital room moved. Elise stood frozen at the foot of the bed, her eyes bouncing between Sterling and the family she never knew existed. Charles's expression tightened, the look of a man whose worldview had just cracked in real time. Nova clung to her father, sensing tension she couldn't fully understand. And Niela, she stayed steady, offering the same strength she had given Sterling for years. Sterling gathered the last of his strength, his voice breaking through the tension. "Elise, Charles." He paused for breath. "I didn't hide them because they were unworthy. I hid them because I didn't think I had the courage to face your judgment." Niela felt those words land with a weight that tugged at her chest. 8 years. She waited for him to speak like this. 8 years she hoped fear wouldn't win. He squeezed her hand again, light, trembling, but filled with the honesty he denied her for so long. "I loved her," he whispered. "I loved them both, but I kept choosing silence, and now I can't undo the years I wasted." The room fell into a quiet that wasn't peaceful, just heavy. Elise placed a hand over her mouth, shaken. Charles looked away, blinking harder than he wanted anyone to notice. Sterling felt his breath hitch, not from pain, though pain lingered beneath his ribs, but from a truth he needed to release before time ran out. "If I could go back," he murmured, "I would have chosen differently. I would have chosen them openly." Niela's heart trembled, not from anger anymore, but from the honest tenderness of a man finally holding himself accountable. She reached up and stroked his cheek. "It's all right," she whispered. "You're speaking now. That's what matters tonight." Sterling nodded weakly, tears slipping down the side of his face. For the first time, Elise stepped closer, not with hostility, but with the quiet shock of someone realizing they only ever knew a partial version of their own brother. "Sterling," she said softly, "how did this even start? How did you meet her? How did any of this happen without us knowing?" Sterling's eyes drifted toward Niela. A soft smile warmed his expression, small but honest. "It started long before I understood what I was risking," he whispered. "Long before fear became the barrier between us." He turned his head slightly toward the ceiling, eyes glazing with memory. Niela recognized the look. He was traveling back in time, and as his voice grew thinner, the narration took over, guiding the audience, gently from the hospital room into the beginnings of their story. How does a man with wealth, status, and influence fall in love with a woman his world was never ready to embrace? How does a marriage built on genuine affection become a secret held behind closed doors? How do two people with hearts that fit together so naturally end up standing on opposite sides of fear? The narrator's voice softens, drawing the viewer in. To understand why Sterling hid the woman he loved, we have to go back, not to this hospital room, not to the crisis that exposed every lie, but to the night their paths crossed, when neither of them knew how deeply their lives were about to intertwine. The hospital lights fade in the viewer's mind. Sterling's labored breathing becomes the background hum of a past waiting to be uncovered. Let's begin at the moment that changed everything. Family, before we continue, drop a quick comment. I'm ready for the story. And make sure you hit the subscribe button so you never miss these powerful life lessons. All right, bestie family, let's go back to the beginning. As the narrator leads the audience out of the hospital room, Sterling, his voice echoes faintly, almost like a confession reaching across time. "I loved her from the first day. I just wish I had been brave enough to show the world." And with that final whisper, the viewer is pulled fully into the past. The events waiting to be told, the love story that started with joy, the painful secret that would take years to confront, and the truth that only came to light when time had already run thin. Long before Sterling lay in a hospital bed fighting time. Before he whispered apologies he waited too long to say. Before Niela carried the weight of being loved privately but never publicly. There was a night in downtown Atlanta that neither of them could forget. A night that didn't look like destiny at first glance. Just an annual cultural fundraiser, hosted inside a renovated arts center off Auburn Avenue. The kind of event that felt alive with sound, color, and community pride. Inside the venue, Niella Hart moved with purpose. Clipboards, volunteers, microphone checks. Her world on nights like this stayed in motion. She wore a burnt orange dress that hugged her confidently but comfortably, paired with her natural curls pinned loosely to keep them out of her way. She didn't try to impress anyone, she simply showed up as herself. And that was exactly what caught his attention. Sterling Wade had arrived as a donor. Board members invited him months earlier, expecting his presence to add credibility to the event. He showed up because he needed a night away from the polished world he lived in, a world where every move was curated, every smile measured, every interaction monitored. But when he saw her, none of that mattered. She didn't know it yet. She didn't even glance in his direction. She was too busy directing volunteers, adjusting signage, checking last-minute schedules. Sterling watched her from across the room, mesmerized by the confidence in each step she took. She wasn't trying to impress anyone. She wasn't waiting to be seen. She was running the room. Eventually he walked toward her. The walk might have been generous. It was more of a hesitant approach, like a man unsure whether he belonged, in a space filled with warmth and authenticity he rarely experienced. "Excuse me," he said, clearing his throat. Niella didn't look up from her clipboard. "If you're here about the dessert table, we're restocking. If you're here about the silent auction, it starts in 10. If you're here to complain about the temperature, trust me, we're already working on it." Sterling blinked. He hadn't expected that. "I'm not complaining," he said. "Good," she replied, flipping a page. "We only allow positive energy in this building tonight." He chuckled softly. She hadn't even looked at him yet, and somehow she already had him off balance. "I'm actually trying to help," he added. That made her look up. She raised one eyebrow, barely, but enough to acknowledge him. "You're trying to help here?" "Yes." She glanced at his suit, his polished shoes, and the expression of a man who hadn't lifted anything heavier than a laptop in years. "You sure about that?" she asked. "I can try," he insisted. "Do you know how to fold chairs?" she asked. "No." "Do you know how to carry sound equipment?" He paused. "Not confidently." "Can you move a speaker without dropping it?" "I believe so." She narrowed her eyes playfully. "You believe so? I'm willing to prove it," he said, straightening. That made her laugh, not mockingly, but with genuine amusement. "All right, suit guy," she said, handing him a small instruction sheet. "Let's see if you can handle a speaker without throwing your back out." He took the paper as if she had just given him something of value. "Sterling," he finally introduced himself. "Sterling Wade." She nodded once. "Niella." Something softened in his expression. Her name carried a melody he wasn't prepared for. "Nice to meet you," he said. "Let's wait until you've done at least one useful task before we call it nice," she teased. It was the first of many moments that would disarm him. "Before you think this is just another love-at-first-sight story." It wasn't. This moment didn't promise marriage. It didn't hint at heartbreak. It didn't carry any of the weight that would come later. It was simply the night two very different worlds brushed against each other, unaware of how costly their connection would become. Back inside the venue, volunteers rushed around, guests began arriving, and donors took their seats. The energy in the room was high, but Niella stayed focused. Sterling stayed near her, waiting for another task. She eventually returned to him with a smirk. "You made it 5 minutes without getting lost. I'm impressed." "I aim to exceed expectations," he replied. She handed him a stack of donation envelopes. "Great. Drop these at every table on the left side, and don't mix them up. They're color-coded." "Color-coded?" "Yes. Gold for premium donors, blue for general, red for youth sponsors. That's a lot of colors." "Welcome to event planning," she said, turning away. He followed instructions carefully, almost too carefully, but she appreciated that he tried. Most donors offered money, not labor. When he finished, he found her again. "What next?" he asked. She tilted her head. "You really don't give up, do you?" "No," he said truthfully. "Not when something feels meaningful." She paused. That line hit deeper than he intended. She chose not to comment on it. "Fine," she said, handing him a walkie-talkie. "Congratulations. You're now a temporary volunteer." His face brightened far more than it should have. "Do I get a badge?" "No," she said, walking off. You get tasks. He followed her again, quietly drawn to the authenticity she carried. She didn't sugarcoat anything. She didn't force politeness. She didn't adjust herself for him. And that was new for Sterling. Very new. Hours passed. Sterling lifted equipment, arranged tables, carried boxes, and nearly tripped once, earning a quick, careful from Niella, followed by a grin she tried to hide. By the end of the night, she leaned against a wall, finally catching her breath. "You survived," she said. "Barely," he replied, loosening his tie. "But you did well," she added. "Better than I expected." He laughed. "You expected me to break something, didn't you?" "Honestly, yes." They shared a quiet moment, simple, warm, and unexpectedly comfortable. Sterling cleared his throat. "Can I take you to dinner sometime?" Niella raised an eyebrow. "You want to take me to dinner?" "Very much." She crossed her arms, studying him. "Why? You don't even know me." "Not yet," he said softly. Her breath hitched, just slightly. "Fine," she said. "One dinner." He smiled, really smiled. "One dinner," he repeated. A beginning neither of them recognized. Their first date wasn't grand. It wasn't planned to impress. It wasn't meant to signal anything serious. But that's exactly why it meant everything. Sterling suggested a high-end restaurant in Midtown Atlanta, the kind with velvet chairs and expensive plates that looked more like art than food. Niella shook her head immediately. "Nope, not happening." Sterling blinked. "Why not?" "Because you don't start a first date by pretending we live the same kind of life. Let's keep this real." He smiled, oddly relieved. "Then you picked the place." She did. A small soul food spot in the West End with handwritten menus, families laughing over plates, and music playing softly from a speaker near the counter. It felt warm, familiar, and the complete opposite of the polished world that raised him. He followed her inside, slightly out of place, but trying his best not to show it. "You okay?" she asked, reading him easily. "I am," he said. "This is new. You'll survive," she teased. She ordered fried catfish, mac and cheese, greens, and sweet tea. Sterling didn't know what half of those things were, but ordered the same without hesitation. "No need to copy me," she said, laughing. "I trust your judgment," he replied, surprising her. They sat by the window. The evening breeze came through the open door, carrying bits of conversation from outside. "So," she said, folding her napkin carefully, "you volunteer at events now? Or was that one night a special occasion?" He chuckled. "I don't usually volunteer, but I wanted to help you." "Why me?" He hesitated, not because he didn't know, but because the truth felt too raw for a first date. "You looked in control," he said. "Like the entire room moved because you directed it. I've never seen someone lead with so much clarity." She blinked slowly. His answer wasn't smooth. It wasn't rehearsed. It sounded real. "Well," she said after a moment, "it's just event planning. Organized chaos." "Maybe," he said. "But you had presence." "Presence?" "Yes. People followed you without you having to raise your voice." "That's rare." Her expression softened slightly. "Thank you." "And you?" he asked. "Why agree to dinner?" She took a sip of sweet tea. "Honestly, I thought you'd leave halfway through the event. Most donors don't stay longer than 10 minutes. So you were impressed that I survived the folding chairs?" "Very," she said with a playful smirk. The food arrived, hot, flavorful, filling. Sterling's eyes widened after the first bite. "Wow," he said softly. "This is incredible." "Told you," she grinned. Conversation flowed easily from there. They talked about music, growing up, food, and dreams too big to say out loud. Their differences weren't walls, they were windows into experiences neither had lived. Niella told him about her life in Atlanta, the neighborhood cookouts, her mother, his prayers, her father's laugh, her cousins who treated everyone like siblings. Sterling listened with a stillness she wasn't used to. He didn't interrupt. He didn't judge. He let her words paint the kind of world he spent his life observing from a distance but never stepping into. "What about you?" she asked. "What was your childhood like?" He set his fork down, thinking. "Quiet," he said finally. "Structured. Expectations were set early. Family gatherings were formal. Very formal. No games? No. No loud dinners? No. No dancing in the living room?" He laughed softly. "Definitely not." Her smile dimmed into something thoughtful. So when you say you've never seen presence before, you mean you've never seen people live freely? He looked at her with a seriousness he rarely let anyone see. Maybe, he said quietly. Maybe that's why you caught my attention. You felt alive in a way I didn't know how to be. Her breath caught, just enough for him to notice. Sterling, I'm serious, he added. You walked through that event like you belonged in every corner of the room. I've spent my whole life walking through rooms like I needed permission to breathe. His vulnerability hung between them, not dramatic, not heavy, just honest. Niella didn't reach across the table. She didn't give a dramatic reaction. She simply held his gaze and nodded slowly. That's something you can unlearn, she said. If you want to. I do, he replied. They left the restaurant later than they expected, the sky a deep mix of blues and city lights. Sterling walked her to her car, a habit he didn't think about. It felt natural. They stood there for a moment, neither wanting to break the quiet. I had a good time, she said softly. So did I, he replied. She opened her door, then paused. One more dinner, she said, if you want. He smiled, genuine and open. I want. She nodded, then added, but next time, we're trying your world. For the first time that night, he looked nervous. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, she said. If we're getting to know each other, we're doing it honestly. He admired that about her refusal to let anything be one-sided. He stepped back as she got in the car. She rolled the window down. Good night, Sterling. Good night, Niella. She drove off, leaving him standing alone on the sidewalk with a feeling he hadn't experienced in years. Possibility. Their second date wasn't as smooth as the first. Sterling invited her to a modern restaurant overlooking Midtown. Glass walls, soft music, the kind of place where conversation stayed quiet, and the bread had names she'd never heard. Niella walked in wearing a navy dress that fit her beautifully, her hair pinned back on one side with a gold clip. She looked powerful without trying, confident without forcing anything. Sterling rose when she approached. You look amazing. She gave a small smile. Thank you. They sat. The waiter handed them menus written so formally, it looked like someone composed them with gloves on. Niella glanced at Sterling. So this is your world. Part of it, he said. How often do you come to places like this? Often, he admitted. Mostly for business. No one comes here to relax, she said. Even the walls look like they're stressed out. He laughed, an honest, unguarded laugh that made a couple at a nearby table turn their heads. I guess I never noticed, he said. You probably got used to pretending the pressure doesn't bother you. He paused. No one had ever said that to him. Not directly, not kindly, not with full awareness. You're right, he said quietly. I did get used to pretending. She leaned in slightly. You don't have to do that with me. Something gentle flickered in his eyes. That sentence would stay with him for years. They ordered food he couldn't pronounce and she couldn't make sense of. They tried their best. They laughed through the awkwardness. By the end of the night, what could have been stiff became surprisingly natural. After dinner, he drove her home. She looked out the window, watching Atlanta's nightlife, the street, vendors, the couples holding hands, the murals that told stories. This is more my speed, she said. What is? The city when it's honest. People outside, living, talking, moving, nothing curated. I envy that, he admitted. She turned to him, studying the profile that usually looked so controlled. What do you mean? I grew up in houses where everything was arranged, nothing out of place, smiles rehearsed, dinners guided by rules. Sounds exhausting. It was, he said. Still is. She reached for his hand, not romantically yet, but gently, as if offering a moment of grounding. You can unlearn it, she said softly. But you have to want to. He looked at their hands for a long moment. I want to. Her smile grew slowly. Good. After that night, they didn't force anything. Their connection grew through simple, real things. Saturday mornings, they met at a small cafe in Decatur. She ordered cinnamon rolls. He ordered black coffee until she insisted he try hers. After that, he never went back to plain coffee. Sunday afternoons, they walked through the Beltline sharing stories, her childhood full, of family gatherings and laughter, his marked by quiet halls and rules. Weeknights, she cooked for him sometimes, simple meals with flavor he'd never experienced. He always offered to help. She always told him he cut vegetables like someone filing paperwork. Precision is important, he'd argue. This is dinner, not a boardroom, she'd reply. He loved how she said things without sugarcoating them. She loved how he listened without getting defensive. One night after a long walk, they sat in her living room. Nova wasn't even a thought yet, just two adults figuring out what felt right. Niela had her legs crossed on the couch, scrolling through music playlists. Sterling sat beside her, relaxed for the first time that day. "Do you like jazz?" she asked. "I haven't listened to much," he answered. "That sounds like a challenge," she said, choosing a song. Music filled the room, soft, warm, comforting. Sterling leaned back. "I like this." "You like being in spaces where you can breathe," she corrected. He looked at her then. Not the quick glance of a man intrigued, but the steady look of someone learning to see beyond himself. "You feel safe," he admitted. She didn't respond right away. Her heart picked up speed, not from romance, but from recognition. "I'm glad," she finally said. They didn't kiss that night. They didn't rush anything. They simply let their shoulders touch as the music played, letting time slow down around them. This part of their story mattered. Because love didn't start with fireworks, it started with comfort, with honesty, with two people choosing each other in the quiet moments long before the world tried to pull them apart. It happened on an ordinary Thursday. She was rearranging chairs at an event she managed downtown. Sterling showed up without being asked, rolled up his sleeves and helped set up tables. "Why are you here?" she whispered, baffled. "Because you looked tired last night," he said simply, "and I wanted to make your day easier." She stared at him, unsure how to respond. He picked up another chair, smiling lightly. "You don't always have to do everything alone." Her chest softened. That was the first moment she thought, maybe this man is worth trying for. Months passed, and their connection grew into something neither of them tried to name too early. They weren't rushing. They weren't forcing labels. They were simply choosing each other over and over again. What made their relationship powerful wasn't dramatic gestures. It was the simplicity of being understood. One evening, after a long day for both of them, they met at a small spot near Piedmont Park. The sun was setting, casting warm tones across the sky. People jogged by, families picnicked, and dogs tugged their owners along the paths. Sterling reached for her hand as they walked. "Is this okay?" he asked gently. She intertwined their fingers. "Yes." "It is." He exhaled quietly, relief washing through him. They sat on the grass, their shoulders brushing. "You ever think about the future?" she asked, resting her hands on her knees. "Every day," he admitted. "What does it look like to you?" He hesitated, not because he didn't have an answer, but because it felt too vulnerable to say out loud. "A life where I'm not pretending," he said. "A life where I don't have to shrink parts of myself. One where I can breathe." She turned to him, her voice soft. "You know you can breathe around me." "I do," he said, "and that scares me." She blinked slowly. "Why?" "Because I'm not used to something that feels this real." Her heart tightened, not with fear but with recognition. She had heard men in her past speak confidently about love but fall apart when faced with actual emotional honesty. But Sterling wasn't pushing her away. He was letting her in. She placed a hand on his chest. "We're figuring this out together. You don't have to have everything sorted before you let yourself care." His eyes warmed. "I care more than I planned to," he admitted. "More than I expected." She felt it too, that slow shift from companionship to something deeper. Something grounding. It was a rainy afternoon in Atlanta. Traffic was loud, car horns echoing in the distance, but inside Niela's apartment, everything felt calm. She was cooking, moving through the kitchen with ease. Sterling sat on the counter watching her. Not helping, just watching. "Do you ever do anything besides sit and stare?" she teased. He smirked. "I'm learning from a professional." "A professional what?" "Someone who seems to find joy in things I never noticed," he said. She paused, turning to look at him. "You're starting to sound poetic." "It's the seasoning in the air," he joked. She laughed, and Sterling felt something warm settle in his chest. When she handed him a spoon to taste the sauce, he closed his eyes after the first bite. "This is incredible," he said. "It's just sauce," she replied. "No." "It's comfort," he whispered. Her hand froze for a second. That sentence was more intimate than 3 words they hadn't said yet. She leaned against the counter, looking at him with soft eyes. "You're learning how to love without saying the word," she said. His breath caught. So are you. They didn't kiss. They didn't confess. But they didn't need to. Love was already there, sitting quietly between them. It happened during a casual conversation, a moment so small it didn't feel dangerous. Yet it planted the seed that would later grow into years of secrecy. They were walking through Atlantic Station one weekend, holding hands, window shopping. Sterling got a call, and when he looked at the screen, his body stiffened. "My mother," he muttered. Niela smiled. "Answer." "It's okay." He hesitated. When he picked up, his tone shifted, formal, polished, distant. "Hi, Mother. Yes, I'm available." Niela slowed her steps, observing him silently. "Yes," he continued. "Dinner next week is fine. I'll be there alone." Alone. That word sliced the air. He said it easily, without thinking. He said it like it was expected. When he hung up, she didn't argue. She didn't interrogate him. She simply looked straight ahead and asked one question. "Why did you say you'd be alone?" He inhaled sharply. "It's just easier. They ask questions, they get particular." "Particular how?" she asked, her tone calm but firm. "They judge everything," he said. "My choices, my decisions, the people I bring home." She stopped walking. "People you bring home, or people who look like me?" His face tightened. "Niela, it's not that simple." "It is," she said quietly. "For them, or for you?" He didn't respond. That silence was the first glimpse of the fear he carried, fear he tried to hide under soft smiles and warm gestures. She didn't push him. She didn't walk away. But she felt something cold settle at the edges of their connection. A warning. A shadow she didn't fully understand yet. A truth she hoped love could overcome. They resumed walking, but neither spoke for several minutes. Finally, Sterling said softly, "I'm not ashamed of you." She nodded once. "But you're scared." He didn't deny it. And for the first time since they met, something between them didn't feel entirely safe. Love was growing, steady and sincere. But fear had entered the story quietly, not loud enough to break them yet, but strong enough to change everything later. Their love had been steady for a year, slow burning, grounded and sincere. They learned each other's rhythms, grew comfortable in each other's routines, and built a partnership without even realizing how naturally it was happening. One evening, after a long day at work for both of them, Sterling came over to her apartment with takeout bags in hand. "I thought you could use dinner," he said. "I could," she replied, smiling as she let him in. "What'd you get?" "Your favorite." She peeked inside. Chicken, rice, cornbread, comfort food, exactly what soothed her after stressful days. "Thank you," she said softly. They ate on the couch, legs touching, conversations drifting easily between humor and deeper confessions. At one point, she leaned into him. "Do you ever think we're moving too fast?" He shook his head. "I think we're moving the way we're supposed to." She didn't answer immediately. Then she said, "I hope that's true. Why wouldn't it be? Because sometimes I feel like your world might not have room for me." He turned to face her fully. "I don't want a world that doesn't include you." Those words weren't decorative. She felt the sincerity in them. He reached into his pocket before he could change his mind. Her breath caught. "Sterling," she whispered. He opened a small velvet box. Inside was a simple, elegant ring, nothing extravagant, nothing meant for show, just thoughtful and beautiful. "Niela," he said, voice steady despite the emotion pushing through it. "I want a life with you, a real life, one where I don't have to pretend, one where I can finally be myself." Her eyes filled, quickly, deeply. "You're sure?" she asked quietly. "About me, about us?" He nodded. "I've never been more sure of anything." She exhaled shakily, covering her mouth. "Yes," she breathed. "Yes, I'll marry you." He slipped the ring onto her finger, pulling her into his arms as relief washed over him. For the first time in a long time, Sterling felt free. The wedding wasn't grand. They chose a small garden ceremony on the Georgia coast, just the two of them and two close friends as witnesses. It wasn't a secret to them, only to the world Sterling didn't know how to face. Niela wore an ivory dress that made her skin glow beautifully. Sterling wore a simple navy suit. When he saw her walking toward him, his breath hitched, this time not from fear but from awe. "You look incredible," he whispered when she reached him. "You look nervous," she teased. "I am," he admitted, smiling. "But in the best way." Their vows were handwritten, hers full of softness and conviction, his full of gratitude and admiration for a woman who made him feel new. They kissed, laughed, danced awkwardly in the sand, and sat together watching the ocean roll in and out like a gentle promise. It felt perfect. It felt right. It felt like something that could last forever. But even in joy, there was an unspoken truth, the beginning of the first real crack. That night, as they drove back to Atlanta, Niela rested her head on his shoulder. "Are you going to tell them?" she asked softly. He stiffened just slightly, barely enough for anyone else to notice. "Soon," he promised. "Sterling," she said, lifting her head to study him. "Are you scared?" He inhaled. "I just need to choose the right moment." "What moment is that?" He didn't answer, not because he didn't know, but because he did know, and saying it out loud would force him to face a truth he wasn't ready to confront. His family would not accept her, not because of her character, not because of her heart, but because of her identity, her culture, her community, her skin. Niela felt the shift. She didn't press him, but she felt it. A tightening, a hesitation, a silence that spoke louder than any argument. Life after the wedding looked beautiful on the surface. They cooked together. They laughed at movies. They made routines that made both of them feel grounded. But Sterling's phone calls grew longer. His father's expectations grew heavier. His mother asked more questions. Every time his phone lit up with Mother, he stepped into another room. Every time his sister left a voice message, his tone changed. One evening, he came home late. He kissed her cheek, hung his jacket, and sat beside her on the couch. She turned the TV off. "We need to talk." He froze. "I'm your wife now," she said gently, "your partner. But I still haven't met a single person in your family." He swallowed. "I know," he said. "I'm working on it." "When?" she asked. "When will you be ready?" He looked away. That answer, the way it floated silently between them, was the first real warning that something deep inside him wasn't ready to stand beside her in every room. She tried to understand. She tried to believe he would find the courage. But the first crack had been made. Love had taken root, but fear was growing too, quietly, slowly, shaping the choices Sterling would make for years to come. Their marriage had begun with hope, warmth, and quiet joy. But months into their new life together, the glow dimmed, not between them, but around them. Sterling's phone vibrated more often now. Messages from his family, updates about business, invitations he attended alone. Each time, he reassured her. "It's temporary. It's complicated. I'll fix it soon." But soon kept stretching, and temporary began to feel permanent. Niela didn't want to nag. She didn't want to sound insecure. But she wasn't blind, and she wasn't quiet by nature. One night, after he returned from another family dinner she wasn't invited to, she waited by the kitchen counter. The house was dim. Her ring gleamed under the overhead light. Her expression wasn't angry, just tired. "Sterling," she said softly, "when does my life get to include your people?" He dropped his keys slowly, almost carefully. "Please don't start tonight," he murmured. "I'm not starting anything," she replied. "I'm asking a question." He rubbed his forehead. "I told you. I'm going to tell them." "When?" she asked again. "Weeks have passed, now months." He sighed, long and deep. "Niela, they have a lot going on." "So do we," she said. "And I'm your wife." "I know you are." "Then why am I living like a secret?" The question hit him, hard. His shoulders dropped, and for a second, guilt filled his eyes. But then his mouth moved before his courage could. "This isn't about you," he insisted. "My family is complicated. They're under pressure. Dad's health isn't great. Mom worries about everything. I'm just trying not to add stress by pretending you don't have a wife," she asked quietly. He didn't respond. That silence, the same one she'd felt before, returned with greater weight. She took a slow breath. "Sterling, are you ashamed of me?" He snapped his head up, startled. "No, never. But you're ashamed for them to see me," she said. "I'm not." "You are," she cut in gently. "And you don't even realize how deep it runs." His jaw tightened, but he didn't deny it. She stepped closer. "I'm a black woman from a community you don't understand. My life doesn't fit into your world neatly. I get that. But if you're proud of me, you show me. If you're proud of our marriage, you share it. If you're proud of who we are together, you stand beside me." He turned away. "Niela, I just need time." Her eyes softened with heartbreak, not anger. "You keep asking for time," she said. "But time keeps moving." He leaned on the counter, breathing hard. "I don't want to lose them." And in trying not to lose them, she whispered, "You're losing me." He froze. Those words held a truth too sharp to ignore. But instead of facing it, he buried it, deep. "I'll figure it out," he said. "Just trust me." She nodded painfully. "I've been trusting you." A week later, she got her answer. She was cleaning the living room when his phone buzzed. A text preview lit up the screen. "Mother, dinner next Sunday. Bring no guests." No, guests were not the issue. Bring no guests. She wasn't an afterthought. She wasn't a "not yet." She wasn't part of his plans at all. He walked in minutes later. She held up the phone with steady hands. "Sterling, is this what you've been shielding me from?" His face drained. "Niela." She cut him off gently. "Just answer one question." He swallowed. "Are you hiding me to protect me? Or to protect your family's comfort?" His throat worked as he tried to respond. But nothing came. That silence, the deepest silence yet, was her answer. She turned away, wiping her face quietly. "I love you," she said, "but I can't love you in the shadows." He reached for her arm. "Please, don't walk away." "I'm not leaving," she replied. "But something in me broke tonight." The narrator's voice cuts in gently. "Love can survive mistakes, but secrecy will starve it." Tonight was the moment their marriage changed. Not in a dramatic explosion, but in a quiet fracture no one outside their home could hear. Sterling believed he could love her privately and protect her publicly. But love doesn't grow where truth is buried. And this secret, this fear, this hesitation, it would grow into the very thing that brought them to that hospital room years later, when Sterling had nothing left but honesty. A pause. "Now that you've seen where their cracks began, let's return to the beginning of their journey, and how two people from different worlds built something beautiful, long before fear tried to destroy it." Before Sterling Wade ever walked into her story, Niela Hart had already built a world that reflected everything she valued: community, creativity, and purpose. She grew up on the south side of Atlanta, in a neighborhood where the sound of laughter traveled through windows and every block felt like a cousin's house. Her roots ran deep, planted in the love of people who believed that family was, and just those who shared your blood. It was everyone who held space for you. Aunties who promised prayers before sunrise, uncles who grilled on Sundays like it was a national sport, grandmothers who passed down wisdom through recipes and tough love. Niela absorbed all of it, the warmth, the lessons, the sense of belonging. It shaped how she moved through the world. From a young age, she gravitated to art and storytelling. Her notebooks were filled with sketches, ideas for community murals, and plans for events she wanted to host someday. She didn't want to be famous. She wanted to build spaces where people felt seen. That vision only grew stronger as she got older. After college, she didn't chase corporate jobs or polished boardroom careers. She planted herself exactly where she wanted to be, right in the heart of Atlanta's creative scene. She became known for organizing culturally rich community events, running youth arts workshops, helping small Black-owned businesses develop branding, curating showcases that highlighted local talent. People trusted her, not because she talked loudly, but because she showed up consistently. Whenever she walked into a room, energy followed her, not because she demanded attention, but because she carried herself with the confidence of someone who understood her purpose. Niela wasn't flashy, but she glowed. Her deep brown skin caught light beautifully. Her natural curls changed styles. Depending on her mood, and her wardrobe blended practicality with style. She wasn't trying to impress. She simply lived fully. In meetings, she spoke with clarity. At events, she moved like a conductor guiding an orchestra. Among friends, she laughed deeply and listened intently. People trusted her judgment, not because she was perfect, but because she understood how to lead without pushing others down. Her ambition wasn't about being at the top. It was about elevating everyone around her. Her mother, Denise, was a retired elementary school teacher who believed in teaching more with actions than with lectures. "Your worth is never up for negotiation," she told Niela often. "Walk through every doorway knowing you belong there. Her father, Marcus, was a mechanic who owned a small shop that had survived 2 recessions and 3 expansions. He taught her discipline and resilience. "You don't quit on the things that matter," he would say. "You fix what's fixable and walk away from what steals your peace." Her grandmother, Mama Leona, lived in a house with creaking floors and walls covered in photos of every family member, living and gone. "You're here because someone before you chose strength," she reminded her. "Now you choose what you'll pass down." These voices shaped Niela into the woman she was, rooted, confident, unashamed of where she came from. It's why she never tried to adjust herself to fit into anyone else's world. People in the creative community adored her. If there was an event happening, art shows, charity drives, youth talent nights, chances were Niela had at least one hand in making it run smoothly. She had a gift. She made people feel capable. She made spaces feel welcoming. She made chaos look graceful. On weekends, she could be found setting up stages at small festivals, hosting strategy meetings at local cafes, coordinating with businesses for sponsorship, mentoring young artists, brainstorming new ways to uplift her community. She wasn't rich, but she was deeply fulfilled. Niela carried herself with the kind of assurance that only comes from truly knowing who you are. She didn't pretend to fit into upper-class spaces, nor did she shrink herself when she entered rooms with power players. She belonged wherever she chose to be, and people noticed. Friends called her a natural leader. Clients said she had vision. Volunteers said she brought out the best in them. But the compliment she cherished most came from her mother. "You have a spirit that brings clarity to crowded minds." Niela wasn't rushing toward marriage or searching for a perfect partner. She believed love would find her when the foundation of her life felt steady. She wasn't waiting for a billionaire or looking for someone influential. She wanted a partner who matched her values: honesty, character, effort, respect. Someone who could see her, not just look at her. Someone who would stand with her publicly, not only privately. She didn't need luxury. She needed love with integrity. Her fear wasn't heartbreak. She'd lived through disappointment before and survived. Her fear was being with someone who didn't know how to stand beside her in every room. A person who folded under pressure. A partner who hid her to preserve their comfort. A relationship that forced her to shrink. She promised herself she would never enter that kind of bond. So when Sterling Wade eventually stepped into her life, soft-spoken, respectful, attentive, she didn't fall for the idea of him. She fell for the version of him that showed up consistently. The man who listened. The man who showed effort. The man who admired her strength. The man who made space for her voice. The man she thought would never hide her. Because nothing in their early connection suggested secrecy. Nothing. But that was before she knew the weight he carried from his world. A world nothing like hers. A world that shaped him in ways she couldn't yet see. A world she would eventually collide with so painfully that it would challenge everything she believed about love, respect, and partnership. But on that ordinary Atlanta morning, before their futures intertwined, Niela Hart was simply a woman living her purpose, unaware of the man whose entrance would one day change her life, break her heart, and force her to choose between patience and self-respect. On the night their lives intersected for the first time, Atlanta felt alive in a way that perfectly matched the energy inside the renovated art center on Auburn Avenue. The building's tall windows reflected the bright lights from passing cars while upbeat music spilled into the night air. People from every corner of the city were coming together for a youth art fundraiser, a celebration of local talent and cultural expression. Inside, volunteers hurried back and forth, adjusting decorations, testing microphones, and organizing displays of student artwork. Guests began to arrive, filling the space with chatter, handshakes, laughter, and the buzz of anticipation. In the middle of it all, commanding the flow with flawless coordination, was Niela Hart. Clipboards in hand, walkie-talkie clipped to her belt, eyes scanning the room with purpose. She didn't walk, she moved with intention. Every step had direction. Every gesture conveyed leadership. Her burnt orange dress caught gentle hints of the overhead lighting, highlighting her rich skin and confident posture. She'd pinned her curls up loosely, allowing a few strands to fall effortlessly around her face. Gold hoops shimmered every time she turned her head, catching both attention and admiration. But she wasn't there to be admired. She was there to make the night run flawlessly. "Check the speakers on the left wall," she instructed one volunteer. Make sure the donation table has enough envelopes, she told another. We need more chairs near the back. Families are coming in with kids. Her voice held authority without harshness. People listened because they trusted her. They trusted her because she always showed up prepared. Sterling Wade didn't belong to this world, not naturally, not culturally, not emotionally. But he walked inside because he needed an evening outside the pristine cages of his upbringing. His navy suit contrasted sharply with the vibrant, expressive atmosphere around him. He looked polished, distinguished, almost overly composed for an event like this. Yet something in his eyes softened as he scanned the room. He felt something here that he didn't feel in the spaces he grew up in. Life. People weren't performing. They were simply existing, laughing freely, talking openly, moving without restraint. He didn't know what he would find here, but he knew he needed a break from carefully scripted dinners and measured conversations. What he didn't expect was her. Niella didn't notice him at first. She was too busy adjusting a lighting fixture. Sterling stood across the room, momentarily forgetting to move. Her presence wasn't loud. It wasn't flashy. It was purposeful. She communicated command without raising her voice. She walked with direction, not ego. She blended confidence with service, leading others without overshadowing them. He was mesmerized. People often impressed him for superficial reasons, money, status, connections. But this woman impressed him by simply being, a trait he almost never encountered in his world. He took a step toward her, then another, not because he had a plan, but because something drew him in. "Excuse me," he said, stopping in front of her. Niella didn't look up. "Unless you're here to move a table or donate more money, you might want to stand clear of this area," she said, adjusting another light. "We're working on a tight setup." Her tone wasn't rude, it was focused. Sterling blinked. He wasn't used to being dismissed so casually. I wanted to help," he replied. She raised her head slightly, one eyebrow arching at the sight of the well-dressed stranger. "You want to help?" she said. "In that suit?" "It's not my most flexible attire, no," he admitted. She stared for a moment, long enough to assess him, but not long enough to give him the satisfaction of being stunned by him. "You know how to set up speakers?" she asked. He hesitated. "Possibly. You know how to fold chairs?" He paused again. "Not recently. You know how to carry boxes?" "That I can do," he said, grateful for something he could offer. She crossed her arms lightly. "You're volunteering for real? Not pretending?" "For real." Her expression softened, just slightly, just enough. "All right, prove it." She led him to the back where supplies were stacked. "Grab that equipment box," she said. It was heavier than it looked, much heavier. Sterling tried to lift it with grace and nearly embarrassed himself. Niella stifled a laugh. "You sure you're good?" "Yes," he said through clenched teeth. "Okay," she said, amused. "Bring it to the main stage area." He followed, grateful she was walking ahead, and couldn't see him struggling. But when they arrived, he set the box down with a relieved thud. She nodded. "Not bad." "Thank you," he said, catching his breath. She handed him a roll of tape. "Now help me secure these cables." He knelt beside her. As they worked, he noticed how her hands moved with purpose, how she directed volunteers with clarity, how she made complex tasks look simple. "You do this often?" he asked. "Community work?" "Every chance I get," she said. "Brings people together, gives kids a chance to shine, builds confidence." "It's impressive," he replied. She shrugged. "It's necessary." Their eyes met, just briefly. Sterling felt something shift. Something inside him recognized her energy, her passion, her groundedness. This wasn't admiration. This wasn't a crush. This was connection, unexpected, immediate, natural. Later in the evening, after all the tasks were completed, Niella leaned against a table, exhausted but satisfied. Sterling approached with a cup of lemonade. "You look like you could use this," he said. She took it cautiously. "Thank you." "You ran this entire event," he said. "I'm not sure how you kept everything in order." "Years of practice," she said with a grin. "Plus, I actually enjoy it." "Why?" he asked. "Because it gives people a place to belong," she replied. "We need more of that." Her answer hit him deeply. He realized that she already embodied something he craved. A life built on meaning, not image. He cleared his throat. "I'd like to take you to dinner, if you're open to it." She stared at him, not swooning, not startled, just curious. "You don't know me," she said. "Not yet," he replied. Her lips curved slightly. "All right, one dinner." That night, as Sterling walked to his car, he felt something he hadn't felt in years. The beginning of a life he actually wanted. And for Niella, as she gathered supplies and closed out the event, she felt something she rarely allowed herself to acknowledge. The possibility of letting someone new into her world. Their first meeting didn't feel like destiny. It felt like alignment. Two lives moving toward each other at the exact moment they were meant to connect. And neither of them had any idea how deeply that connection would change them. Forever. Before secrets, before hesitation, before the weight of Sterling's family expectations began carving cracks in their future. There was a season where everything felt simple, a season of genuine connection, a season of learning each other's worlds, a season of choosing each other without fear. This was when their love truly took shape. One of the first habits they formed was grocery shopping together, not at fancy chains or upscale markets, but at the neighborhood store near Niella's apartment. "Grab a cart," she would say, "a real one, not the tiny ones." Sterling chuckled every time. He pushed the cart while she moved through aisles with confidence. "This," she said once, tossing cornbread mix into the cart, "is a real relationship test." "How so?" he asked. "Because shopping together tells you everything. How patient someone is, if they complain too much, if they know how to pick good produce." He watched her compare tomatoes with careful inspection. "You're very serious about this," he said. "Extremely. And how am I doing so far?" "You haven't failed yet," she replied lightly. "But we haven't reached the seasoning aisle." They laughed, moving through the store like two people who had known each other far longer than they had. He admired her ease, her ability to treat everyday life as something meaningful. It wasn't the grand moments that drew him to her. It was these tiny details. Her humming while choosing ingredients. Her fussing when he threw in unnecessary snacks. Her sly smile when he asked questions about spices he'd never heard of. "You're learning," she'd say, tapping a jar. "This one changes the game." And he believed her every time. Their next tradition became soul food restaurants, small family-owned spots, with flavors Sterling had only heard described but never experienced. He sat across from her at cramped tables, listening as she explained the difference between yams made with love and yams made in a hurry. "You'll know the difference," she said. "How?" "One makes you feel hugged." He tasted them. She was right. One evening, after trying fried chicken that nearly made him emotional, he leaned back in his seat. "Why have I never had food like this?" he asked. "Because you've been eating places where the chef wears a tall hat," she teased. He grinned. "I think I prefer this." Her eyes warmed. Welcome to real flavor. She exposed him to experiences that weren't polished or structured. Street festivals, open mic nights, outdoor markets, block parties where the playlist switched from old school to new school in seconds. He hadn't danced publicly since he was a teenager, but one evening she grabbed his hand during a song that vibrated through the pavement. "No," he laughed, resisting. "I can't dance." "Nobody here cares," she replied, pulling him closer. "That's the point. Let go." And somehow, he did. He moved awkwardly at first, stiff like someone attending a wedding at a country club. But she didn't judge him. She laughed with him, not at him. Then his movements loosened. His shoulders relaxed. His smile widened. "You're doing it," she said proudly. He laughed breathlessly. "This is terrifying. And yet you're still here." He held her waist lightly. "Yes," he whispered. "I am." She began to see things she didn't expect from a man who grew up in wealth. He didn't brag. He didn't flaunt. He didn't pretend to know everything. He was gentle. He was thoughtful. He was attentive. One night, after a community event she hosted, he stayed behind cleaning tables, even though he had a board meeting early the next morning. "You don't have to do that," she said as he wiped down surfaces. "I know," he replied. "But I want to." She paused, struck by how sincere he sounded. When he finished, she handed him a bottle of water. "You're different," she said softly. "How so?" "You listen, you follow through. You're present, that's rare." He looked at her quietly. "I feel more at ease with you than I ever have anywhere else." She felt her heart do a slow turn. This wasn't a man trying to impress her. This was a man trying to show her who he truly was. After long days, they sometimes drove through the city with the windows down. They talked about dreams. Her dream of opening a youth arts center. His dream of building a life that didn't feel suffocating. "And what do you want most?" she asked during one drive. "To feel like myself," he answered without hesitation. "That's not too much to ask," she said gently. "It feels like it." She reached for his hand, quiet reassurance. "You deserve a full life, Sterling." He squeezed her hand back. "You make me feel like that might actually be possible." Every day he spent with her revealed another layer of why their connection felt so powerful. She wasn't impressed by his background. She didn't change her tone or gestures around him. She didn't tiptoe around his wealth or the world he came from. She treated him like a man, not a position, not a resume, not a legacy. With her, he wasn't Sterling Wade, heir to a powerful family. He was just Sterling, a man who laughed too hard at dad jokes, a man who loved how she said when listening deeply, a man who tried new foods with enthusiasm and confusion, a man who didn't know he needed softness until he found it in her presence. He would never tell her at that time, but he was falling for her. Quickly, quietly, willingly. One night, after an event, she sat on the curb adjusting her shoes. Her hair was frizzed from humidity, and her makeup had faded hours earlier. Sterling approached slowly, unsure if she needed space. "You good?" he asked. "I'm fine," she said. "Just tired." He didn't tell her to stand. He didn't rush her. He didn't suggest she compose herself. He sat beside her, expensive suit and all. "You worked hard today," he said. "You do that a lot. It's my passion, and you're amazing at it." She looked at him, surprised by the softness of his tone. "I don't think you realize," he added, "how powerful you are." She tried not to smile. "Don't flatter me." "This isn't flattery," he said. "It's truth." That was the night she began to see him differently, not just as a man she was dating, but as a man who saw her completely, a man whose sincerity separated him from every polished, performative person she'd met in the past. Their bond deepened, their paths intertwined, their hearts opened. A love too strong to hide was forming, but they both had no idea how much it would be tested later. Dating for them wasn't about luxury or polished perfection. It was real. It was grounded. It was human. And that's exactly why it felt powerful. Some evenings, after work and community events, Sterling would show up at Niella's apartment, without announcing himself, always texting from outside to avoid seeming intrusive. "Made it to your doorstep. No pressure. If you're tired, I can head home." She never made him leave. They'd sit on her living room floor, eating leftovers, leaning against the couch while talking about everything and nothing in particular. "What did you want to be growing up?" she asked once. "A musician," he admitted quietly. She blinked. "Wait, you, a musician?" He laughed. "I played piano for years." "Why'd you stop?" He hesitated. "My father said it wasn't practical." Her chest tightened. "Did you love it?" "Yes." She reached out and squeezed his hand gently. "You can love it again." His eyes softened. No one had ever encouraged him without expecting something in return. During one of their dates, they walked along the Beltline, near sunset, bikers passing, families strolling, artists painting murals along the walkway. Sterling seemed quieter than usual. "You okay?" she asked. He nodded, but his expression gave away his thoughts. "What's on your mind?" He took a slow breath. "I'm not used to being this open with someone." "That scares you?" "A little," he admitted. "But it feels right. I don't know how to explain it." "You're doing fine," she said. "Just be here with me. That's all." He smiled, grateful for the space she gave him, space he never received at home. One evening he surprised her with dinner, something he'd never attempted before. She walked into his apartment, stunned to see a table set with takeout containers disguised as homemade plates. "You cooked?" she teased. He winced. "I tried." She removed the lids. "Mac and cheese, green beans, roasted potatoes." "This looks familiar," she said slowly. "It might be from the place down the street," he confessed. She burst into laughter, genuine, contagious. "But," he added proudly, "I plated it myself." "Impressive," she said, taking a seat. "And slightly adorable. "It's the effort that counts, right?" "Yes," she said, smiling warmly. "Always." That night, they didn't kiss, but their connection deepened, quietly, sincerely. Eventually, she started bringing him to small gatherings with her closest friends. Game nights, cookouts, workshops, open mic events. At first, he stood a little stiff, unsure how to blend in. But her friends were warm and welcoming, sensing she cared for him. One of her best friends, Layla, teased him during a card game. "You sure you can keep up with our girl? She's a force." Sterling smiled. "That's what I admire most about her." Niella looked away, hiding a smile of her own. Later that night, Layla whispered to her, "I like him. He's not trying to dominate the room. He's just present." Niella nodded. "He's good to me. That's all we want," Layla said. Sterling didn't know it, but he was slowly earning the trust of the people who anchored Niella's life. Niella loved dancing, and though Sterling wasn't confident, he always tried when she invited him. At one community event, a DJ played a song that filled the floor instantly. She grabbed his hand. "Come on. I really can't dance," he warned. "So, be free for once." He stepped onto the floor reluctantly. She placed his hands on her waist, guiding him gently. "Just move with me." He focused on her more than his steps. "You're doing better than you think," she whispered. He leaned closer, his breath brushing her ear. "That's because you make this easy." Her heart skipped a beat, not because the words were flirtatious, but because they were honest. Their intimacy didn't come from physical closeness alone. It came from emotional safety. One night, after helping her sort fundraiser supplies, they sat on her couch surrounded by donation envelopes and posters. She rested her head on his shoulder. "You tired?" he asked gently. "A little." He wrapped his arm around her, pulling her closer in a way that felt safe, secure, comforting, natural. "You can sleep," he whispered. "No," she murmured. "I want to stay like this." He kissed the top of her head. Small, soft, respectful. Her heart softened completely. No rush, no pressure, just closeness. As their relationship grew, she started noticing small inconsistencies. Whenever his mother called, his posture shifted. Whenever his father's name appeared on his phone, he stepped away. Whenever she asked about meeting his family, he changed the subject gently. At first, she brushed it off. Everyone had things they weren't ready to discuss. But one night, sitting in his car outside her apartment, he held her hand a little, too tightly, like someone who wanted to confess something but didn't know how. "You look tense," she said softly. He shook his head. "I'm okay." "Are you sure?" He kissed her hand gently. "I feel better when I'm with you." That's the truth. And she believed him, because he wasn't lying. He was conflicted. Their love was deepening, but his fear, shaped by decades of conditioning, was growing quietly beside it. One evening, after she finished leading a youth workshop, she found him waiting outside the community center. "I thought you had a meeting tonight," she said. "I canceled it." She raised an eyebrow. "You canceled a board meeting?" "Yes." "Why?" He paused. "Because I've spent my whole life putting everything else first, and you're the first person who's made me want to choose differently." Her breath caught. She stepped closer. "What do you want, Sterling?" He looked into her eyes, steady, earnest. "You." She didn't respond with words. She pulled him into a tight embrace. He held her like someone realizing what love could feel like, warm, grounding, alive. In that moment, their connection became undeniable. This wasn't casual. This wasn't temporary. This wasn't experimental. It was growing into something deep enough to challenge everything he had ever been taught. And that terrified him more than he admitted. The turning point didn't happen during a grand date or a dramatic argument. It came quietly, so quietly that Sterling didn't recognize it at first. It was a late Sunday afternoon, and they were at the West End open market. Vendors lined the sidewalks, selling everything from handmade jewelry to natural oils to African print fabrics fluttering in the breeze. Niella walked slightly ahead of him, stopping occasionally to admire crafted earrings or chat with someone she recognized from the creative community. Sterling followed quietly, hands in his pockets, observing her, really observing her. Every time she smiled, every time she engaged a vendor with genuine warmth, every time she complimented someone's work, something in him softened. He wasn't just attracted to her. He wasn't just enjoying her company. He was studying the woman he was falling for. She turned to him suddenly. "You good back there?" "I'm perfect," he said. "Why are you staring at me like that?" "Just taking in the view." She rolled her eyes to hide a growing blush. "Come here," she said, pulling him toward a booth selling homemade candles. She picked up a jar, opened it, and held it under his nose. "Smell this." He leaned in. Warm, vanilla, soft spice, a hint of citrus. "That's nice. That's comfort," she corrected. "Something your apartment desperately needs." He chuckled. "You don't like how my place smells?" "It smells like money," she teased. "But not like home. Maybe you can help me fix that." She paused. Her expression shifted, just slightly. "Maybe the first can." As they walked away, Sterling felt a feeling he hadn't felt since childhood. Hope. Later that evening, they stopped for dinner at a small cafe. The lights were warm, the music soft, the energy calm. She sat across from him, stirring her drink absent-mindedly. "You're quiet tonight," she observed. He lifted his eyes slowly. "I'm thinking." "About what?" "You," he replied softly. She froze, not dramatically, but enough for him to notice. "What about me?" "How easily you make life feel real." She tilted her head slightly, unsure how to respond. "I don't think you realize," he continued, "how much of my life has been about following patterns and expectations. But with you, everything feels honest." Her lips parted in a breath she didn't expect. "That's good, isn't it?" she asked gently. "It's necessary," he whispered. She stared at him for a long silent moment, reading the sincerity etched into his expression. "You're growing," she said. "More than you know." He reached across the table and took her hand. "I don't want to imagine my life without you," he said simply. Her chest tightened, not with fear, but with something warm and unfolding. "Sterling, I mean it," he said. "I feel like I'm becoming the man I was always supposed to be. And that's because of you." She squeezed his hand. "You're doing the work," she said. "I'm just here supporting you." He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. The cafe lights flickered slightly above them, but neither noticed. They were in their own world, one growing stronger with every passing day. Over the next few weeks, Sterling couldn't shake a growing awareness. He was happiest when he was with her. He was safest when he was near her. He was himself when he spoke to her. But more than that, she didn't need his status. She didn't try to mold him. She didn't shrink to make him comfortable. She didn't treat him like a trophy or an asset. She treated him like a human being. A man she admired. A man she respected. A man she believed in. No one in his world had ever loved him without conditions. It was raining that night. Not heavily, just enough to coat the streets with a reflective shine. Sterling arrived at her apartment soaked from the short sprint from his car to her doorway. "You're drenched," she exclaimed when she opened the door. "Worth it," he said, catching his breath. "Come in," she said, pulling him inside. "You'll catch a cold." She handed him a towel and went into the kitchen to warm up leftovers from earlier. He stood in her living room, looking around. Photos of her family. Art from local artists. Plants she kept alive with tenderness. Books on healing, leadership, and culture. A diffuser filling the air with soft lavender. Her space felt lived in, warm, rich, rooted. He whispered under his breath, "This is home." When she returned with food, he was sitting on her couch, deep in thought. "You look serious," she noted. "I am." She sat beside him slowly. "Talk to me." He turned to face her, taking her hands into his. "Niella," he began, voice trembling with unfiltered emotion. "Before you came into my life, I didn't realize how much I was pretending." She blinked. He continued, "You've shown me real connection, real partnership, real honesty. I feel whole with you. And I don't feel whole anywhere else." Her heartbeat quickened. "Sterling." "I'm certain about you," he said. "I'm certain about us. I've never been more sure of anything in my life." Her breath caught in her chest. He wasn't leading to something dramatic. He wasn't performing. He was confessing, openly, fully, vulnerably. She squeezed his hands. "I care about you deeply," she said. "You know that." His eyes softened. "But caring isn't all I feel," she added quietly. "I feel safe with you too. I feel seen." A long silence settled. Not tense, just intimate. He whispered, "You think we're ready for something bigger?" She smiled softly. I think our hearts already decided. That was the moment he knew. He reached into his coat pocket, feeling the outline of a small box he had carried for days, debating, hesitating, wanting the perfect moment. Tonight felt right, but he didn't pull it out yet. He wanted the moment to be shaped by sincerity, not timing. "Stay with me a while?" he asked. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. They leaned into each other, sharing quiet breaths as the rain continued tapping against the windows. Sterling had made his decision. He was going to ask her to spend her life with him, not because he was running from something, not because he needed a distraction, not because it was expected, but because loving her felt like the first decision he ever made for himself. It happened on a quiet evening, one that felt ordinary on the surface, but carried a stillness that hinted at something life-changing beneath it. Sterling invited her to his apartment after work. He didn't tell her why. He didn't hint at anything special. He simply asked, "Can you come by? I want to spend time with you." She agreed without hesitation. When she arrived, he greeted her with a nervous smile that didn't match his usual calm demeanor. "You okay?" she asked, slipping off her jacket. "Yes," he replied too quickly. "I'm great. I'm really great." She narrowed her eyes playfully. "You sound like someone who's rehearsing." He froze. She laughed softly. "Relax." "I'm kidding." But he was rehearsing. In his mind, in his chest, in every breath he took. He had already practiced this moment in the mirror. He had gone over the words again and again until they felt natural. But the second she stepped into the room, all of that preparation dissolved into nerves. She walked around the apartment, noticing something different. The lights were dimmer than usual. Soft music played in the background. The living room was clean, cleaner than she'd ever seen it. And a candle, one she had told him matched the scent of comfort, burned on the table. She turned to him slowly. "Sterling, what's going on?" He swallowed. "Come sit with me." She moved to the couch, settling into her usual spot. He sat beside her, but not too close. Not yet. For a moment, he said nothing. He simply looked at her. "Why are you staring at me?" she asked softly. "Because I'm trying to collect myself," he admitted. She tilted her head slightly. "You're starting to scare me." "No," he said quickly. "No, don't be scared. I just need to say this right." She reached for his hand. "You don't have to be perfect with me. Just be honest." That sentence steadied him. He took a breath. "Niela, you changed my life," he began. She blinked slowly, quieting instantly. "You brought color where there was routine. You brought peace where there was pressure. You brought honesty where I grew up with expectations." Her breath caught. "You make everything make sense," he continued. "I didn't realize how lonely I was until you showed me what partnership feels like." She felt her eyes sting. "You don't shrink me," he said. "You don't mold me. You don't expect me to perform. You accept me. And I never had that before you." Her thumb brushed his hand gently, encouraging him to continue. "I want a life where I wake up beside someone who challenges me to grow and comforts me when I struggle. Someone who sees me, and that person is you. It's only ever been you." She parted her lips, overwhelmed. He stood, took a shaky breath, and knelt in front of her. Her hands flew to her mouth. "Sterling." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small velvet box he had been carrying for days. The moment felt suspended, like time paused to watch them. "Niela Hart," he said, voice trembling, "will you marry me?" Her eyes filled instantly. Not from shock, but from recognition, from the realization that he wasn't proposing out of desperation or pressure or timing. He was proposing because loving her felt like truth. She lowered her hands, tears slipping quietly down her cheeks. "Yes," she whispered. He blinked, almost stunned. "Yes? Yes," she repeated, smiling through her tears. "Of course, yes." He exhaled a shaky breath that turned into a laugh of pure relief. He slipped the ring onto her finger, hands trembling, heart racing. She admired it briefly, not because it was beautiful, but because of what it symbolized. Then she cupped his face, pulling him into a kiss. Slow, tender, grounding. When they finally pulled back, he rested his forehead against hers. "You just made me the happiest man alive," he whispered. "Good," she said, "because you've made me feel loved in a way I didn't know existed." He sat beside her again, pulling her into his arms. They stayed like that for a long time. No rush, no hurry, just holding the weight of what they had chosen. Later that night, they lay on the couch beneath a blanket, exhausted from emotion. She rested her head on his chest. His fingers drifted slowly through her curls. "What are you thinking?" she asked softly. "That I want to protect this," he said. "Protect us." Her eyes fluttered closed. "You already do." His voice dipped. "Not enough. Not in every way." She lifted her head, puzzled. "What do you mean?" He hesitated. I want everything to go right. I want the transition to be smooth. I want my family to accept us." She stiffened gently. "We'll face that together," she said. He smiled faintly. "Yes." Together, but inside him, fear stirred quietly. Not about her, not about their bond, but about the world he came from, the world she had not yet seen, the world that demanded control, the world that chose image over honesty. Tonight wasn't the moment to talk about that. Tonight was theirs, but deep inside, a hidden truth lingered. He wasn't sure how to present her to his family. He wasn't sure how they would respond. He wasn't sure if he had the courage to risk their disapproval. He pushed those thoughts away. Tonight was about joy. Tonight was about commitment. Tonight was about believing they could weather anything. He held her tighter, hoping that love would be strong enough to drown out the fear. On the other side of that embrace, Niela allowed herself to dream, not of weddings or rings, but of building a real partnership with a man she trusted deeply. She didn't want perfection. She didn't want extravagance. She wanted honesty, consistency, loyalty. To her, Sterling had shown all of that. Every step of their relationship was built on presence and sincerity. She believed in him. She believed in their love. She believed he would stand beside her in every room. If only she knew how much of a battle he was already fighting internally. But none of that mattered tonight. Tonight, they were two souls choosing each other with full hearts and open hands. Tonight, they were unbreakable. Tonight, fear whispered. But love answered louder. Their wedding was small, intimate, and meaningful. A quiet ceremony on the Georgia coast, wrapped in soft ocean air and steady devotion. Once the rings were exchanged and vows sealed, the world no longer felt divided into his side and her side. It felt like theirs. They returned to Atlanta the next day as newlyweds, full of hope, laughter, and the belief that love alone could hold everything together. Sterling moved into her apartment initially, not because he lacked the space, but because her home felt real, alive, grounded. "I don't want to live in a museum," he joked. "Then help me repaint your walls someday," she teased. They blended their lives effortlessly. His structured routines softened in her environment. Her busy days found calm through his presence. Cooking together became their favorite evening ritual. She introduced him to recipes that carried stories. He introduced her to quiet nights where rest wasn't a luxury but a right. They built habits that felt natural. Sunday breakfasts, late-night conversations, movie nights on her couch, volunteering at community events, soft kisses in the kitchen while food simmered on the stove. Marriage, in the beginning, was warm, supportive, full of intention. Sterling flourished with her. Even his co-workers noticed a change. "You look happier," they'd say. "Life is good," he would reply. And it was. He felt grounded in a way he didn't know was possible. With her, he didn't need to perform. He didn't need to measure his words. He didn't need to maintain tight emotional posture. He breathed easier, smiled more freely, loved without hesitation. During evenings at home, she often sat with her legs curled beside him, her head on his shoulder as he read or scrolled through articles. She'd lift her head occasionally and catch him staring. "What?" she'd ask, smirking. "Just admiring my wife." Her smile always softened. "Say that again." "My wife." She melted every time. But love didn't erase the world Sterling came from. It didn't erase the expectations carved into his upbringing. And it didn't erase his fear. It only muffled it, temporarily. The first shift came one morning when his mother called. He stepped into the hallway, quietly, quickly. "Good morning, Mother." Niela paused mid-motion while pouring coffee. She listened, not intentionally, but because his tone changed. "Yes, I'm well. Yes, work is going smoothly. No, nothing new. Nothing new." The words stung. When he returned to the kitchen, she studied him carefully. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah," he said too quickly. Everything's fine. She didn't press that morning, but she felt something tug at the edges of their peace. Over the next few weeks, the shift became noticeable. Whenever his phone rang and the name read Mother, Father, Elise, or Charles, he stepped into another room, sometimes the hallway, sometimes the balcony, sometimes the bathroom. His voice always softened. His posture straightened. His tone adjusted to the formal, polished version of himself. The version she didn't know. The version she had never met before their marriage. One evening, while she was making dinner, his phone buzzed on the counter. His father. Sterling rushed over, picked it up and stepped outside. She stopped stirring. Her chest tightened, though she couldn't explain why. When he returned, she forced a smile. Everything okay? Yes, he said, kissing her forehead. Dad wants to catch up this weekend. How nice. Should I come? He froze, not visibly dramatic, but still enough for her to notice. He shook his head gently. No. It's just, he wants to discuss something personal, business things. Ah, her expression didn't change, but her heart dipped. I'll be back early, he added. I'll be here, she replied softly. His family gatherings grew more frequent. Birthday dinners, brunches, holiday planning meetings. He always went alone. She didn't want to argue. She didn't want to sound insecure, but eventually she couldn't ignore the pattern. After one Sunday dinner, he walked into the apartment loosening his tie. How was it? She asked, sitting cross-legged on the couch. Good, he said. Simple. Who was there? Elise and Charles, mostly. She hesitated. They know you're married now, right? He nodded slowly. Yes. And they still haven't asked to meet me? He lowered his gaze. They're adjusting. She let out a small breath. And are you adjusting? He sat beside her, pulling her feet into his lap. I'm trying. I know, she said gently. But I can't pretend it doesn't hurt. His fingers stilled. I don't want to upset them right now. Things are tense. Dad hasn't been feeling well. Mom is overwhelmed. And where do I fit into that? She asked softly. He looked at her, really looked at her, and guilt washed through his eyes. You fit everywhere, he said. I'm just trying to find the right moment. She nodded slowly. But she didn't believe it fully. She felt her heart tighten, not in accusation, but in quiet grief, because she knew what right moments usually meant, moments that never came. Despite this growing ache, their love remained strong. They still laughed together, still cooked together, still held each other at night, still shared their dreams, still kissed softly in the mornings, still said I love you with conviction. But love alone wasn't enough to silence the truth. Something was changing, slowly, quietly, dangerously. Still, neither of them wanted to name it yet. For now, they chose hope. For now, they chose closeness. For now, they chose to believe the future would align with the love they built. Family, if you're listening and watching right now, go ahead and drop a comment saying, love needs honesty to let me know you're still here. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe because this story is far from over. Back to the story. The honeymoon phase didn't vanish overnight. It faded gradually, replaced by something neither of them expected. A quiet uncertainty they both felt but didn't want to acknowledge. Not yet. In their home, he was a loving husband. Warm, attentive, affectionate. He helped with dinner, sat beside her during evening shows, wrapped his arms around her when she drifted to sleep. But outside their door, he stepped back into the world he had been raised in, one governed by status, lineage, and expectations he didn't fully understand how to break. His parents called more frequently. Meetings increased. Family dinners became mandatory. The moment he stepped into the hallway or onto the balcony to take calls, Niella felt the gap widening. Small at first, then steadily growing. Each call carried a version of him she didn't know. Each cautious tone felt like a mask slipping back over his face. One evening, while she folded laundry, he answered a call from Elise. Yes, I'll attend. No, I'm not bringing anyone. The quiet stabbed her, not because of anger, but because she loved him enough to feel the weight of his fear. When he returned, he kissed her cheek, but she didn't lean into it the way she usually did. You okay? He asked, gently. She folded a shirt slowly. Yes. He paused. You're sure? She nodded, but he wasn't convinced. He just didn't know how to ask the right question. That Sunday, he dressed in a crisp button-down shirt and tailored slacks. She watched him from the couch. You look nice, she said. Thanks, he replied, adjusting his sleeves. It's just dinner. Which one is this? She asked, keeping her tone steady. My parents and Elise. Just to check in. She waited for the invitation that didn't come. He noticed her silence and hesitated at the door. Niella. Yes? Please know this isn't permanent, he said softly. I just need to handle things one step at a time. I'm not rushing you, she replied. But we're married, and I shouldn't feel like a secret. Her voice didn't shake. It didn't plead. It stated truth. He nodded slowly. I hear you. Do you? She asked. He opened his mouth to respond, but the words didn't form, not convincingly. So instead, he kissed her forehead gently and whispered, I love you. She whispered it back, and he left. She cleaned the kitchen, watered her plants, tried to read, scrolled through her phone, replayed the last few weeks in her head. She didn't cry. She didn't collapse. She simply felt heavy, like she was holding up a part of the marriage he hadn't yet realized was slipping. Her mother called during that time. How are you, baby? I'm okay. You sure? I will be. Her mother's sigh was soft but knowing. When a man loves you, he stands beside you everywhere. Don't forget that. I haven't, Niella whispered. Her mother paused. I raised you to be patient, but I didn't raise you to disappear. Those words stayed with her long after the call ended. He walked in 2 hours later. His shoulders were tense. Tense in the way he got after being around his family too long. How was it? She asked. Uncomfortable, he admitted. Why? They kept asking personal questions. About us. His silence answered for him. She nodded slowly. What did you say? I told them I was fine. That everything was stable. Stable, she repeated quietly. Yes. They didn't ask about your wife. He swallowed hard. They asked if I was seeing anyone seriously. Her chest tightened. And you said... I told them it wasn't the right time. She closed her eyes briefly. Sterling, she whispered. We are the right time. He stepped toward her quickly, guilt in his eyes. I know. I'm sorry. I handled it poorly. You were scared, she said. He froze. She didn't accuse him. She diagnosed him. You were scared of how they'd react, scared they'd judge me, scared they'd judge you. He nodded slowly. I don't want to lose them, he whispered. And in trying not to lose them, she said softly, You're risking losing me. His breath caught. He reached for her hands. She let him hold them, but her gaze didn't soften. I'm trying, he said. Please believe that. I believe you're trying, she replied. But effort means nothing without action. Her words weren't harsh. They were honest, something he desperately needed but didn't grow up hearing. That night, they lay in bed facing opposite directions, not out of anger, but out of exhaustion. Hers from being invisible, his from carrying a mask he couldn't remove. In the dark, he finally whispered, I want you to meet them. She didn't turn around. When? Soon, he said. But they both heard the unspoken truth. He didn't have a plan. She closed her eyes, holding back the ache. Good night, Sterling. Good night, he whispered, touching her arm gently. She didn't pull away, but she didn't lean into it either. And that small lack of movement hurt more than any argument could. Love can be strong. Effort can be real. But silence has a way of planting doubt. Quietly, gradually, powerfully. Sterling meant every, I love you. But he also meant every, not yet, when it came to introducing her to his world. That contradiction, that pull between devotion and fear, would become the breaking point of their marriage, and it all began here. In the early months when love was overflowing, but honesty was struggling to catch up, the first months of marriage should have been simple, full of warmth and easy joy. And in many ways, they were. But beneath the affection, beneath the laughter, beneath the comfort of shared routines, something tugged at Niella quietly. A question she couldn't shake, a heaviness she couldn't name. Every time Sterling's phone lit up with a call from Elise, his mother, or Charles, he stepped away as if his conversations needed hiding. Every time she asked about joining him at a family event, he dismissed the idea with gentle excuses. And every time he returned from a family gathering, something in him seemed folded, pulled inward. Careful, she watched it unfold slowly, not enough to spark anger, but enough to light confusion. One evening in their kitchen they cooked together, her stirring seasoned, vegetables on the stove, him cutting chicken the way she taught him. "Babe, can you pass me the paprika?" she asked. He turned, but didn't move. She looked up. "You okay?" He blinked, as if coming out of a fog. "Sorry." Zoned out, thinking about work. He hesitated, just long enough to make her chest tighten. "My mother called earlier," he said. She stilled. "Oh, she wants to host a brunch next Sunday. And I'm not invited?" He swallowed. "No, not this time." Her shoulders dropped slightly. "Why?" "They're overwhelmed. Dad's dealing with some things. Elise is stressed. Mom's trying to keep everyone stable. And me being there would make things unstable?" She asked carefully. "No," he said quickly. "That's not what I mean." "Then what do you mean?" His silence answered for him. She lowered the heat on the stove and leaned against the counter. "Sterling, help me understand," she said softly. "What exactly are you trying to protect?" He rubbed his forehead. "It's complicated." "Try." He sighed heavily. "They're traditional, set in their ways. I'm not asking for their approval," she said gently. "I'm asking for their acknowledgement." His eyes flickered. "And I'm your wife," she added quietly. "That should mean I'm part of your world, not something you keep on one side of the door." His shoulders sagged, guilt filling his expression. "I'm not ashamed of you," he whispered. "I never said you were, but you're thinking it." She moved closer. "I'm thinking you're scared." "Of what?" "I'm still trying to figure out." He exhaled shakily. "I just need time," he said. "I'll introduce you properly. I will." She nodded slowly, but the uncertainty lingered, because he wasn't answering why. Later that night, she laid her head on his chest while they watched TV. He wrapped his arms around her, but she felt the space between them. Not physical, but emotional. "Sterling?" she murmured. "Yeah? Are you happy?" He didn't hesitate. "Deeply." She smiled faintly. "Me too." But even in that softness, confusion pressed against her heart. How could happiness and secrecy live in the same room? The next morning, she visited her mother's house. Her mother raised an eyebrow the moment she walked in. "You're quiet today," she observed. "Just thinking." "About your husband?" She nodded. Her mother sat beside her on the couch. "What's going on?" "It's nothing dramatic," Niela said. "I just feel like I'm married to him and to his silence." Her mother hummed softly. "That's not sustainable." "I know. But I'm trying to be patient." "Patience is good," her mother said. "But patience without clarity turns into self-neglect." The words hit her deeper than she expected. "I'm not asking for them to throw a party," Niela continued. "I just want to be acknowledged, seen, as you should be," her mother said. "You're not asking for too much." That evening when she came home, Sterling had dinner ready. Grilled chicken, roasted vegetables, rice he overcooked slightly. "You cooked?" she asked softly. "I wanted to do something for you." She smiled. "Thank you." They ate quietly. Halfway through the meal, he reached for her hand. "I love you," he said. "I love you too," she replied. "But love doesn't erase questions." He looked down. "I know I'm not handling this right," he whispered. "I can feel it. I'm just trying to get ahead of everything before I bring you in. I want the timing to be right." "But what if the timing never feels right?" she asked gently. His throat tightened. "I'm trying." "I know you are," she said. "But effort without honesty becomes confusion." He looked up, hurt but understanding. "I'll do better," he whispered. She nodded. But her heart didn't ease, because "I'll do better" wasn't an answer. It was a hope. And hope wasn't the truth. Niela's confusion didn't come from lack of love. It came from lack of clarity. A marriage can survive imperfections, but it struggles under unanswered questions. And those unanswered questions were about to collide with a new chapter neither of them expected. A chapter growing quietly within her. The weeks following their difficult conversations were gentler than the ones before. Not perfect, not healed, but gentler. Sterling tried harder, showing up earlier, being more present, engaging more openly in their routines, even planning small dates to reconnect. He still didn't talk about his family. He still didn't bring up introductions. He still avoided that emotional doorway. But he tried everywhere else, hoping it would buy him time to gather courage. And for a while, it worked. Niela felt something easing between them. The tension didn't disappear, but it loosened its grip. Then one morning changed everything. It began with exhaustion, not the usual kind from long days, but a heaviness she couldn't shake. She sat at the edge of their bed, rubbing her forehead. "You okay?" Sterling asked, buttoning his shirt for work. "I'm just tired," she murmured. "You want me to make you tea?" She smiled softly. "You'd burn the water." "Accurate," he laughed. But when she stood up, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. He caught her arm instantly. "Whoa, hey, sit down," he said, guiding her back. "I'm fine," she insisted. "You don't look fine." She rested her forehead against her hand. "Maybe I just need food." He kneeled in front of her. "Talk to me," he said gently. "Have you been feeling sick?" She hesitated. "Not sick, just different. Different in a way she hadn't allowed herself to name yet." She looked up slowly. "I think," she whispered, "I might be pregnant." He froze, not in fear, not in shock, in awe. "Pregnant?" He repeated softly, as if the word itself carried a fragile magic. She nodded slowly. "I'm not certain, but something feels off." He stood up abruptly, grabbed his keys, and rushed toward the door. "Sterling," she called. He spun around. "What brand of test do you want?" She blinked. "It doesn't matter." No, it matters," he said seriously. "If we're doing this, we're doing it right." Before she could respond, he darted out the door. She heard his footsteps down the stairs, the car door slam, the engine start. She sat on the couch, heart racing. She wasn't scared. She wasn't overwhelmed. She felt hopeful, like this moment might shift something inside their marriage. 10 minutes later, the door swung open. Sterling entered carrying 6 different pregnancy test boxes. "Really?" she asked, laughing despite herself. "I didn't want to get the wrong one," he said breathlessly. "Or miss one. Or, look, we're covered." She stood, walked over, and kissed his cheek. "You're ridiculous." "I'm prepared," he corrected. She went into the bathroom, while he paced outside like an expectant father in an old movie. "Sterling," she called through the door, "please stop pacing." "I can't," he said. "My body isn't listening." She smiled. When the timer beeped, she stepped out with the test in hand. Her eyes were wide, her breath soft. He approached slowly, afraid to look too excited in case she wasn't ready. "What does it say?" he asked. She turned the test toward him. A clear symbol, one word, one life-changing truth. Pregnant. His mouth parted. His eyes filled instantly. He didn't speak. He moved. He wrapped his arms around her, lifting her off the ground, spinning her gently as she laughed. "Oh my God," he whispered repeatedly, voice cracking. "We're having a baby." "Yes," she said, tearing up. "We're having a baby," he whispered again, holding her face in his hands. His joy was real, genuine, pure. For the first time in a long time, she felt the weight of secrecy fade, just enough for love to breathe again. That evening they lay on the couch together. Sterling placed his hand gently over her stomach. "So tiny," he whispered. "But already my whole world." She laughed. "You're acting like we're already 3 months in. We're parents," he said proudly. "We start now." He leaned down and pressed his lips to her stomach. "Hi, baby," he murmured. "I can't wait to meet you." Her eyes watered. "You're going to be an amazing father," she whispered. He looked up at her with a softness she had only seen a few times, the softness of a man shedding every layer of armor. "You're going to be a wonderful mother," he said. "Our child is blessed." She rested her forehead against his. "Sterling, thank you for being happy." He frowned, confused. "Why wouldn't I be happy?" She hesitated. "Because things have been complicated, and I didn't know how you'd react." He cupped her cheek gently. "Niela," he said softly, "nothing about you or this baby is complicated. You both are the greatest gifts I've ever been given." She closed her eyes, relief washing over her in warm waves. Her symptoms increased, more fatigue, nausea, mood shifts. Sterling stepped up without hesitation. He cooked breakfast. He cleaned more. He learned which snacks eased her nausea. He read articles on first trimester care. He attended every early appointment. He watched the ultrasound monitor with trembling hands. "That's our baby?" He whispered. "Yes," she said, squeezing his arm. He stared at the faint flicker on the screen. The heartbeat. Something inside him broke open. Not in pain. In love. "I didn't know I could feel like this," he murmured. She rested her head on his shoulder. "You're a natural." He kissed her temple softly. "This child is going to know love," he whispered, "every day." And she believed him, because in these moments, he was everything she'd ever wanted in a partner, everything she prayed he could be, everything she hoped would last. But beneath all the joy, beneath the glow of anticipation, beneath the steady heartbeat of new life, another truth waited quietly, a truth that would eventually break her heart. But for now, she allowed herself to rest in the beauty of the moment, because love felt whole again, and she wanted to believe it would stay that way. The weeks that followed were some of the happiest they had ever shared. Pregnancy didn't just bring excitement. It brought tenderness, vulnerability, and connection. It brought a softness into their marriage that mended cracks, even the ones they weren't ready to talk about. It happened one evening while they were watching a movie on the couch. Sterling was half asleep, his hand resting casually on her stomach, when something fluttered beneath his palm. He sat up straight. "What was that?" he whispered urgently. She smiled slowly. "I think that was her." "Her?" he repeated, eyes widening. "Well, maybe him," she shrugged. But something moved. He placed both hands gently over the same spot. The flutter happened again, soft, brief, unmistakably real. His breath caught. "Oh my God," he whispered, voice cracking with awe. "That's our baby." She nodded, tears forming. "Yes." He leaned forward and kissed her stomach. "You're strong," he whispered to the tiny life inside. "You're already so strong." Then he looked up at Niela with a tenderness that made her heart melt. "Thank you," he murmured, "for giving me this." She shook her head. "We gave her this together." He rested his forehead against hers. "This is the happiest I've ever been." And she believed him. Every word. He didn't transform into someone controlling or overbearing, but he became attentive, observant, deeply invested. Whenever they crossed the street, he held her arm gently. Whenever she stood too long, he made her sit. Whenever nausea hit, he appeared with crackers and water. "Are you drinking enough today?" "Don't lift that." "I'll do it." "You've been standing for 10 minutes. Sit down. I'll bring the car closer so you don't walk too far." She laughed sometimes. "You do realize pregnant women can walk, right?" He nodded seriously. "Yes, but mine deserves ease." She rolled her eyes with affection. "You're something else." "And you love it," he said. She did, more than she admitted out loud. Sterling attended every appointment, never late, never distracted. During the second trimester scan, the technician turned the monitor toward them. "There's the heartbeat," she said. Sterling squeezed Niela's hand tightly. "And here are the tiny fingers. Looks like someone's already practicing waving." His eyes filled with quiet tears. He whispered, "Hi, baby. Daddy's here." Niela watched him. The man she married, the man she loved, the man her baby would call Daddy. And her heart expanded. He wasn't pretending. He wasn't forcing joy. His love was real. He was devoted. He was proud. He was ready. But underneath that joy, underneath that glowing happiness, the unanswered question still lingered between them. When will he tell his family? Their apartment was small, but they made room. They painted the nursery in soft neutral colors. Not because of aesthetics, but because they didn't want to lock the baby into an idea before she arrived. Sterling assembled the crib with pure determination. "You know this comes with instructions, right?" she teased. "I prefer the challenge. Or the struggle," she added. He paused. "You might have a point." She laughed, sitting on the floor, folding tiny onesies. He kept glancing at her, smiling like a man living in a dream. "This feels real now," he said quietly. "It is real." He set down the screwdriver and sat beside her. "I never thought I'd have this," he admitted. "A home that feels alive. A family that feels like mine. You deserve it, she said. He kissed her temple. No, we deserve it. At night, he spoke to her belly until she fell asleep. Hi, little one. Hope you had a comfortable day today. Please go easy on your mom tomorrow. She's doing her best. I love you already. You're safe. You're loved. Sometimes she pretended to be asleep just so she could listen to him. His voice was tender, unfiltered, authentic. This was the man she married, the man she believed in, the man she knew could be brave if he chose to be. One afternoon, after her appointment, she asked casually, "Did your mom call you today?" He stiffened slightly. "Yes." "What did she say?" He hesitated. "Just updates." "Did you tell her about the baby?" He froze. "No," he said quietly. Her heart dropped, not crashing, not breaking, but lowering into a place that felt uneasy. "Sterling," she whispered. "Why not?" "I just need more time," he said. "That's what you said months ago." "I know. When will you be ready?" she asked gently. He stared at the floor. "I don't know." The words echoed through her chest. She took a deep breath. "Are you scared of what they'll say about me?" she asked softly. His breath wavered. "No," he said too quickly. She held his gaze. "Look me in the eyes and say that again." He couldn't. That silence, that stillness, that inability to answer was the truth she feared. He wasn't ashamed of her, but he was terrified of the world he grew up in. The world that judged without reason. The world that measured people by criteria she never cared about. The world that saw difference before it saw humanity. She didn't cry. She didn't yell. She didn't walk away. She just placed a hand on her stomach and whispered, "Our daughter deserves to be celebrated." He closed his eyes, guilt pressing deep into him. "I know," he said softly. "I know." But knowing wasn't enough. Not yet. Not for the decisions he still hadn't made. Pregnancy brought joy, laughter, and hope. But it also brought the question Niela could no longer avoid. Why was her husband still choosing silence? And the closer they got to welcoming their daughter, the louder that question became. The pregnancy brought joy. It brought tenderness. It brought connection. But it also brought a question that grew heavier with each passing week. When will he tell his family? Niela didn't want to ruin their peace. She didn't want to create conflict. She didn't want to feel like she was forcing him into a corner. But she wasn't just a wife anymore. She was a mother, carrying a child who deserved recognition from both sides of the family. And the silence felt louder with every milestone. The ultrasound photos, the first kicks, the baby registry, the nursery they built together. Sterling celebrated every moment. He touched her belly with awe. He talked to their daughter every night. He planned for her future with excitement. But when it came to one thing, one vital part of their child's identity, he froze every time. It happened on a calm afternoon. They had just returned from a doctor's appointment where they heard their daughter's heartbeat again. Strong, steady, beautiful. They walked into their apartment filled with soft excitement. Sterling placed his hand over her belly. "She's getting stronger," he whispered. "She is," Niela said, smiling. He helped her remove her coat, guided her to sit on the couch, and then brought her a glass of water, something he did every time to make sure she stayed hydrated. He was caring. He was thoughtful. He was fully invested in their child. But love and avoidance can exist in the same person, and love alone can't erase avoidance. As he sat next to her, she took a deep breath. "Sterling, we need to talk." His smile softened instantly into cautious concern. "Okay," he said quietly. "What's wrong?" She turned her body slightly to face him. "When are you telling your parents about the baby?" He froze. The shift was immediate, like she had spoken a language he didn't understand. His eyes flickered away, then back to her. I don't know yet." Her heart dropped. "Sterling," she whispered, "I'm almost halfway through this pregnancy. I know. Your child is growing. She's becoming real. How are you still not ready?" He swallowed hard, his breathing shallow. "It's not about readiness," he said. "It's about timing." She shook her head gently. "No, timing is an excuse. What are you afraid of?" His jaw tightened. "Nothing," he said too quickly. "Sterling," she said again, calm, steady, impossible to ignore. "Look at me." He forced himself to meet her eyes. "What are you scared of?" she asked. His breath wavered. "I don't want to talk about this now. We have to. I'm your wife. I'm carrying your daughter. This conversation can't keep waiting." He stood abruptly, pacing the living room. "I don't want you upset," he whispered, running a hand through his hair. "I'm not upset," she said, voice steady. "I'm hurt. That's different." He winced. She continued softly. "Why is it so hard to say it?" "Say what?" he asked weakly. "The truth." He stopped pacing. Her eyes held him still. "You are afraid," she said, "and not of timing, not of stress, not of family tension." He clenched his hands. "You're afraid of how they'll react to me," she whispered. Silence. "You're afraid of how they'll react to our daughter." His breath hitched. "You don't understand." "Then explain," she said. "Help me understand." He looked at her, eyes full of emotion he didn't know how to articulate. "Sterling," she said gently, "are you afraid of what they'll say because I'm a black woman?" His chest rose and fell too quickly. "Please," he whispered. "Not like this." "Then how?" she asked. "When? We've been dancing around this for months." He lowered his gaze. "I don't want them to judge you," he murmured. "Or the baby, or us." "They will judge us?" she asked, voice trembling but steady. "Yes," he whispered, before he could stop himself. The truth finally slipped through, and it hit her like a quiet blow. She didn't cry. She didn't break. She simply inhaled slowly. "So it is because of race." He flinched. "Sterling," she whispered, "I love you, but I refuse to raise a child in secrecy. I refuse to be invisible, and I refuse to let fear make decisions for us." He stepped closer. "I love you," he said desperately. "Please don't think I'm ashamed of you." "I don't think you're ashamed," she replied. "I think you're conditioned, and I'm fighting a system that shaped you long before I entered your life." Tears filled his eyes, not from sadness, but from the weight of the truth he avoided all his life. "I'm trying," he whispered. She nodded slowly. "I know, but trying isn't the same as doing." He sank onto the couch beside her, face buried in his hands. "I don't want to lose my family," he whispered. "And in trying not to lose them," she said softly, echoing her earlier words, "you're risking losing the family you're building." He looked up at her, stricken. She touched his cheek gently. "Our daughter deserves to be claimed, fully, publicly, proudly." He nodded slowly. But his nod didn't carry conviction. It carried fear. A fear that would follow them into the delivery room. A fear that would shape their daughter's early life. A fear that would eventually shatter everything. But for now, they sat in the quiet, a husband trembling between love and fear, and a wife holding her strength together. For herself, for her marriage, and for the child growing inside her. The final weeks of pregnancy were slow, tender, and full of anticipation. Sterling hovered over her, like a man convinced the world needed to be safer for the woman he loved. Niella found him adorable, but also a little anxious. "Babe, I can walk," she laughed one morning as he insisted on carrying her hospital bag down the stairs. "I know you can," he replied, tightening his grip on the handle. "But why walk when you have me?" She kissed his cheek. "Thank you." They had learned to navigate the tension between joy and secrecy, but as the due date approached, something shifted in her. She stopped talking about his family, stopped asking when he would tell them, stopped hoping for change before the baby arrived. She focused on herself, on her child, on her new beginning. And Sterling, though he sensed the shift, chose to pour every bit of himself into preparing for fatherhood. Then the day came. It started at 4:13 a.m., a sharp tightening, a breath caught in her chest. Then another wave, slower but undeniable. She nudged Sterling gently. "Sterling, wake up." He jolted upright instantly. "What's wrong? Are you okay? What do I need to do?" She winced as another contraction hit. "I think it's time." He paused for 2 full seconds, processing. Then everything happened at once. He flew out of bed, grabbed shoes, 2 different ones, attempted to put on a shirt upside down, dropped his phone 3 times, ran into the doorframe. "Sterling," she groaned. "Calm down." "I am calm," he said while breathing like he just finished a marathon. "Babe," she said through another contraction, "you're panicking." "I'm not panicking," he insisted. patting his pockets wildly. "Where are the keys? Who hid the keys?" "They're in your hand." He looked down. "Oh." She laughed despite the pain. The early morning air was crisp as he helped her into the car. He kept one hand on the wheel, the other reached back to squeeze her knee with trembling fingers. "You okay?" he asked every 30 seconds. "I will be," she said. "Focus on the road." He drove carefully, then too carefully, then too fast, then back to carefully. "Sterling," she groaned as another contraction hit. "Pick a speed, please." "Right, yes, a steady, safe speed. That's what fathers do." Her heart softened. He was terrified. He was excited. He was overwhelmed. He was trying. At the red light, he whispered, "She's really coming today." "Yes," she said softly. "She is." He reached for her hand and squeezed it gently. "I'm ready," he whispered, though his shaking voice betrayed him. "I promise I'm ready." Once inside, nurses moved swiftly, guiding her to a delivery room. Sterling walked beside her, holding her hand like it was the only anchor he had. A nurse smiled at him. "First time, Dad?" He nodded quickly. "Is it obvious?" "Honey," she said kindly, "it's written all over your face." He blinked back tears. Inside the room, monitors beeped steadily. A soft blanket covered her legs. The lights were dim and warm. He sat beside her, wiping sweat from her forehead as contractions intensified. "You're doing amazing," he whispered. She clenched his hand. "I'm trying." "You're stronger than you know," he replied. Hours passed. Pain rose and fell in waves. Sterling stayed steady at her side, kissing her forehead, whispering encouragement, offering sips of water, breathing with her. At one point, she cried out from the intensity. He pressed his forehead against hers. "I'm here," he murmured, voice trembling. "I'm right here. You don't have to do any of this alone." She nodded, tears spilling. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you too," he said, brushing her cheek. When the doctor announced it was time to push, Sterling's heart almost burst through his chest. "This is it," he whispered. "We're about to meet her." She nodded weakly, gripping his hand with everything she had. The room became focused energy. Nurses guiding, the doctor leading, Sterling whispering encouragement, Niela giving every ounce of strength she possessed. Then, with one final push, a cry, sharp, bright, new, a sound that split the air and mended something inside both of them. Sterling froze. His breath caught. Tears filled his eyes instantly. "Oh my God," he whispered, breaking completely. "She's here." The nurse gently placed the tiny newborn on Niela's chest. A soft, warm body, a head full of curls, a cry that quieted the moment she felt her mother's touch. Niela sobbed softly. "Hi, baby." "Hi, my love." Sterling leaned over, covering both his wife and daughter with trembling hands. "She's perfect," he whispered. Her skin was a soft brown, a blend of two worlds, a promise of love made real. Her fingers curled around her mother's thumb. Her eyes fluttered briefly. Sterling couldn't stop crying. "She's beautiful," he whispered again, voice breaking. "This is the most beautiful moment of my life." A nurse smiled. "You want to hold her, Dad?" He froze. "Me?" "Yes, you." She placed Nova gently into his arms. As he held her for the first time, his knees almost buckled. He gripped her carefully, supporting her head, drawing her close to his chest. His tears fell onto her blanket. "Hi, baby girl," he whispered to her tiny face. "I'm your dad. I've been waiting for you." He kissed her forehead, soft, slow, shaking. "I will love you forever," he said. "Nothing will ever change that." Niela watched him, tears in her own eyes. For a moment, everything felt perfect. Everything felt possible. Everything felt whole. This was the family she dreamed of. This was the love she believed in. This was the man she always saw inside him. But when the nurse asked, "Would you like us to call any family members to share the news?" Sterling froze, completely. And in that single hesitation, that 1 second of fear, the truth resurfaced. The secrecy was still there, still growing, still shaping their lives. Niela turned her head slightly. She didn't speak. She didn't ask. She already knew the answer. No one was coming. Not from his side. Not today. Not now. Not yet. After the nurse stepped out, Sterling remained standing in the middle of the room, Nova tucked safely against his chest. He rocked her gently, tears still slipping freely. He wasn't embarrassed. Not here. Not now. Not while holding the tiny life that made him feel more human than he ever had. Niela lay back against her pillows, watching them. Her body was exhausted, her emotions tender, her heart full, and yet, something inside her ached. She smiled softly at him, refusing to taint the moment with hurt. "How does it feel?" she asked gently. Sterling looked up with eyes full of awe. "Like everything I didn't know I needed," he whispered. "Like I finally understand what love means." He walked back to the bed, lifting Nova so she could see her mother's face. "Look at her," he murmured. "She's perfect, Niela. Absolutely perfect." Niela touched her daughter's cheek, voice trembling with joy. "She is." Sterling sat beside her, still holding Nova close. "She has your nose," he whispered. "And your mouth," she said softly. He laughed lightly, wiping tears he no longer tried to hide. "She's the best parts of both of us." They fell into a peaceful silence, basking in the moment. Then the nurse returned briefly. "If you'd like to notify any family members, now would be a great time," she said gently. "New babies draw crowds." She smiled warmly, then stepped out again, and the room held its breath. Sterling didn't move. He didn't reach for his phone. He didn't dial a number. He didn't even look at the device sitting by the bed. He just stared at Nova, adoring, overwhelmed, terrified. Niela watched him carefully. He wasn't ignoring the nurse's suggestion. He was hiding from it. After a long moment, she asked quietly, "Did you want to call them?" His throat tightened. I don't know." She nodded, her expression calm but heavy. He cleared his throat. "This is overwhelming. I need time to process." "Take your time," she said softly. "I'm not rushing you," but her chest tightened just slightly, because she wasn't the one he was hiding from. She was the one he was hiding. He placed Nova back in her bassinet and sat beside his wife, taking her hand. "I don't want anything to ruin this moment," he said, trying to sound steady. "Nothing can ruin my joy today," she replied gently, "but avoiding the truth doesn't make it disappear." He lowered his head. "My parents are complicated, Niela. They react poorly to things they can't control. They're judgmental. They have outdated beliefs." She nodded slowly. "And I've spent my whole life trying not to disappoint them," he confessed. "I guess I don't know how to break that habit." She examined his face, not with anger, but with clarity. "So you think introducing us might disappoint them?" He closed his eyes. Yes, the word was small, but devastating. She didn't scream. She didn't argue. She didn't accuse. She just asked the question that lived inside her chest for months. "Are you ashamed of me, Sterling?" He looked up sharply. "No, never. Don't say that. Then why won't you claim me?" She whispered. "Why won't you claim her?" He breathed shakily. "It's not shame," he said. "It's fear." "Fear of what?" He hesitated. "Please say it," she thought. "Let the truth breathe." "Fear of how they will treat you," he whispered. "And how they'll treat her." "And how they'll treat you?" she asked softly. He blinked, caught. A deeper truth was hiding underneath. He wasn't just afraid of what his family would think about her. He was afraid of what they would think about him for choosing her. The realization pressed against her heart with a quiet, cold certainty. "I don't want to lose anyone," he whispered. "And yet," she murmured, "you are losing us one day at a time." He shook his head, eyes filling again. "No, no, please don't say that. I love you. I love our daughter. I don't know how to do this." "You do," she said softly. "You just don't want to face the consequences." His breath hitched. "Niela." She squeezed his hand gently, not to comfort him, but to ground them both in truth. "I don't need your parents' approval," she said. "I don't need their acceptance. I don't need a celebration." Her eyes lifted to meet his. "But I'm your wife, Sterling, and this child is your daughter, and the world should never learn that through whispers." He stared at her, stricken, exposed. "I'm not trying to hurt you," he whispered. "You aren't intentionally," she replied. "But silence still hurts." Nova whimpered softly in her bassinet. Sterling stood instantly, lifting her carefully, rocking her back into calm. "Hey, little one," he whispered, pressing his lips to her forehead. "Daddy's here." Niella watched him. Her husband, the father of her child, the man torn between two worlds he didn't know how to bridge. Tears filled her eyes again, not just from sadness, but from love. Because despite his faults, despite his fear, despite the pain of secrecy, Sterling loved this child fiercely. He loved her fiercely. Love wasn't the issue. Courage was. They stayed together that night. Sterling, lying in the hospital bed beside her, Nova asleep on his chest. He whispered softly, "I'll fix this, I promise." She didn't reply. She rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes, not because she believed him fully, but because she needed rest more than reassurance. He kissed her forehead. "I love you," he murmured. "And I love you," he whispered to his daughter. He meant it, every word. But love must stand. Love must speak. Love must choose. Love must be brave. And Sterling wasn't ready to be brave. Not yet. 2 years passed after Nova's birth. 2 long, quiet years where love lived inside their home, but truth never stepped outside it. From the outside, their life looked steady. A beautiful daughter, a warm apartment, routine, comfort, shared laughter, shared meals, shared mornings with Nova crawling into their bed. Inside that home, Sterling was a loving father and a devoted partner. He learned how to braid Nova's curls. He learned the songs that soothed her. He learned how to carry her while cooking breakfast with one hand. He learned to speak softly during late-night feedings. He loved his daughter with a depth that surprised even him. But love, even when deep, cannot survive without courage. And Sterling's courage stayed locked behind the expectations he carried from childhood. He never told his family about the marriage. He never told them about the baby. He never told them about the life he'd built that made him happier than any money, meeting, or family name ever could. He visited them occasionally, always alone, always returning with guilt clinging to him like dampness after rain. And every time he walked through their apartment door afterward, every time he hung up his coat, every time he greeted his wife with a soft kiss, something inside Niella grew heavier. Not because he didn't love her, she had no doubt about his love, but because he didn't claim her. Not in public, not in family circles, not even in simple conversations. And being hidden, being invisible, began to drain her from the inside out. It didn't happen suddenly. It happened in moments so small, she almost didn't notice them at first. Moments like Sterling stepping out to take a call from Elise, Sterling lowering his voice when his father asked if he was still single, Sterling brushing past her questions with tight smiles and vague promises. Sterling's family events that never included her name. Sterling saving photos of Nova only in private albums, never sharing, never posting, never celebrating. He kept his daughter hidden. He kept his wife hidden. He kept his world separated into 2 neat boxes. The life he lived with them, and the identity he protected with his family. And every day, Niella felt herself slipping into a role she never agreed to. The secret wife, the invisible mother, the woman his family didn't even know existed. At first, she tried to be understanding. She tried to be patient. She tried to give him time. But time passed. Nova grew, and nothing changed. Her mother was the first to say it. "Honey, are you sure this is what you want?" They were sitting at her mother's dining table one Saturday, Nova playing with a colorful set of blocks on the floor. Niella exhaled softly. "It's complicated. Is it?" her mother asked gently. "Or are you just trying to protect his feelings?" She didn't respond. Her aunt chimed in from across the table. "We've never met his family. That's not normal." "Not at all," another relative added. "Not after this long." Her mother reached over and touched her hand. "Love should not make you invisible," she said softly. "And a marriage should not feel like a second life." Niella blinked back tears. She didn't want to hear it, but she needed to. As Nova grew, she became curious, observant, quick to connect dots. One day, while coloring on the living room floor, she asked, "Mommy, where's Daddy's mommy?" Niella froze. Sterling stiffened from across the room. "Why do you ask, sweetheart?" Niella replied carefully. Nova shrugged. "Mommy has a mommy. I see Grandma. But Daddy doesn't bring his mommy." Sterling's jaw tensed. He sat beside his daughter, pulling her gently into his lap. "Grandma is busy," he said softly. "Too busy to meet me?" Nova asked innocently. The question sliced the air open. Sterling looked at Niella, shame flickering through his eyes. Nova looked between them. A child too young to understand, but old enough to feel something was missing. "Daddy's mommy will meet you one day," he whispered. He wanted to believe it. He feared it more than anything. At bedtime, when Sterling read Nova's stories, he sometimes paused slightly on pages with big family gatherings. He hesitated when she pointed at characters with grandparents. He swallowed hard when she asked why certain families had more people around them. He couldn't answer fully, not truthfully, and every hesitation, every falter, every quiet sigh, landed directly in Niella's chest like a stone, because she saw it all, his fear, his conflict, his longing to do right, his paralysis, his guilt, his love, his weakness. She held those feelings silently, because she loved him deeply. But the silence started to reshape her. She became quieter than usual, less playful, more withdrawn at night. Sterling noticed, and the noticing frightened him. One evening, after Nova was asleep, she asked softly, "When was the last time you told your parents you loved them?" He looked confused. "Yesterday," he said. "And when was the last time you told them about us?" He swallowed. "Niella, answer the question." He lowered his eyes. "I haven't." She nodded, tears pooling. "So you can speak love in one direction," she whispered, "but not the truth in another." He looked pained. "I'm trying." She raised a hand gently. "I'm not angry," she said. "I'm just tired." He reached for her, but she stepped back. "You hide me," she whispered, voice trembling. "But I built this life with you." Her voice broke then, just slightly. "I carried your daughter. I stood by your side. I held our home together. Yet your parents still think you're unmarried and alone." Sterling's heart cracked open. "Please," he whispered, eyes glistening, "don't give up on me." "I'm not giving up," she said. "I'm waking up." Over the next few months, her emotional energy dropped. She still loved him. She still cared for their daughter. She still hoped something would change. But she no longer waited by the door when he left. She no longer asked questions about family dinners. She no longer tried to persuade him. She didn't abandon the marriage. She abandoned the illusion that love alone could fix everything. Her friends noticed. Her mother noticed. Even Sterling noticed. "Are you okay?" he asked one night. She looked at him tiredly. "No," she whispered. "I'm not." And she had no idea how to say more. Because how do you explain the exhaustion of loving someone whose fear keeps shrinking your place in their world? 2 years of silence didn't destroy their marriage, but it changed it. It reshaped the way Niella saw herself. It reshaped the way she saw her husband. And slowly, painfully, she began to understand that love without truth becomes a burden, not a partnership. And every unspoken word, every hidden moment, every unanswered question was leading them toward a breaking point neither wanted, but both felt coming. The shift had been building for weeks. Quietly, steadily, unmistakably, Sterling had become more distracted, more absent, more restless, not because he didn't love his wife or daughter, but because the weight of 2 separate lives was crushing him. He carried guilt like a second heartbeat. He carried fear like a shadow. He carried expectations like chains wrapped around his chest. And yet, he kept moving through each day pretending nothing was wrong, until the night everything fell apart. It was nearly 11:40 p.m. when Sterling finally opened the apartment door. The living room was dim, lit only by a soft lamp. Nova's toys were neatly tucked away. Dinner sat cold on the counter, untouched. And Niella was seated quietly on the couch, waiting for him. She wasn't angry, not visibly, not in the way he expected, but her stillness carried something heavier. "Hey," he said softly, trying to sound normal. "I'm sorry I'm late. Elise needed—" "Stop." She didn't raise her voice. She didn't lash out. She just spoke with a firmness he'd never heard from her. He froze. "Please don't start with excuses," she said gently. "Not tonight." He swallowed hard. "Okay," he murmured. "Then, where do you want to start?" She stood, walked toward him slowly, and stopped just a few feet away. With a calmness that scared him, she asked, "Sterling, who am I to you?" His breath caught. "Niella, what do you mean?" She inhaled deeply. "I need you to say it, out loud. Who am I to you?" "You're my wife," he whispered. "And who is Nova?" "Our daughter." She nodded. "Then why," she continued softly, "do your parents still believe you're single?" He closed his eyes. "And why," she added, pain finally slipping into her voice, "does your mother talk to you about finding someone suitable, as if we don't exist?" His throat tightened. "And why," she whispered, "have you allowed them to erase us?" Sterling took a shaky breath. "I haven't erased you. You hide me," she said quietly. "You hide us." He stepped closer. "Please don't say that." "Why not?" she asked. "Is honesty too uncomfortable?" He winced. She looked directly into his eyes. Not angry, not screaming, just deeply hurt. "I built this life with you," she whispered. "Every piece of it, every sacrifice, every moment." She pressed a hand to her chest. "I carried our daughter for 9 months. I gave birth to her without a single member of your family meeting her or even knowing she existed." Tears filled his eyes. "And I have stood beside you," she said, "as you introduced me to no one." He stepped forward. "Niella." She stepped back. "No," she said firmly. "Tonight, you listen." Her voice trembled, but never broke. "I have waited. I have been patient. I have supported your fears. I have protected your anxieties. I have held space for your childhood experiences." She swallowed. "But I refuse to continue living in a version of this marriage where I am invisible." He shook his head, tears falling. "You're not invisible to me. I'm invisible to your world," she said softly. "And you are the one keeping me there." The truth cut through him like cold wind. He reached for her hand. She didn't move closer. "Sterling," she whispered, "our daughter is talking now. She knows what family means. She knows grandparents exist. What am I supposed to tell her when she asks why yours have never been here?" His face crumpled. "I'm trying—" "No," she said, shaking her head. "You're delaying." He felt the words like a blow. She continued, "You keep telling yourself the same story. I'll tell them when things calm down. I'll tell them when the timing is right. But the truth is, the timing won't magically appear. You have to choose it." Her eyes filled but didn't overflow. "And you haven't—" He collapsed onto the couch, head in his hands. "I don't know how to do this," he whispered. "I don't know how to face them. I don't know how to deal with their reaction." She sat opposite him, not touching, not comforting, but present. "You do know how," she said softly. "You just don't want to deal with the consequences." He didn't argue. He couldn't. She continued, voice steady. "You're afraid they'll judge you for marrying me. You're afraid they'll judge our daughter. You're afraid they'll say things you can't unhear." She leaned forward slightly. "And you're afraid to stand up to them." His breath shook violently. "I don't want to lose them," he whispered. "And what about us?" she asked. "You're losing us, slowly, quietly, day by day." He looked up, eyes wide and broken. "I love you," he said desperately. "I love our daughter. I don't want to lose you either." "Then act like it," she said softly. She stood and walked toward the hallway, pausing in the doorway. Her back was to him. Her voice was fragile but unshakable. "I don't want a divorce, Sterling. I'm not leaving you." Relief flashed across his face until she continued, "But I am done pretending we are okay." He froze. "I am done protecting your comfort at the expense of my dignity. I am done shrinking so that your family won't question your choices. I am done hoping you'll find courage you refuse to practice." She turned slightly, just enough for him to see the tears she finally let fall. "I'm not leaving you, but I am leaving the illusions." Those words shattered something inside him. They slept in the same bed that night, but it felt different. No snuggling, no whispered "I love you," no gentle touches, just silence. Nova slept peacefully in her room, unaware of the fracturing happening down the hall. The next morning, they moved around each other quietly. She cared for Nova. He dressed for work. He kept trying to find the right opening to speak. "Niella, can we talk?" She shook her head softly. "Not today. Not out of anger. Out of emotional exhaustion." He left for work with a heaviness he'd never felt before. Because for the first time in 8 years, he realized love wasn't enough if he couldn't be brave. And for the first time, she realized she could love a man deeply, without accepting the parts of him that hurt her. The morning after the confrontation, their home felt different, not broken, not hostile, but quieter. A silence not rooted in anger, but in truth. It was the kind of silence that comes after someone finally says the words they've been swallowing for years. Niella moved through the house gently, caring for Nova, folding laundry, preparing breakfast. Sterling hovered nearby like a man afraid to breathe wrong. He wanted to hold her. He wanted to talk. He wanted to explain everything he'd never been brave enough to face. But she wasn't in a space to receive explanations. She wasn't cold. She wasn't cruel. She was distant. Not the dismissive kind of distance, but the protective kind. A woman guarding the last pieces of her self-worth. They still lived together, still co-parented, still shared routines, but energy changes speak louder than arguments. When he reached for her hand, she gently pulled away. When he kissed her cheek before work, she offered a polite smile but didn't lean into it. When he asked how her day was, she answered briefly, not shutting him out, but no longer pouring into conversations the way she used to. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't manipulation. It wasn't a tactic. It was emotional survival. It was what happens when love tries its best, but exhaustion arrives anyway. One evening, he found her in the nursery rocking Nova to sleep. "She's finally out," Niella whispered as she laid her daughter in the crib. Sterling stepped behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. She froze, not harshly, not dramatically, but enough for him to feel the truth. She wasn't comfortable in his arms anymore. He released her slowly. "Are we okay?" he asked softly. She didn't turn around. "We're surviving," she said. He inhaled sharply. "Niella." She walked past him, heading toward the living room. He followed. "Can we talk?" he asked. She sat on the couch. He sat next to her. She didn't inch away, but she didn't lean in either. "What do you want to talk about?" she asked calmly. "Us," he said. She nodded. "Then speak." He swallowed. "I know I've hurt you." She didn't interrupt. "I know I've been weak. I know I've let fear guide me more than truth, and I hate that I've caused all of this." Her eyes softened briefly, because despite the pain, she knew he meant every word. "I want to fix this," Sterling continued. "I want to be better for you, for Nova. I want to stand up to my family. I want to introduce you. I want to stop living two lives." Her heart fluttered, not in excitement, but in sorrow, because she had heard these promises before. She had believed them before, and she had watched them unravel into the same silence every time. She spoke quietly. "Wanting and doing are two different things, Sterling." He nodded, eyes glistening. I know. Words don't rebuild trust," she added softly. "Actions do." He lowered his head. "I'll show you," he said. "I promise." She inhaled gently. Good, but her voice didn't carry joy. It carried fatigue, and he heard it. That week, she stopped pretending everything was fine. She stopped covering for him with her family, stopped hoping his mother would call, stopped expecting invitations, stopped imagining a future where courage came easily to him. She didn't leave the marriage physically, but she left the fantasy that love alone could conquer the fear he never confronted. She started protecting herself emotionally. When he apologized excessively, she responded with a quiet nod instead of reassurance. When he spiraled into self-blame, she redirected him. "Sterling, this isn't about guilt, it's about responsibility." When he said, "I'll talk to them soon," she didn't ask for a date. She simply said, "Do what you believe is right," because she no longer wanted promises. She wanted growth, and until that happened, she had nothing left to give to the illusion she once lived in. When he kissed her good morning, she turned her cheek slightly so it brushed, but didn't savor the contact. When he hugged her from behind while she cooked, she stepped forward gently to focus on the food. When he reached for her hand in public, she kept hers by her side, not rejecting him, just no longer reaching back automatically. When he shared stories about work, she listened but didn't ask follow-up questions. When he complimented her, she smiled politely, not playfully. The marriage was still alive, but the closeness was bruised. The spark was dim. The trust was fragile, and Sterling felt every inch of that shift. As weeks passed, his intentions grew stronger. He researched therapists. He drafted long messages to his mother and deleted them. He planned imaginary conversations where everything went perfectly. He even rehearsed how to introduce Nova, but when the moment arrived, the phone in his hand, his mother's number dialed, his heart pounding, fear returned like a reflex. He hung up before the first ring. Every time, he told himself, tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow. But tomorrow came, and tomorrow left, and nothing changed. The promises he made stayed inside his chest, never reaching his hands, never reaching reality, never reaching the woman who needed action more than affection. One evening after dinner, Sterling reached for her hand. "Can we try again?" he asked quietly. "Try what?" She responded gently. "To be close, to feel like us again." She looked at their intertwined fingers. "I'm here," she whispered, "but I'm healing." He felt the sting of that truth. She added softly, "I'm not punishing you. I'm protecting myself." He nodded slowly. "I understand." But understanding didn't lessen the ache. Children feel what adults don't say. Nova became clingier with her mother, more watchful of her father, more cautious when the room went quiet. One night, she asked, "Daddy, why does Mommy look sad?" Sterling's chest tightened. "Mommy's just tired," he said gently. Niela overheard from the hallway. Her heart broke slightly. Because she wasn't tired. She was wounded, and wounds heal slower than exhaustion. She didn't leave the marriage, but she left the illusions built around it. And once a woman stops believing in illusions, the relationship shifts forever. Sterling still loved her deeply, but love alone couldn't carry the weight of fear. And Niela still loved him, but she loved herself enough to step back from the shadows she'd been living in. This distance would define the next chapter, a chapter that would stretch their marriage thinner than either of them imagined. The breaking point did not announce itself with drama or warning. It arrived quietly, the same way Sterling's fear had seeped into their marriage, the same way silence had stretched between them. It started as fatigue. For weeks, he brushed it off. "I'm just tired. I've had long days at work. I'll rest this weekend." But the weekends came and went, and rest never seemed to help. He lost weight slowly. His appetite faded. His hands trembled slightly when he thought no one was watching. He winced when he stood up too fast. And sometimes when he thought she wasn't looking, he pressed a hand to his chest like something inside him was tightening. But Niela always noticed, because even in their emotional distance, she was still connected to him. One night, she approached him gently. "You okay?" she asked while he sat at the edge of their bed, breathing harder than usual. "Just tired," he insisted. "You keep saying that because it's true," but it wasn't true, and she knew it. Still, she didn't push. Not then. She was still healing, still protecting herself. But her intuition whispered, "Something is wrong." It happened on a Thursday evening. Niela was in the kitchen preparing dinner, Nova sitting on the floor drawing with markers. Sterling was in the living room, trying to put together a small shelf for Nova's toys. He wanted to surprise her. He wanted to feel useful. He wanted to prove, maybe to himself, that he could still hold their family together. But the moment he knelt down, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. He gripped the edge of the shelf but tried to shake it off. "Daddy, look," Nova chirped, lifting her drawing. Sterling forced a smile. "It's beautiful," he said weakly. But as he stood to walk toward her, his vision blurred. His legs gave out before he could take another step. The crash shook the room. "Sterling," Niela shouted, rushing out of the kitchen. She reached him in seconds, dropping to her knees beside him. His body convulsed once, then went completely still except for shallow, uneven breaths. His face was pale, too pale. Cold sweat coated his forehead. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused. "Sterling, talk to me," she cried, shaking his shoulders gently. "Stay with me." "I'm fine," he whispered, but the words slurred. "No, you're not. Look at me." "Look at me, Sterling," Nova whimpered from behind her. "Mommy, what's wrong with Daddy?" Niela tried to steady her voice. "Baby, stay over there. Mommy's helping him." She grabbed her phone with trembling hands and called 911. Hello? My husband collapsed. He's breathing, but he's not responsive. Please, please hurry. Her voice cracked, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she cradled his head on her lap. Sterling blinked slowly, struggling to stay conscious. I'm okay, he whispered again. You're not okay, she said, tears spilling. Stop pretending. Please stop pretending. He swallowed hard, guilt flickering in his eyes even in that moment. I didn't want to scare you. You already have, she whispered, brushing sweaty strands of hair off his forehead. The sirens cut through the neighborhood within minutes. 2 paramedics rushed into the apartment. What happened? One asked as they knelt beside him. He collapsed. He's been tired for weeks. He hasn't been eating. He's been dizzy. Please just help him, Niela said, her words stumbling into each other. The paramedics checked his vitals quickly. Blood pressure's low, one muttered. Pulse irregular, the other added. His breathing's shallow. Let's get him on the stretcher. Sterling tried to sit up. No, I'm fine. Just give me a minute. The paramedic pressed him gently back down. Sir, you need medical attention right now. Sterling closed his eyes. He looked small, frail, like the weight he'd been carrying had finally crushed him. Niela grabbed his hand. Sterling, she whispered. Let them help you. He turned his head slightly toward her voice. I'm sorry, he murmured. For what? For everything. Her chest tightened painfully. Just hold on, she whispered. Hold on for us. The ambulance sped through the Atlanta streets, sirens wailing. Niela sat in the back holding Sterling's hand, Nova held by a friend who rushed over to help. Sterling drifted in and out of consciousness. Once, he whispered, don't leave me. I'm right here, she said, gripping his hand tighter. At the hospital, nurses wheeled him into a room immediately. Doctors spoke in quick, urgent phrases. Severe dehydration, possible internal issue, run a full panel, prepare imaging. Niela stood just outside the curtain, both arms wrapped around herself. Her mind raced. What if he doesn't wake up? What if he didn't collapse because he was tired? What if something deeper is wrong? She didn't realize she was crying until a nurse touched her arm gently. We're doing everything we can, the nurse said kindly. Niela nodded, unable to speak. After what felt like hours, but was only 20 minutes, a doctor stepped out of the room. Mrs. Wade? She steadied herself. Yes? We're stabilizing him. He's conscious now, but extremely weak. We'll need further tests. Is he okay? She whispered. The doctor paused, not a long pause, but enough. He will need to stay overnight. We're concerned about internal causes for his collapse. Her heartbeat dropped into her stomach. Internal causes? What does that mean? We won't know until the imaging and labs come back. She swallowed. Can I see him? Yes. The doctor nodded. But he needs rest. She pushed the curtain aside slowly. Sterling lay on the bed, pale, exhausted, and 4 attached to his arm. He looked up weakly. You're here, he whispered, as if surprised. Where else would I be? She asked, voice breaking. She sat beside him. His hand trembled as he reached for hers. I didn't want you to worry. She looked at him with disbelief. You collapsed in our living room, Sterling. He winced. I thought it would pass. Nothing about tonight looked like something that would pass, she whispered. He closed his eyes. A single tear rolled down his temple. I'm scared, he confessed in a voice so small it shattered her. She leaned forward, resting her forehead gently against his. Me too. When the nurse stepped out, she whispered, How long have you been feeling like this? He hesitated. Sterling, she said firmly. A few months. Her stomach twisted. Months? He nodded weakly. And you didn't tell me. I didn't want to add more stress, he said softly. I saw how tired you were, how distant. I didn't want to make things worse. Worse, she repeated, confused. Sterling, your health isn't a burden. It's your life. I didn't want you to think I was failing again, he whispered. Her heart cracked open again. Oh, Sterling, she breathed. This isn't failure. This is your body asking for help. She brushed her thumb across his knuckles. Why didn't you come to me? I thought if I ignored it, it would go away. She closed her eyes, fighting tears. Fear had controlled him for years. Fear had shaped their marriage, and now fear had followed him into his own body. Sometimes life forces truths into the open, truths people spend years avoiding. Sterling had spent so long hiding the emotional wounds of his past that he didn't notice the physical signs of his present. And on that hospital bed, surrounded by machines and quiet alarms, he realized something terrifying. He could lose the family he spent years hiding. Before he ever had the chance to make things right, Sterling barely slept through the night. Every time he drifted off, pain woke him. Niella stayed by his side, holding his hand, brushing sweat from his forehead, whispering reassurances she didn't feel. By morning, the doctor returned with a clipboard in hand. Nothing about his expression was casual. Niella's heart began to pound. "Mr. Wade," the doctor said gently, "we have the results from your tests." Niella stood, fingers tightening around Sterling's hand. The doctor took a slow breath, one practiced by people who deliver news no one wants to hear. "I'm afraid the scans show something serious." Sterling's jaw clenched. Niella's legs felt weak. "There are signs of an advanced malignancy," the doctor continued carefully. "Based on the scans, it appears to be widespread." Niella felt the room tilt for a second. Sterling blinked slowly, confused. "What does that mean?" he whispered. "It means," the doctor said softly, "you have cancer. And it's not early." The words hit like a blow. Sterling's lips parted soundlessly. Niella's hand flew to her mouth. "No," she whispered. "No, that can't be right. He just collapsed. He was tired. I'm so sorry," the doctor said, "but the disease has been progressing for some time." Sterling's eyes filled. "How long?" he asked softly. The doctor hesitated. "It's difficult to say exactly, but based on the spread, at least a year. Possibly longer. A year. A year of tired excuses, weight loss, pain he hid, symptoms he ignored, moments he brushed off." Niella nearly collapsed into the chair. How long had he been suffering? How long had she missed the signs because they were busy trying to fix everything else? He didn't cry immediately. He didn't panic. He closed his eyes and whispered one sentence. "I wasted so much time." His voice cracked on the last word. Niella grabbed his face with trembling hands. "Don't say that," she begged. "Please don't say that." He looked at her with devastation. "I spent years hiding the people I love," he whispered. "And now I might not get the time to fix it." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Sterling, we don't know the next steps yet. We don't know the plan. Just breathe. Please breathe." But breathing was the hardest thing he'd ever done. "We're going to schedule a biopsy," the doctor continued. "We need exact confirmation of the type and stage, but based on what we see, we're concerned. Is it treatable?" Niella asked through tears. "In some cases, yes," the doctor said gently. "But advanced disease is more challenging. We'll know more after further testing." Sterling swallowed. "So, what happens now?" "You'll meet with oncology," the doctor said. "We'll build a treatment plan. You're not alone in this." Niella squeezed his hand. "We're right here," she whispered. "We're not going anywhere." The doctor nodded sympathetically. "We'll give you a moment," and he left them in a silence more painful than screaming. When the curtain closed behind the doctor, Sterling curled forward, elbows on his knees, hands covering his face. A sound escaped him, one she had never heard in all their years together. A low, painful sob. "Sterling," she whispered, placing a hand on his back. "I'm dying," he choked out. She shook her head fiercely. "We don't know that." "I can feel it," he whispered. "I've felt it for months. I thought it was exhaustion. I thought it was stress. I thought it was guilt." He lifted his head, eyes red and broken. "But it was my body falling apart," he said, while I kept pretending everything was fine. His shoulders shook violently as he cried harder. "I should have told you," he sobbed. "I should have gone to a doctor. I should have said something." Niella moved closer, wrapping her arms around him. "Please don't blame yourself," she whispered. "Please." But he did. He blamed himself for everything. For the years of silence. For the fear. For the collapse. For the lost time. For the pain unfolding in front of them. For the life he built in pieces instead of whole. "I wasted so much time," he repeated, voice cracking again. "No," she whispered, holding him tighter. "We still have time. We still have a chance. We're going to fight this." He shook his head, tears dripping onto her shoulder. "You shouldn't have to fight with me," he said brokenly. "You deserve a husband who isn't drowning in regret." Her voice trembled. "I deserve the truth," she whispered. "And I have it now. So whatever comes next, we face it together." He pressed his forehead against hers. "I'm sorry," he whispered, "for everything I put you through, for all the ways I hid you, for every moment I made you feel small, for every time I let fear win." Her tears spilled harder. "I forgive you," she said, "but I need you to fight. For me, for Nova, for yourself." He nodded weakly. "I'll try," he whispered. But she could tell this diagnosis didn't just change his body, it changed his mind, his heart, his priorities, his sense of time. After Sterling fell asleep, drained from pain and emotion, a nurse approached her quietly. "Do you need anything?" she asked gently. Niella wiped her cheeks. "I need him to live," she whispered. The nurse's eyes softened. "We'll do everything we can." When she left, Niella sat in the dark beside his bed. She watched his chest rise and fall, listened to the soft rhythm of his breathing, studied the man who had given her joy and heartbreak in equal measure, and she realized something painful but grounding. She was still in love with him, still committed to him, still willing to fight for him, despite the distance, despite the fear, despite the years of not being claimed, despite the exhaustion, because love wasn't the problem. Fear was, and now fear had shifted into something larger, something neither of them could avoid anymore. Truth has a way of revealing itself when the body can no longer carry hidden pain. For Sterling, cancer didn't just expose illness. It exposed regret, the regret of silence, the regret of wasted time, the regret of choosing fear over love. And as the diagnosis settled into the room like heavy air, one thing became undeniable. Their marriage would never look the same again, but there was still love, still hope, still a chance for forgiveness. In the time they had left, the morning after Sterling's diagnosis was quiet, too quiet for a family that used to wake up to Nova's laughter echoing through the apartment. Instead, the hospital room was filled with beeping machines, soft footsteps from nurses in the hallway, and Sterling staring at the ceiling as if trying to rewrite fate with his thoughts. Niella sat beside him, holding his hand, not because everything between them had healed, but because compassion doesn't need perfect conditions. He turned his head toward her slowly. "Are you okay?" he whispered. She let out a shaky breath. "You're the one in a hospital bed," she replied softly. "I should be asking you that." He didn't smile. His face held something deeper. Fear, realization, and a kind of sorrow that changed the shape of a man. For the first hour of the morning, he barely spoke. He watched the 4 in his arm. He watched nurses charting his vitals. He watched the door, as if expecting someone to walk in and tell him it was all a mistake. Finally, he whispered, "I'm not ready." Niella leaned closer. "Not ready for what?" "For this," he said, voice cracking. "For dying." Her breath caught. "You're not dying," she insisted softly. "We don't know anything yet. We haven't heard the treatment options." He looked at her with a gentle sadness. "Niella, my body knew before the doctors did. I felt it. I just didn't want to face it." She squeezed his hand hard. "I won't let you talk like that." He closed his eyes. "But what if the tests confirm it's already advanced? What if there's not enough time to fix anything? What if—" She covered his mouth gently with her hand. "Stop," she whispered. "Just stop." He swallowed, tears filling his eyes. He reached up and held her wrist. His voice was barely a breath. "I need more time." She froze, not because of the words, but because of the way he said them. He wasn't bargaining with her. He wasn't bargaining with doctors. He wasn't bargaining with himself. He was begging the universe. "For you," he whispered. "For Nova. For everything I should have done." Her heart cracked open. "Sterling, I wasted years hiding you," he said, voice trembling. "Years I could have spent proud. Years I could have spent strong. Years I could have held you without fear." She shook her head. "Don't do this. We're not looking back right now." He wiped his eyes with his free hand. "But that's all I can see," he whispered. "Everything I didn't do. Everything I was too scared to face." His voice cracked harder. "I thought I had forever to fix it. A tear slid down her cheek. "You still have time," she whispered. "We don't know the limits yet. You're not alone in this." He turned his head away, overwhelmed. "But I don't deserve the help," he said softly. "Not after everything I put you through." She leaned closer. "This isn't about deserving," she whispered. "This is about living." His chin quivered, and another tear fell. "I want to live," he whispered. "I want to stay. I want to walk Nova to school. I want to grow old with you. I want to make things right." Her heart squeezed painfully. "Then fight," she said. "Fight with everything you have left." That afternoon, her friend brought Nova to the hospital. The moment the little girl walked into the room, the energy shifted. "Daddy?" Nova called softly, clutching a stuffed bunny. Sterling's eyes brightened with a painful tenderness. "Hey, baby girl," he whispered. Nova climbed onto the bed carefully, laying beside him. "Why you look tired?" she asked. He smiled weakly. "I just got a little sick, sweetheart, but I'm okay." Her eyes studied him carefully. Children can see truths adults hide. "You don't look okay," she whispered. The honesty hit him harder than any doctor's words. He swallowed. "I'm trying to be," he said softly. She rested her head on his arm and wrapped her tiny fingers around his thumb. "Don't be sick, Daddy," she whispered. His chest shook. "I'll try," he whispered. "I'll try really hard." Niella had to turn away for a moment, unable to hide her tears. For the next few hours, he did his best to smile. He told Nova a story. He made silly faces. He asked for her drawings. He held her close and kissed her curls. But every movement hurt. Every breath felt heavier. Every laugh ended with a soft grimace. Niella watched him with a breaking heart. She remembered their early marriage. How full of promise it was. How strong he held her. How he kissed her forehead as if she was the center of his world. She remembered the birth of their daughter, his tears of joy, his devotion, his trembling hands holding newborn Nova. She remembered the silence, the unspoken pain, the hidden marriage, the years she felt invisible. But now she only saw the man she loved, broken, vulnerable, desperate for another chance. After Nova fell asleep in Niella's arms, Sterling stared at them from the hospital bed. "You're my world," he whispered. "Both of you." Niella gently rocked their sleeping daughter. "And you're ours," she said softly. His voice wavered. "I don't want to leave you. I don't want to miss her growing up. I don't want you doing everything alone. I don't want my fear to be the last thing people remember about me." Niella's chest tightened. "Stop talking like you won't survive," she said gently. He shook his head. "I'm not talking about dying. I'm talking about living right." She froze. He continued, voice trembling. "I want a second chance. With you, with our daughter, with everything I messed up." She held his gaze. "Then fight for it," she whispered again. "Fight like your life depends on it." He closed his eyes. "It does." Facing illness didn't just weaken Sterling's body. It forced him to confront the parts of himself he'd spent years avoiding. For the first time, fear didn't silence him. It pushed him to speak, to confess, to finally choose his family over his history. But wanting more time is not the same as having it. And in the days ahead, Sterling would learn that the weight of regret is heavier than any diagnosis. Night settled heavily over the hospital. Nova had been taken home by a family friend. Niella stayed by Sterling's bedside, scrolling through her phone quietly, trying to distract herself from the growing fear in her chest. But Sterling didn't sleep. He lay still, staring at the ceiling, listening to the soft beeping beside him, feeling the weight of every choice he had made. Guilt moved inside him like a slow ache, not sharp, not sudden, but deep, heavy, and unavoidable. For the first time in his life, he couldn't run from it. He closed his eyes. Immediately, memories flooded in. Not the obvious ones. Not the wedding. Not the day Nova was born. No, it was the small moments. Moments he ignored at the time. Memory first. Niella sitting on the couch the night he came home from a family dinner alone. Her face quiet, her eyes searching. She asked, "Did they ask about me?" He remembered how his throat tightened, how he avoided her gaze, how he said, "They're going through a lot. It wasn't the right moment." He remembered her faint nod. Not angry, just hurt. At the time, he pretended not to notice. But now, he felt that moment punch straight through his chest. Memory second. The morning Nova asked why she'd never met Daddy's mommy. Her little voice. Too busy for me? He remembered the lump in his throat, the shame that made him swallow hard. He remembered telling her, she'll meet you one day, knowing it was a lie. Memory third. The night Niella whispered, I feel invisible. He had tried to brush it off. I love you. Isn't that enough? She had turned away. He didn't understand then. Now he felt the magnitude of that sentence. Memory fourth. The argument in the living room. Her saying, you hide me, but I built this life with you. He remembered her eyes, full of love, full of pain. He had sworn he'd change, but change never came. Sterling pressed a hand against his forehead. He whispered into the darkness, what did I do? The truth was simple. He didn't lose years. He wasted them. He wasted nights he could have spent proudly introducing his wife, with her hand in his. Days he could have taken photos of Nova and sent them to parents who never knew she existed. Moments he could have stood strong, but instead retreated into silence. Years of love, kept hidden, behind excuses, behind fear, behind not the right time. Now, staring at the ceiling in a hospital room, with a cancer diagnosis hanging over him, he realized something devastating. Those years weren't coming back. He whispered, I messed everything up. Niella looked up from her phone. What did you say? He shook his head, wiping his eyes. Nothing, but she knew. She always knew. She stood slowly and walked to his bedside, sitting beside him. Talk to me, she said softly. He turned his head away. I don't want you to see me like this. Like what? She asked. Weak. She reached for his chin and guided it back to face her. Sterling, your illness doesn't make you weak, she said gently. Your silence did. He flinched. She softened her tone. But you are here. You are trying. And that means something. His eyes filled. I'm so sorry. She didn't interrupt. I'm sorry for every dinner I went to without you. Every phone call I took in private. Every picture I didn't post. Every lie by omission. Every moment I made you feel like you were living in a shadow. Niella swallowed hard. Why now? She asked softly. He answered with the truth he avoided for years. Because I might not have much time left. Her chest tightened. Not from surprise, but from the reality she'd been trying not to face. Don't say that, she whispered. I need to say it, he insisted. I need you to understand why I'm breaking, why I keep apologizing, why I can't sleep. He covered his face as his voice cracked. I thought I would have years to fix what I broke, years to introduce you, years to show our daughter where I came from, years to stop being afraid. And now, he dropped his hands, tears pouring down his face silently. Now I'm scared I waited too long, he continued, voice trembling. I should have fought for you. I should have stood up to them. I should have chosen you every time, every day. Without hesitation, he clutched the blanket tightly. You gave me love I didn't earn. You gave me a family I didn't defend. You gave me everything, and I hid you. His voice cracked again. I hid joy. I hid truth. I hid the best parts of my life. Niella couldn't stop her tears now. She covered his hand with hers. You're facing it now, she whispered. That's what matters. He shook his head. Facing it now doesn't undo what I lost. Her voice trembled. What do you think you lost? He looked up at her, eyes red, voice barely audible. Time. The word broke her. He looked out the window, tears sliding quietly. I wasted time because I was afraid of judgment, because I thought I could keep both worlds separate, because I thought I was protecting everyone. His chin quivered. But all I did was hurt the people I love the most. She wiped her cheeks gently. We can't change the past, she whispered, but we can still choose the future. He held her gaze. Will you let me try? He whispered. She nodded slowly. I never stopped wanting you to. He closed his eyes, relief and sorrow blending together. As she stood to grab him water, another memory struck him unexpectedly. A memory he had buried. Memory fifth. The day after their wedding. Niella had shown him a framed picture of them, smiling brightly in their small ceremony. She had said softly, "I can't wait for your family to meet me." He remembered kissing her forehead and saying, "Soon." But soon never came. He saw the hope in her eyes that day, the excitement, the trust, and now, in a hospital bed years later, he realized that was the moment. He first broke her heart, not intentionally, not loudly, but with delay, with avoidance, with fear. He pressed his palms against his eyes and whispered, "God, forgive me." Guilt can be its own kind of illness. Slow, heavy, and consuming, Sterling had spent years fearing the wrong things, and now, faced with the possibility of limited time, he finally feared the right one, a life unlived. He faced the truth that hiding his family didn't protect them. It erased the moments he could never get back. And as regret washed over him, one realization settled deep in his heart. He wasted years he could have spent loving boldly. The hospital room was dim and quiet. Sterling resting in the bed with monitors softly beeping beside him. Niella sitting close enough to reach him but far enough to give him space. The world outside felt paused until the door opened, slowly, unexpectedly, carrying voices they hadn't heard in years. "Elise, I think this is the right room. I'm not sure." They said, "ICU wing." Then they stepped in. Elise Wade, poised, crisply dressed, expression sharp. Charles Wade, stiff suit, perfect posture, face tightened with concern. They froze the moment they crossed the threshold. Their eyes landed first on Sterling, pale, connected to tubes, weak. Then their attention snapped to the woman seated beside him, a black woman, holding his hand, with a quiet, unmistakable intimacy. The siblings exchanged a jarring look, as if the universe had tilted beneath them. And then they saw the family photo resting on the bedside table. Sterling, Niella, and Nova, smiling together on a sunny afternoon. Elise's breath caught. "Sterling, what is going on?" Charles stepped forward, eyebrows pulling together. "You collapsed and ended up in the hospital and no one told us until hours later." Sterling shifted against the pillows, the movement straining his already weak body. "I didn't want you rushing," he began. "We're your family," Elise snapped. "Of course, we came." Then her eyes cut sharply to Niella. And who is she?" The question sliced through the room like glass. Niella inhaled slowly, preparing for hostility she always knew would come, just not like this. But Sterling spoke before she could answer. "Elise," he whispered, "this is my wife." The siblings froze. His wife? Charles's head jerked slightly, as if he needed a second to process. "Your wife?" he repeated. Sterling nodded. "Yes." Elise stared at the ring on Niella's finger, then back at her brother with disbelief. "Since when?" she demanded. 8 years, Sterling answered softly. Both siblings went utterly still. Their shock turned into something else, something judgmental, calculating, incredulous. 8 years, Elise repeated, voice rising. "You've been married for 8 years and never told us?" "Sterling," Charles said slowly, "that's not possible." Sterling met their eyes with a tired but unwavering gaze. "It's possible," he said. "Because it's true." She stared at Niella with a tone that wasn't subtle. "Where did you two even meet?" The question wasn't curious. It was accusatory, suspicious, as if marriage was something he had fallen into by mistake. Niella held her posture. "At a fundraiser event in Atlanta," she replied calmly. Elise's gaze hardened. "And you've been together ever since?" she asked, voice coated in disbelief. "Yes," Niella replied. "We've built a family." Charles stepped closer to the bedside. "Sterling," he said slowly, "why would you hide something like this?" Before Sterling could answer, Elise added sharply, "Why didn't you tell us you were involved with someone?" The word involved hit like another blow. Not married, not in love, not building a life. Involved. Sterling's breathing became shallow, overwhelmed by tension pressing against his chest. Niella leaned toward him. "Take your time," she whispered. "Don't force an answer." Her calmness surprised Elise. "You speak for him?" Elise snapped. "No," Niella replied evenly. "I speak to him." "There's a difference." Sterling closed his eyes briefly, fighting pain and emotion. He whispered, "I hid it because I knew exactly how you'd react." That sentence alone made the siblings stiffen. He ran a hand through his hair, pacing a few steps. "Sterling, why didn't you introduce her? Why didn't you bring her home? Why?" "Because you always had opinions about who I should date," Sterling said softly. "And about the type of woman you thought fit our family image." Elise scoffed. "That is not fair." "It's true," Sterling whispered. His voice wasn't loud, but it was the strongest thing he'd said to them in years. Elise folded her arms. "So let me get this straight," she said slowly. "You married a woman we've never heard of. You had a child we've never met. And you never thought we deserved to know?" Her voice rose with each word. Sterling flinched at the phrase "deserve to know," because they weren't owed his happiness. They weren't owed control over his heart. Still, guilt etched itself deeper into the lines around his eyes. "I should have told you," he whispered. Charles interrupted sharply. "Sterling, do you understand how this looks?" Niella stiffened. He wasn't asking about concern. He was asking about reputation, public image, family pride, appearance, all the things Sterling grew up suffocating under. Sterling swallowed. "How it looks doesn't matter anymore," he said softly. Elise's eyes flashed. "To you, maybe. But our family name—" Niella inhaled sharply, but stayed silent. Sterling's hand twitched weakly. "My health is failing," he said quietly. "I don't care about the family name right now." Elise ignored that completely. "Sterling, people will talk," she said. "They will wonder where she came from. They'll think—" She cut herself off suddenly, because she realized what she almost said aloud. But the silence said everything. Niella felt her heart sink, not because she didn't expect prejudice, but because hearing it nearly surface broke something fragile inside her. "Let's slow down," he said. "We're all emotional. This is a shock." Elise nodded stiffly. "We didn't expect to walk in and find you here with—" She gestured vaguely toward Niella. "With what? A stranger? An outsider? Something unspoken?" But before she could finish, the doctor entered the room. "Mr. Wade," he said gently, "we're ready for your next set of tests." Sterling nodded weakly. Elise turned sharply to the doctor. "What's happening? What tests? What is wrong with him?" The doctor glanced between Sterling and Niella. "I'll let your brother explain," he said politely. And then the doctor left, leaving all four of them in a room saturated with secrets, shame, and long overdue truth. "So," she said to Sterling, "you're sick, seriously sick, and you let her handle everything? Her, not the woman he loved, not the mother of his child, not his wife, just her." Niella lowered her gaze, steadying herself, not because she was weak, but because anger would only feed Elise's prejudice. Sterling opened his eyes slowly, and for the first time in his life, he did not stay silent. The air in the hospital room thickened after Elise's cutting question. "So you're seriously ill, and you let her handle everything?" The contempt in the word "her" echoed across every quiet space in the room. Elise didn't see a wife. She didn't see a partner. She didn't see a woman who built a home, carried a child, loved deeply. She saw inconvenience, intrusion, an interruption to the Wade reputation. Something inside Sterling broke. Slowly, painfully, but unmistakably. He lifted his head. His breathing was shallow, his body weak, but his voice came from every piece of regret he carried. "Elise, don't speak to her like that." The entire room froze. Elise blinked. "What?" "I said," Sterling repeated, stronger this time, "don't speak to my wife like that." The word wife hit the room like a crack of thunder. Niella inhaled sharply, stunned. He had never said it like that. Not in public, not in private confrontations, never with conviction. But now? Now the word left his lips with ownership, love, and pain interwoven. "Sterling," she scoffed, "you are sick and confused. You can't possibly think—" He cut her off. "No, don't do that." The firmness in his tone stunned her into silence. "For years," he continued, "I let you opinion shape my life. I let you and Charles have a say in who I dated, who I left, where I went, what I chose." Charles opened his mouth, but Sterling didn't let him speak. "I hid things to keep the peace with both of you. I hid things because I grew up believing I had to be perfect for this family. That I had to choose partners you approved of. His breathing hitched, but he pushed through. But I'm done hiding. So that's what this is? You're attacking us because you made irrational decisions. No, Sterling interrupted. I'm finally telling the truth. He pointed weakly but firmly toward Niela. She is my wife. She has been my wife for 8 years. Elise's jaw tightened. That doesn't justify your secrecy. It wasn't secrecy, Sterling said softly. It was survival. Niela watched him, tears welling, not from sadness, but from witnessing him finally do what she prayed for years he would find the courage to do. So let me understand this, Charles said with controlled irritation. You married someone without our knowledge. You had a child without telling us. You built an entire life and just cut your family out. Sterling looked up at him. I didn't cut anyone out. I protected the people I love from the environment that shaped us. Elise scoffed. Oh, please. No, Sterling snapped gently. Listen. He turned to Niela, reached for her hand. She hesitated, then placed her fingers into his slowly. Her touch steadied him. I spent years terrified you. He looked at Elise, and you, his eyes, moved to Charles, would judge her because she didn't come from money, because she didn't go to the schools you approve of, because she didn't fit the mold our parents pushed onto us. Elise's eyebrows raised sharply. You're exaggerating. Am the first? Sterling asked. Or is it that you just don't like hearing it said out loud? Elise said nothing. Sterling continued, voice trembling. I knew you'd tear her apart, that you'd examine everything, from where she grew up to the way she talks to how she looks. His voice dropped, filled with shame. I married the best person I've ever known, and I hid her because I was afraid of my own family. Niela's eyes burned with tears. Elise's expression cracked, defensive, not remorseful. So this is our fault now? Elise demanded. Your fear is our responsibility? Yes, Sterling said softly. Because it came from you. He took a shaky breath. For years, all I heard growing up was who was appropriate, who was proper, who would make the family look good. I learned very young that choosing love wasn't enough. I had to choose someone who fit the Wade brand. Charles stiffened. That's not fair. It's reality, Sterling interrupted. He squeezed Niela's hand tighter. And because of that, I hurt her. I hurt our daughter. I robbed both of them of recognition. I let fear dictate my choices. Elise crossed her arms. You're blaming us for your weakness? Sterling looked at her with a pained honesty. Yes. The room went still. I'm not here to argue, she said quietly. Elise turned toward her sharply. You certainly have a lot to gain from this situation. Niela didn't flinch. I gain nothing from being hidden, she replied gently. Nothing from raising a child without grandparents who should have loved her. Charles scoffed. We didn't even know she existed. And whose fault is that? Niela asked softly. You think I asked to be hidden? You think I wanted him to keep secrets? Sterling looked at her, eyes filling. Niela kept her voice steady. I loved him. That was my only intention, and I gave him a home built on trust. But he spent years torn between us and the expectations you placed on him. She didn't raise her tone. She didn't insult. She didn't argue. But every word cut deeper than shouting ever could. So all these years, Elise said slowly, you expected us to just accept this out of nowhere? Sterling's eyes hardened. Weak body. Strong voice. Yes, he said simply. Because she deserved acceptance. She deserved warmth. She deserved family. And I didn't give her that because of how I feared you would react. And look, he added quietly, I was right. Elise's mouth opened, then closed. Charles frowned deeply. This is a mess, he muttered. A huge, complicated mess. It's my mess, Sterling said, not hers. For the first time in his life, Sterling Wade didn't shrink. He didn't apologize for loving her. He didn't minimize their marriage. He didn't step aside for his siblings' comfort. He didn't prioritize reputation over truth. He lifted his chin. She is my wife, he said clearly. She always has been. The room froze. Elise's eyes widened at the firmness in his tone. Charles inhaled sharply. Niela covered her mouth as tears finally slipped through her fingers. Sterling squeezed her hand, grounding himself in her presence. And Nova, he continued, is my daughter, the child I love more than anything in this world. His voice cracked. I should have told you years ago. I didn't, but I will not let anyone disrespect them. Not now, not ever. Silence filled the room, a silence built from shock, truth, and the collapse of a years-long lie. A silence that marked the moment Sterling Wade finally chose his family, not the one he was born into, but the one he built. The silence that followed Sterling's declaration was thick, uncomfortable, and suffocating. He had spoken his truth. He had claimed his wife. He had acknowledged his daughter. But Elise and Charles weren't moved. They were stunned, cornered, exposed. And when people feel exposed, they lash out. She folded her arms, chin raised, voice edged with disbelief and accusation. "So, that's it?" she said sharply. "You disappear into some private life without us, and now you expect us to smile and accept all of this like nothing happened." Sterling looked at her calmly. "I expect you to respect my family." "Respect?" Elise laughed, a sharp, humorless sound. "You're lecturing us about respect when you lied to us for 8 years?" Niela glanced at Sterling, but stayed silent. This wasn't her fight to start. This was Sterling's truth to defend. Charles stepped in, voice colder. "This is betrayal, Sterling. Pure betrayal. Families don't do this to each other." Sterling blinked hard. "Families don't make their children feel unworthy," he replied quietly. Charles scoffed. "Oh, here we go, blaming us again." Elise tapped her nails against her forearm, examining Niela again. "So we're supposed to believe," she began slowly, "that all this secrecy was because of us, because you were afraid of how we'd react?" Sterling nodded. "Yes." She laughed again, louder this time. "That's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. We've had disagreements about your past relationships, sure, but this, marriage, a child, 8 years, you think we would have destroyed your life over that?" Sterling held her gaze. "You destroyed parts of me long before I met her." The room froze at his blunt honesty. Elise's jaw dropped. Charles's eyebrows shot up. Niela pressed her hand to her chest. "Sterling," he said sternly, stepping closer, "do you have any idea what this has done to us, to the family's reputation? People talk, people notice, they ask questions." Sterling stared at him, exhausted. "I don't care what people say." "You should care." Charles snapped. "We're not just any family. Our name matters. Our associations matter." He gestured toward Niela. "And this affects everything we've built." Niela felt the sting of that deeply, but kept her composure, refusing to let Charles see hurt. Sterling's voice dropped into a firmer tone. "Don't use her as an excuse to mask your own prejudice." Charles's face turned slightly red. "That is not fair," he insisted. "We are concerned about you. We found out you're sick from a stranger. We found out you're married from a stranger. We found out you have a child from a picture on a bedstand. And all you can do is blame us?" "Because you are part of the reason," Sterling said calmly. Elise shook her head vigorously. No, I'm not going to sit here and let you twist this. You're painting us out to be monsters when you are the one who lied. You are the one who hid her. You are the one who abandoned your family." Sterling closed his eyes. "I didn't abandon you," he whispered. "You did," Elise snapped back. "You absolutely did." Charles stepped forward. "You embarrassed us," he said, voice low. Sterling's heart dropped. Elise echoed him. "You embarrassed this family. Do you understand how that feels?" Sterling's voice wavered. "How does loving someone embarrass you?" Elise looked away sharply, refusing to answer. Charles continued. "You built a whole life behind our backs. You let us walk around clueless while everyone else probably knew before we did." Sterling frowned. "No one else knew." "Well, that's even worse," Elise snorted. "You hid her from everyone. What does that say about your choices, Sterling? What does that say about her?" Niela felt that one pierce her like a blade. But Sterling caught her reaction, and this time he didn't stay silent. "Don't talk about her like she's some mistake," he said, louder than before. Elise stared at him. "You're yelling at me now?" She snapped. "I'm defending my wife," he said. "And where was this defense the last 8 years?" She shot back. That question stunned the room. Sterling's chest tightened. His breathing grew shallow. "I was wrong," he said quietly. "I was weak. I should have stood up sooner." Elise's eyes narrowed. "So you admit hiding her was your choice?" "Yes," he replied, "but the reason behind it—" "Don't you dare blame us," she cut in. "I'm not blaming you," he said. "I'm telling you the truth." Charles looked at Niela again, eyes narrowing subtly. So what exactly did you want, Mrs. Wade? Sterling corrected instantly. Charles clenched his jaw. Fine, Mrs. Wade. What did you hope to get from all this secrecy? Money, status, our family name? Niella inhaled slowly. Sterling's entire body tensed in anger. She didn't ask for any of that, he said sharply. Charles shrugged. She went along with hiding the marriage. She must have had a reason. Sterling's voice dropped dangerously low. Don't twist her into the villain. I hid the marriage. I asked her to keep it quiet. I asked her to wait. I asked her to trust me when I didn't deserve it. Niella looked at him, deeply moved. Elise scoffed. So now you're some kind of victim? No, Sterling said softly. I'm a man who regrets letting fear run his life. So what now? Elise demanded. You expect us to suddenly welcome her, pretend this didn't happen? Pretend you didn't humiliate this family by hiding a wife and child like some secret? Sterling's heart rate monitor began to beep faster. His chest rose and fell. His voice trembled with hurt and resolve. You want to talk about humiliation? He whispered. Try living with the shame of knowing you hurt the people you love because you were terrified of your own siblings. Elise froze. You think we terrified you? She whispered, stunned. Yes, Sterling said honestly. You did. Tears brimmed in Niella's eyes. Charles stared at Sterling, speechless for once. Pain doesn't always come from strangers. Sometimes it comes from those who believe they're protecting a legacy. Elise and Charles weren't villains. They were products of the expectations that shaped them. But their pride, their judgment, and their obsession with reputation had turned into weapons, and Sterling for the first time refused to be wounded by them. But the confrontation wasn't finished, because now the siblings would hear a truth. Sterling had buried for years. The room felt like it was buzzing, not from machines, not from movement, but from emotions crashing together, unable to sit still any longer. Sterling's chest rose and fell rapidly, every breath trembling against the weight of years. He had carried in silence. Elise stepped back, arms folded tightly. Charles stood stiff, jaw clenched, as though bracing for another blow. Niella remained at the bedside, her hand resting gently over Sterling's, steadying him without saying a word. Sterling turned his head slowly toward his siblings. His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need volume. It carried truth. You want to know why I hid my marriage? He asked softly. Elise didn't reply. Charles didn't move. Sterling inhaled shakily. It's because you made me afraid to love openly. Elise blinked as if she didn't hear him correctly. What? She whispered. Sterling swallowed, his throat tightening. You heard me. Charles frowned. That's extreme. No, Sterling said, cutting him off. It's honest. Elise stared at him, horrified and offended. You really believe we made you hide your own wife and child? Sterling nodded. Yes. When we were growing up, he began softly. Everything was controlled. Who we spent time with, who we dated, who was appropriate and who wasn't. Elise opened her mouth, but Sterling raised a weak hand to stop her. You judged every girl I ever brought home. Their families, their jobs, their clothes, their backgrounds. His voice cracked. You made love feel like a performance, something that needed your approval before it could be real. Elise's face drained of color. That is not it, Sterling insisted gently but firmly. You scrutinized everything. You criticized everything. You made choices for me long before I understood how love was supposed to feel. He looked down at his hands, his voice growing quieter. So when I met Niella, and I fell for her faster than I expected, deeper than I understood, I panicked. Niella's breath hitched. Sterling looked up with watery eyes. I knew you'd judge her. Elise's tone sharpened. Because She stopped herself just before the word. Sterling finished it for her. Because she's black. Silence slammed into the room. Elise's eyes widened, horrified. Charles stepped back as if the truth had physically pushed him. Sterling, Elise started. I would never. You already did, he whispered. For years. In comments, in jokes, in expectations, in everything you praised and everything you criticized. He gestured weakly to Niella. Before you even met her, before you knew her name, I knew you'd decide she wasn't good enough. Not because of who she is, but because of the world you were raised to protect. Elise shook her head hard. That is not fair. We would never discriminate. You already did, he repeated softly. You think we're the reason you hid your life from us? Charles asked, voice strained. Sterling nodded with painful honesty. Yes. That's absurd. Sterling's voice dropped. Is it? Think about it. Whenever I dated someone you didn't approve of, you mocked them. You criticized their families. You pushed me to end things. Charles swallowed. That was years ago, and the damage lasted. Charles looked away. He took a trembling breath. When I proposed to Niela, he said softly, I wanted to take her to meet you. I wanted to share the happiness. I wanted to show you the person who changed my life. Niela's eyes filled with tears. But I remembered the things you used to say about people from her side of town. I remembered the comments you made about interracial couples at events. I remembered the way you talked about maintaining our standards. Elise winced visibly. And I realized something, Sterling whispered. You weren't going to welcome her. He hesitated. You were going to tear her apart. Niela closed her eyes in pain. Sterling's voice cracked again. I loved her too much to let you hurt her. So I stayed quiet. I kept her close, but hidden. She shook her head over and over, angry tears forming. You're blaming us, but you were the one who hid them. You created this mess. You shut us out. Sterling nodded slowly. You're right, and I'll carry that guilt forever. He pressed a hand to his chest, wincing at the pain. But you need to carry yours too. Elise froze. What guilt? She whispered. The guilt of making your brother believe that the woman he loved would never be accepted by his own blood. Elise broke. Her mouth trembled. Her eyes filled, but she still didn't speak. You misread us, he said softly. We were protective because we wanted you to choose well. I did choose well, Sterling replied. He reached for Niela's hand again. I chose the best person I've ever known. And I hid her because you taught me that anything outside your version of perfection was a mistake. Charles swallowed, unable to respond. I loved her, he whispered. I loved her from the moment I saw her, but instead of celebrating my joy, I lived in fear of your judgment. His voice dropped even lower, and I let that fear destroy years we can never get back. A tear slid down his cheek. And now that I'm sick, now that time might be shorter than I hoped. I see how wrong I was. Niela squeezed his hand, tears flowing freely now. He continued, You didn't just shape my choices. You shaped my fear. You shaped the parts of me that doubted I deserved love. You shaped the silence I lived in. Sterling looked at Elise and Charles directly, and that silence almost cost me my family. Elise stepped back, shaking. I didn't know, she whispered. You didn't want to know, Sterling whispered back. Charles rubbed his face, overwhelmed. I never thought. We never intended. I know, Sterling said softly, but intention doesn't erase impact. Silence swallowed the room whole. No more accusations, no more excuses, no more deflection. Just truth. Ugly, heavy, long overdue. Truth doesn't always come in anger. Sometimes it comes in quiet sentences, spoken by a man who spent years living in fear of the people he loved. Sterling didn't blame his siblings for everything, but he did make them face the reality that love cannot grow where judgment casts a shadow. And in that hospital room, Elise and Charles finally saw the cost of their expectations. You made me afraid to love openly. Wasn't just a confession, it was a release. For Sterling, for Niela, for the years stolen by silence. The confrontation was over, but the consequences were only beginning. The confrontation had ended, but the silence afterward was louder than anything they'd said. Sterling lay back against the hospital bed, emotionally drained, breathing shallow, eyes half closed. Niela held his hand gently, her thumb brushing the back of it in small circles. Elise stood near the window, arms tightly crossed, staring out but not really seeing anything. Her perfectly composed face had begun to crack, not from anger, but from something she hadn't felt in years, doubt. Charles hovered near the foot of the bed, pacing quietly, processing everything through the lens of logic, pride, and discomfort. But Elise, she wasn't thinking about pride. She was thinking about truth. You made me afraid to love openly. It kept echoing in her mind like a bell she couldn't unhear. She had always believed she knew her younger brother inside and out. His ambitions, his habits, his personality, his nature. But in that moment, she realized she hadn't known him at all. Not who he became. Not who he loved. Not what he feared. Not what he carried. She thought she had protected him with her expectations, but instead, she had suffocated him with them. For the first time, Elise actually looked at him. Not like a sibling disappointing family expectations. Not like the person she silently tried to mold for years. But as a man. A grown man. A husband. A father. A human being who built his own life. And hid it out of fear of his own blood. His face was pale. His eyes exhausted. His body weak. But it wasn't the illness that shook her. It was the realization. She helped build the world he feared stepping out of. She slowly walked closer to the bed. Niella observed her quietly, not trusting her yet, but not hostile either. Elise stopped at Sterling's side. His eyes flickered open slightly, meeting hers. For the first time all day, Elise's voice wasn't sharp. "Sterling," she whispered, "why didn't you tell me sooner?" He swallowed, but didn't answer right away. Niella squeezed his hand gently. Elise lowered her gaze. "I'm trying to understand," she said more softly. "I really am." She looked at Niella now, not with hostility, but with confusion. Curiosity, hurt. "I didn't know," she murmured. "I truly didn't know he was carrying all that." Niella kept her tone calm. "You weren't supposed to know. He never gave you the chance." Elise nodded slowly. "That's what hurts," she said, "that he couldn't trust me." Sterling opened his eyes fully, his voice fragile. "It wasn't trust," he whispered. "It was fear." Elise winced. "Fear of me?" she whispered. Sterling nodded slowly. "Yes." Her hand flew to her chest, not dramatically, but subconsciously, like she was physically feeling the weight of that truth. She thought back to her upbringing, the business dinners, the rules, the subtle comments from their mother, the constant evaluation of appearance, behavior, suitability. She remembered how her mother once said, "Sterling needs a wife who represents the family well." Back then, Elise thought that was normal. Now, she realized it was conditioning. She remembered discouraging relationships that didn't fit the Wade image. She remembered guiding Sterling toward appropriate partners. She remembered making him feel like every decision required family approval. Her shoulders slumped. "Oh my God," she whispered. "We did that, didn't we?" Sterling didn't answer. He didn't have to. She stepped back, wiping a tear she didn't even feel forming. "I never meant to hurt you," she whispered. Sterling gave a weak nod. "I know, but intention doesn't erase damage," she murmured to herself. Her voice trembled, something extremely rare for her. "Sterling, I thought I knew you, but I didn't know you were suffering. I didn't know you were scared. I didn't know you felt we wouldn't accept your happiness." Niella swallowed softly, listening but staying silent. "And I didn't know," Elise's voice cracked, "that I was part of what caused that." It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't loud. It wasn't a full apology. But it was the first time Elise Wade had ever spoken from a place of humility. She looked at her with eyes no longer sharp or dismissive. Instead, they carried a quiet sincerity. "I judged you without knowing you," Elise admitted softly. "I assumed things about you I had no right to assume." Niella remained calm. Elise continued, "And I dismissed your presence here because I didn't understand it. Because I didn't understand him." Her voice lowered. "If Sterling chose you, then he chose love, and I was too blind to see that." Niella took in a slow breath. "Thank you for saying that," she replied quietly. Elise nodded. A small motion, but monumental in its meaning. "You didn't deserve to feel afraid," she whispered to him. "You didn't deserve to hide joy. You didn't deserve to carry that weight alone." She stared at him with new eyes, eyes that finally saw a brother, not a family representative. "I'm sorry," she said, barely above a whisper. It wasn't a perfect apology. It wasn't everything he needed, but it was real. And for the first time in years, Elise Wade let herself feel the truth. She had contributed to her brother's suffering. And now, she had to face that. Sometimes the truth doesn't shatter a person. Sometimes it softens them. Elise didn't crumble under Sterling's confession. She awakened. For the first time, she saw her brother. Not as an extension of tradition, but as a human being shaped by the pressures she helped create. She thought she knew him, but in that hospital room, she realized she had only ever known the version of him she allowed herself to see, and that realization broke something open inside her. While Elise stood near the bed absorbing Sterling's confession, Charles drifted toward the far corner of the room. He didn't speak. He didn't sit. He didn't breathe steadily. He just stood there, shoulders stiff, jaw tight, hands locked behind his back, a posture he had perfected over years of boardrooms, negotiations, and image control. A posture that now covered something much more fragile, uncertainty. He kept hearing Sterling's words. "You made me afraid to love openly. I knew you'd judge her. You shaped the parts of me that doubted I deserved love." These phrases crawled under Charles's skin like splinters, each one catching on a part of him he never examined. His first instinct, the instinct he had been raised on, was to dismiss it. He was exaggerating. He was emotional. He was projecting. He misunderstood. This was the version Charles wanted to accept, the comfortable version. But there was another voice, quieter, steadier, more honest, a voice asking, "What if he's right?" He moved back and forth, steps sharp at first, then slower, then unsteady, as if his legs couldn't decide whether they wanted to run or collapse. Niella watched him discreetly. She wasn't afraid of him. She wasn't intimidated. But she recognized a man wrestling with himself. Charles dragged a hand over his face. He remembered moments he pushed Sterling too hard, moments he dismissed Sterling's relationships as immature, moments he told him he needed someone who fit their world. He remembered laughing with Elise at dinner jokes. That didn't age well outside the walls of their upbringing. He remembered the pride their mother had in keeping the family image clean. He remembered thinking interracial relationships were complicated because of what their family might say. He remembered criticizing any woman who didn't come from money. He remembered saying, he swallowed hard, "Oh God, I really said those things." His pride fought back. I was trying to protect him. I wanted him to have a good life. I wanted stability for him. Anyone else would have done the same. This isn't my fault. He hid everything. How is that on me? But the excuses felt thin now, weak, hollow, not big enough to hide behind anymore, because the truth stood right in front of him. Sterling was sick. His marriage had been hidden. His daughter, unknown. His happiness compromised. And Charles had played a role in that, even if he didn't mean to. He turned toward Sterling, his voice strained. "Sterling, you can't mean all of that." Sterling looked at him weakly, but without bitterness. "I meant every word." Charles swallowed. "But we were trying to look out for you. We didn't want you to make reckless decisions. We didn't want you struggling." Sterling's voice was steady. "You wanted me manageable." That hit Charles harder than he expected. He stepped back. "That's not... I didn't... You're twisting this, Sterling." "I'm telling the truth," Sterling replied quietly. Charles prided himself on being rational, logical, fair. He thought he was the balanced sibling, the one who saw things clearly, the one who made decisions based on reason, not emotion. But Sterling's confession forced him to confront something uncomfortable. His logic had been built on prejudice. His fairness was selective. His objectivity came from a narrow worldview. He wasn't neutral. He never had been, and the realization unsettled him so deeply. He had to look away. He looked at her now, really looked, not through the filter of assumptions, not through the lens of family expectation, not through the distance of being uninformed, but through the basic human question, who is this woman my brother loves? Niella didn't shrink from his gaze. She sat with quiet dignity, protecting Sterling with presence alone, carrying herself with strength that didn't need volume. Her posture wasn't defensive. Her eyes weren't hostile. Her expression wasn't seeking approval. She was simply there, steady, calm, real. Charles finally understood something. She wasn't a threat. She wasn't a disruption. She wasn't an embarrassment. She was family. But only Sterling had ever treated her like it. Charles's throat tightened. He whispered, "I didn't know. I didn't realize. I didn't see how much we hurt you." Sterling looked at him with tired, honest eyes. "That's the problem," he said softly. "You never tried to see." Charles's chest clenched painfully. He whispered back, "I thought I was helping." Sterling shook his head gently. "You were helping the family image, not me." Charles looked away, blinking hard. He wanted to defend himself. He wanted to argue. He wanted to reframe history in a way that made him look better. But when he looked at Sterling, frail, pale, battling illness, the words lodged in his throat. He couldn't lie to himself anymore. He couldn't hide behind pride. He couldn't pretend Sterling's confession was just emotion, because it wasn't. It was truth sharpened by years. And Charles felt it all. "What do I do?" he whispered suddenly. Sterling blinked. What do I do now?" Charles asked again, voice cracking despite his attempt to steady it. Sterling exhaled weakly. "You start by seeing me, not who you want me to be." "Me?" Charles nodded slowly. "And Niella?" Sterling squeezed her hand gently. "You respect her?" Charles's voice broke. "And Nova?" "You love her," Sterling whispered, "because she deserves family that doesn't judge her before meeting her." Charles pressed a hand over his eyes. "I failed you," he whispered. "You can still change," Sterling replied softly. "Just don't wait 8 more years. Ego doesn't disappear in a single conversation, and guilt doesn't erase a lifetime of conditioning." But in that hospital room, Charles faced a version of himself he had avoided for years. He realized his pride had cost him a relationship with a brother he claimed to protect, and for the first time, he understood that tradition never needed protection. His brother did, and he hadn't been there. The room remained heavy with everything that had been said. Elise was still absorbing guilt she never expected to feel. Charles was battling the pride he never realized was prejudice. Sterling breathed slowly, exhausted by truth-telling and illness. But amid the emotional chaos, Niella remained steady, not detached, not passive, not submissive, steady. The kind of strength that comes from years of carrying herself when no one else carried her. The kind of woman who can break down, but chooses to stay present. The kind of woman who knows love isn't weakness, and dignity isn't negotiable. Her voice was soft, but the kind of soft that carried steel underneath. "I need to say something." Elise looked up. Charles stopped pacing. Sterling turned his head toward her, concern lining his face. But Niella wasn't speaking out of anger, or bitterness, or revenge. She spoke because the moment required truth, and truth was the only thing their marriage had been denied for years. She took a breath. "I never wanted to be hidden," she began quietly. Elise lowered her gaze. Charles pressed his lips together. "But I understood why he was afraid," she continued. "The pressure you both put on him didn't start in adulthood. It started long before I met him, long before he knew what real love felt like." She turned to Sterling. "You carried fear that was taught to you," she said softly. "And that fear hurt me. But I don't blame you for where it started." Sterling's eyes filled. "I met Sterling in a place full of people, but deep down, he still felt alone," she said, "because he never believed his true self would be accepted." She looked at Elise. "You didn't know that. You didn't see it. But that doesn't mean it wasn't there." Elise swallowed, visibly overwhelmed. Niella's tone remained calm. "I'm not asking you to love me instantly. I'm not asking you to change overnight. I'm not asking for anything except basic respect. For me, for our daughter, for the man you claim to love." Charles stared at the floor. Niella continued, "I protected Sterling because he didn't know how to protect himself from the expectations you both carried." Her voice didn't tremble. Her posture didn't shrink. Her words didn't falter. She stood tall without raising her voice once. "I never forced him to choose me," she said. "I never pushed him to go against the family. I never asked him to hide anything." She paused. "But once he chose to keep our marriage quiet, I chose to love him anyway." Sterling turned his face toward her in gratitude and pain. Charles finally looked up, eyes shaking slightly. "You loved him through hiding?" he asked softly. Niella nodded. "Yes." Elise blinked rapidly. "But how? Why?" Niella smiled sadly. "Because love doesn't always get to start perfect. Sometimes it grows through difficult choices, Sometimes it grows in silence. Sometimes it grows in the places people don't validate. She inhaled deeply. But I didn't stay because it was easy. I stayed because he was worth loving. The siblings stared at her, not as an outsider, not as an inconvenience, not as an unexpected twist in their brother's life, but as a woman who chose their brother when he couldn't choose himself. She continued, "But please understand something. Loving him didn't make me small. Loving him didn't make me weak. Loving him didn't mean I accepted being erased." Her eyes glistened. I hurt. I cried. I struggled. I questioned myself more times than I can count. Sterling reached for her hand. She squeezed his gently, but kept speaking. But I stayed because love isn't just the good parts. It's commitment. It's choosing someone when they're imperfect. It's showing up even when you feel unseen. She looked at Elise. "And I know you don't understand that yet, but one day you will." Elise pressed trembling fingers to her lips. When Nova was born, she said softly, "I wanted her to know the whole world loved her. I wanted her to have grandparents, aunts, uncles, traditions, memories." Her eyes softened toward Sterling. "But I also didn't want her raised in a place where she'd be judged." Before she even spoke her first word, Charles shut his eyes tightly, guilt tightening his jaw. "I don't need your approval to raise my daughter," she continued, "but she deserves to know where she comes from, without shame attached to it." She let that truth hang in the air, not blaming, not accusing, just real. A quiet sob escaped Elise's throat. She covered her mouth, eyes filling fast. "Niella, I didn't know," she whispered. "I didn't realize any of this. I didn't know he found safety with you because he didn't have it with us." Niella nodded gently. "I know." Elise stepped closer. "I judged you immediately," she admitted, voice cracking. "And I'm ashamed of that." Niella didn't gloat. She didn't smirk. She didn't rub it in. She just nodded softly. "Thank you for saying that. I'm trying," he said quietly. "I'm really trying to understand. But all of this, it's a lot." Niella turned to him gently. "That's how growth works. It's uncomfortable at first, but necessary." Charles nodded slowly, trying, really trying, to absorb the truth. She took Sterling's hand again and looked at both siblings. "You both loved Sterling in your own way," she said softly. "But love isn't just about pride. It's about showing up, not only for the image, but for the person." She leaned forward slightly, her voice steady. "I'm not here to fight you. I'm here because Sterling is fighting for his life, and whatever issues we have between us cannot matter more than the time he has left." The room fell silent, not from fear, not from defensiveness, from truth, pure, unshakable truth. Niella wiped her cheek gently. "So if you want to know the kind of woman your brother married," she held her chin steady, "you're looking at her. Strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it sits quietly beside a dying man, holding his hand, speaking truth with grace so sharp it changes the room." Niella had every right to crumble under the weight of judgment, but instead, she stood tall and gave Elise and Charles a glimpse of the woman Sterling had hidden, not because of shame, but because of fear, and in that moment, they finally saw her, not through old expectations, but through Sterling's eyes. Silence filled the hospital room again. Not the sharp, defensive silence from earlier, but a heavier one. A silence of recognition. A silence of accountability. A silence where two siblings finally saw what their expectations had done. Elise sat down slowly, as if her legs weren't prepared for the weight she now carried. Charles remained standing, but his posture had softened. Shoulders slumped, hands loose at his sides, ego draining from him piece by piece. Sterling lay in the bed watching them, exhausted, hurting, but clearer than he'd ever been. And Niella, the quiet anchor of the moment, held his hand gently, as if to remind him, "You survived the years they didn't understand you. You survived the silence. You're surviving this too." She pressed her fingers together, twisting them nervously. "When we were young," she began, stopping midway as she fought emotion, "our parents drilled into us that the family name mattered more than anything, more than friendships, more than happiness, more than individuality." She lifted her gaze, and I believed it. I believed that controlling appearances was an act of love. Her voice trembled. I thought that shaping you meant protecting you. Sterling blinked slowly, absorbing her words. I never realized, Elise continued, that I wasn't protecting you at all. I was pressuring you into becoming a version of yourself you didn't even want to be. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She didn't wipe them. I didn't know it would make you question your worth. I didn't know it would make you hide the one person who gave you peace. Niella's breath hitched gently. Elise turned to her, and I especially didn't know that my words, my expectations, my judgment, would make Sterling feel like he had to keep you a secret. She shook her head. I thought tradition made us strong, but I see now, it made us cold. He moved closer to the bed, slowly, almost cautiously, as if approaching the truth would hurt if he stepped too hard. I thought discipline made us better, he said quietly. I thought structure held the family together. He swallowed. But structure without empathy, he looked away, ashamed, is just control. Sterling closed his eyes at those words. Charles continued, I didn't realize the values I pushed on you were the very things tearing you apart. He exhaled shakily. I thought I was being the responsible older brother, the logical one, the one who guided the family. He paused. But now, seeing you like this, his voice broke. I realize I wasn't guiding anything. I was molding you for a world that didn't deserve your kindness. He shook his head. I wasn't protecting you. I was limiting you. Elise wiped her eyes. All those years we thought we were saving the family image. We were losing our brother. Charles lowered his head. I didn't see the isolation in you. I didn't see the fear. I didn't see the weight you carried. I didn't see your quiet suffering. Sterling exhaled, tears forming. Because I hid it, he whispered. Elise shook her head. But you hid it because we created a world where you felt safer hiding than being honest. Charles nodded slowly, his face twisted with internal pain. We forced you to shrink yourself, he whispered, to fit into a box we didn't even realize we were building. He let out a shaky breath. That's not love, that's control dressed as care. He took a slow breath. I never wanted to hurt you, he whispered. That's why I stayed quiet. Elise shook her head again. You didn't hurt us. We hurt you, Charles whispered. You were breaking, and we didn't even look close enough to notice. Sterling swallowed thickly. I didn't tell you I married her, because I didn't want to lose my sister and brother. I didn't want to lose the little family I had left. Elise cried harder. You didn't lose us, she said. We lost you. Sterling's chest tightened painfully. She placed a gentle hand on Elise's shoulder. You didn't know, she whispered. You couldn't fix what Sterling wouldn't show you. Elise shook her head. That doesn't excuse the environment we created. Niella nodded softly. No, it doesn't. But acknowledging it is the first step. Charles exhaled deeply. We weren't protecting tradition, he said, voice heavy. We were protecting ego. Elise completed the truth. And in doing so, we destroyed our brother's sense of safety. Sterling's voice wavered. I just wanted to be loved without conditions. Elise covered her face with her hands. Charles turned away, eyes red, jaw clenched to stop it from trembling. Niella wiped Sterling's cheek gently. You have that now, she whispered. Elise looked at him through tears. You should have had it years ago. Charles spoke next, quieter than ever. You built a life outside us, because we didn't give you the space to build one within us. Niella nodded softly. That's the truth. Elise clasped Sterling's hand. We weren't saving you, she whispered. We were suffocating you. Charles finally let a tear fall. And in our obsession with who you should be, we ignored who you were hurting to become. Sterling squeezed their hands weakly. You can change, he whispered. We all can. Elise nodded through tears. And we will. No more judgment. No more control. No more silence. Charles added, no more hiding. Niella held Sterling's hand tighter. That's all he ever wanted. Sterling closed his eyes, tears slipping sideways across the pillow. And for the first time in years, the Wade siblings stood aligned in truth, not expectation. Tradition is not dangerous on its own, but when tradition becomes a cage, Love suffocates inside it. For years, Elise and Charles believed they were guarding their family. But in doing so, they became the very walls that kept their brother from happiness. They didn't protect him. They didn't guide him. They didn't support him. They broke him. And in that hospital room, they finally understood that the legacy they protected came at the cost of the brother they loved. The hospital had settled into its late evening quiet. Lights dimmed across the hallway. Nurses lowered their voices. Machines hummed with a gentle steadiness that felt almost intentional, as if the building itself understood the weight of the night. Sterling lay in his bed, breathing lightly but unevenly, his body weaker than earlier, his skin cooler, his eyes drifting open and closed with effort. Niella sat right beside him, holding his hand with both of hers, not gripping, not panicking, just holding, present, steady, committed. She whispered prayers beneath her breath, slow and rhythmic, desperately hoping that her voice could buy him even a little more time. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. The door cracked open, and a tiny face peeked through. Nova, her curls slightly messy, her eyelids heavy with sleep, her bunny stuffed in her arms. She stepped into the room in small, quiet steps, like she understood the seriousness without anyone explaining it. "Mommy," she whispered. Niella wiped her eyes quickly, forcing a calm smile. "Hey, baby." Nova walked closer, dragging her bunny by its long ear. "Is Daddy okay?" she asked, voice trembling just enough to reveal the fear she didn't yet know how to name. Niella crouched down to meet her. "He's very tired," she said gently. "He needs us close." Nova nodded slowly. Then her eyes moved to Sterling. Her father, her superhero, her entire world. He blinked his eyes open weakly when he heard her footsteps. "Hey, princess," he whispered, his voice soft but full of love. Nova didn't hesitate. She walked straight to the bed, placed her bunny at his side, and whispered, "Daddy, I want to be with you." Sterling's lips curved into the faintest smile, one that carried every piece of love he had left in him. "Come here, sweet girl," she said softly, picking her up gently. Nova climbed onto the mattress, careful not to touch any tubes or wires. She moved slowly, her little legs crawling across the blanket, until she reached Sterling's side. She nestled herself beside him, tucking her head against his shoulder, as naturally as she had done every morning of her life. Sterling inhaled sharply, not from pain, but from the overwhelming emotion of that simple gesture. He rested his cheek against her curls. "Daddy missed you," he murmured. Nova nodded against his chest. "I missed you too." She looked at him with wide, trusting eyes. "Daddy, why are you so sleepy?" Sterling closed his eyes for a moment, steadying his breath before answering. "I'm just tired, baby. My body's been working very hard." Nova reached up and touched his face with small fingers. "Do you need a Band-Aid?" she asked sincerely. Niella covered her mouth to keep from sobbing aloud. Sterling let out a soft laugh. A weak, delicate sound, but still a laugh. "No, sweetheart," he whispered. "A Band-Aid can't fix this one." Nova frowned, confused but thoughtful. She snuggled closer anyway. "Mommy said we should stay close," she said, echoing Niella's earlier words. Sterling opened his eyes and looked at Niella. Their gaze held for a long moment. Grief, love, gratitude, regret. Everything they had never said in time. Everything they were saying now without speaking. Nova placed her tiny hand on Sterling's chest. "Daddy," she whispered. "Yes, baby girl. You gonna come home soon?" Sterling swallowed hard. His chest tightened. His eyes filled. And for a moment he couldn't answer. Niella wiped her eyes, leaned forward, and stroked Nova's back gently. "Daddy's very tired," she said softly. "We're going to stay with him tonight." Nova nodded. Her understanding was limited, but her instincts were sharp. She sensed this moment mattered. She sensed that staying close wasn't optional. She sensed something big was happening. She shifted slightly and pressed her forehead to his cheek. "Daddy," she whispered, "I can sing to you." Sterling smiled faintly. "I'd love that." Niella's heart cracked open, hearing the bravery her daughter didn't know she had. Nova began humming the bedtime tune he always sang to her, a soft lullaby he made up on nights she couldn't fall asleep. Her voice trembled in places, but she kept going, and Sterling listened like it was the most beautiful sound God ever created. Tears slid down the side of his face quietly, not from pain, but from the crushing ache of knowing this might be the last time he heard it. He whispered, "My sweet girl, you sing better than Daddy ever did." Nova giggled softly. "No, Daddy, your singing is good and loud." Even in his fading strength he laughed. "Yeah, I guess I was loud sometimes." Nova smiled proudly. "I want you to feel better, Daddy." Sterling kissed the top of her head. "I want that too, baby." There was something holy about the moment. No drama, no shouting, no hospital panic, just a little girl comforting her father, with innocence untouched by the weight of grief. Nova wasn't trying to be brave. She wasn't pretending. She was simply loving him, with all her heart, in the only way she understood. Niela held Sterling's other hand, their fingers intertwined tightly. His skin was cooler now, his pulse softer, his breaths slower. She felt time slipping, but she stayed strong, because her daughter was watching, because Sterling needed her, because love required it. "Daddy." "Yes?" "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Sterling blinked back tears. "There's no place I'd rather have you." Nova lay her head on his chest again, closing her eyes. Her tiny body curled against him like she belonged there, because she did. Niela stroked her daughter's hair, while Sterling rested a weak arm around them both. The three of them lay together, for the first time in days, and possibly the last. Sterling whispered, barely audible, This is heaven." There are moments in life so tender. They hurt more than anything else. Nova crawling into that hospital bed was not dramatic. It was not loud. It was not cinematic. It was simply love, raw, innocent, and pure. A father holding his daughter, a wife holding her family together, a family that waited too long to be seen. In that quiet room, Sterling found the peace he had always been too afraid to claim. Sterling's breaths had grown softer. Not weaker, softer. The kind of softness that felt like a candle dimming slowly, steadily, naturally. Nova was asleep against his chest, her tiny hand curled in the fabric of his hospital gown, her face pressed against him with complete trust. Niela sat close beside him, holding his free hand, her thumbs brushing lovingly over the back of it, memorizing every ridge, every line, every warmth that still remained. Sterling's eyes drifted between the two of them, his world, his regrets, his redemption. He cleared his throat gently. "Niela," he whispered. She leaned in immediately. "I'm here. I'm right here." He looked at her for a long time, the way a man looks when he is afraid this might be the last chance to say what matters. "I didn't deserve you," he whispered. Niela shook her head quickly. "Don't say that." "I need to," he interrupted softly, "because it's true." His voice was a fragile thread, but his words were strong. "You gave me love that lifted me. You gave me a home that felt real. You gave me a daughter who became my heart." Tears filled her eyes instantly. "And I hid all of it," he whispered. "I hid you. I hid her. I hid everything that made my life worth living." "Sterling, we don't have to talk about that." "Yes, we do." He swallowed, fighting for breath as he continued. "I need you to know I was never ashamed of you. Never. Not for a second." Niela cupped his cheek gently. "I know that. I wish I had shown you sooner," he whispered. She leaned her forehead against his. "You're showing me now," she murmured. "And that's enough." He shut his eyes, overwhelmed. "I'm sorry for the years you felt invisible." She kissed his cheek softly. "You're making me seen now, and that's all I ever wanted." He looked down at their sleeping daughter. Her breathing was soft against his chest, her curls rising and falling gently with every breath. Sterling ran his trembling fingers over her hair. "She's so beautiful," he whispered. "So perfect." Niela's tears spilled again. "She is," she said, "and she loves you with everything she has." He smiled weakly. "I love her more than my own life." He paused. "I just wish I had given her more time." Niela squeezed his hand. "You gave her love. She will never forget that." Sterling's eyes deepened with emotion. "Niela." "Yes." He took a breath. one that sounded like he had to reach deep inside himself to pull it out. I need you to teach her to stand proud. Niela froze. He continued, voice trembling. No matter who questions her, no matter who doubts her, no matter who tries to make her feel small, you tell her she comes from strength. Niela nodded quickly, tears dripping onto the blanket. I will, she whispered. I promise. His voice grew softer. Teach her where she comes from. Teach her mother's courage. Teach her that love is not something she ever has to hide. Niela kissed his hand. She'll know. I'll make sure she knows. Sterling nodded, eyes closing for a brief moment. And Niela, yes, baby, don't ever let anyone pretend that you weren't my world. Her breath caught. He opened his eyes and looked at her again. You and Nova, you were my life, the best part of me, the part I should have fought for sooner. A sob escaped her suddenly, and she covered her mouth to keep from waking Nova. Sterling lifted his hand weakly, touching her wrist. Hey, look at me. She did. I loved you loudly inside my heart, he whispered. I'm sorry it didn't show outside. Her voice cracked. It showed in your love, in your laughter, in your fatherhood, in your tenderness. Please don't think you failed me. He smiled faintly. You carried me. Far more than I ever carried you. She shook her head again. No. We carried each other. He exhaled shakily, a sound full of emotion, not pain. She's going to need you, he murmured. I'm here, she whispered. I'm not going anywhere. He looked at Nova again, his eyes soft. Tell her. He took a shallow breath. Tell her Daddy was proud of her every single day. Niela nodded, tears falling freely. I'll tell her. I'll remind her every day. Good, he whispered. His fingers began to weaken in hers. Niela, I'm here. If my family ever tries to rewrite my story, if they try to pretend you weren't who I chose, don't let them. Her lungs tightened painfully. I won't, she whispered. Don't let them erase us, he murmured. His eyes glistened. Don't let them rewrite who I was. Don't let them paint me as someone who didn't love deeply. You loved us, she whispered fiercely. So much. Sterling smiled weakly. Then tell her that. Tell her Daddy loved her fiercely. I will, she breathed. And tell her. He paused, swallowing hard. Tell her I wanted more time. Niela broke completely, tears shaking her shoulders. I know, she cried softly. I know, Sterling. I wanted more time too. He tried to lift her hand to his lips. He couldn't, so she lifted his instead, placing soft kisses across his knuckles. I'll take care of her, she said. I'll take care of us. Sterling nodded weakly. That's why I married you, he whispered, because you were the only person I ever trusted with my heart. Niela leaned over, kissing his forehead gently. You still can, she whispered against his skin. Teach her, he whispered faintly. I will protect her. I will love her, enough for both of us. Niela's tears soaked into the blanket. I will. I promise. Sterling exhaled, trembling slightly. You were my best decision, he whispered. My only right decision. Niela placed her cheek against his. You are mine too. Dying wishes aren't always grand speeches. Sometimes they are quiet words whispered in dim hospital rooms, between a man with fading breath and the two people who made his life worth living. He didn't ask for forgiveness. He asked for legacy. He asked for protection. He asked for truth. And in his final moments of clarity, Sterling chose what he had avoided for years, to speak love boldly. The night deepened around them. The hallway lights dimmed further. Nurses walked softly, and the quiet of the hospital wrapped itself around the room, like a blanket neither comforting nor cruel, simply present. Nova was still resting on Sterling's chest, her small breaths warm against his gown, her tiny hand still clutching him with complete trust. And Sterling's breathing had changed, not loudly, not suddenly, but subtly, each inhale a little slower, each exhale lingering just a little longer than the one before. Niela felt it, a shift, a settling, a softening. She knew. Her eyes lifted toward his face. His lashes trembled gently. His lips parted slightly. his chest rising with effort. His fingers in her hand weakened even more. "Sterling?" she whispered softly, leaning closer. His eyes opened halfway. Warm, soft, fading, but still aware enough to find her. "Hey," she murmured. "I'm here. I'm right here." He tried to smile. It came out small, but real. "Thank you," he whispered. "For what?" she asked, voice trembling. "For being my home," he said. That sentence broke her. Sterling looked down at Nova one last time. "She's so warm," he whispered, touching her curls lightly. "She loves being close to you," Niella said softly. He nodded weakly. "I love being her dad." Niella's throat tightened. "You always will be." He blinked slowly, letting that sink in. His breaths grew shorter, his hands colder, his gaze softer. But his expression carried peace he hadn't felt in years. It was faint, barely there, but she felt it. A squeeze, a goodbye, a thank you. She leaned closer, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. "Sterling." "It's okay," she whispered gently. "You can rest." He swallowed hard, eyes glistening. "I don't want to leave you," he whispered. She shook her head, brushing his cheek tenderly. "You're not leaving us," she whispered. "You're just moving into a different kind of peace." His lips trembled. "I wanted more time." "So did I," she whispered. "So did we all." Nova stirred slightly in her sleep, her little fingers tightening around Sterling's gown. Sterling looked at her and exhaled. A slow, shaky breath, as if he was letting go of fear, regret, and pain, all at once. "Take care of her," he murmured. "I will," Niella replied instantly, tears falling again. "With everything I am," he blinked gratefully, "and let her know. I'm proud." "She will know," Niella whispered. "She'll grow up knowing you loved her with everything inside you." He smiled faintly. His eyes drifted between them one last time. His daughter asleep on his heart, his wife holding his hand with unshakable devotion. It was everything he ever wanted, all at once, right when time was running out. "Niella," he whispered. "Yes, baby?" He opened his eyes fully for the last time. "I loved you," he said softly. The past tense hit her like a wave. She felt it everywhere in her body. She kissed his forehead gently. "I love you too," she whispered. "Always." He held her gaze for another moment. Then his breathing slowed. Once, a pause. Another, a longer pause. Then a final exhale. That fell soft and warm against Nova's hair. His chest didn't rise again. His fingers loosened in hers. His body relaxed. His face stilled into the softest expression, the kind that looked almost peaceful. Niella froze. The silence in the room deepened. A silence that didn't need confirmation. A silence that didn't need machines to explain anything. A silence that only held truth. Sterling Wade was gone. She leans forward, pressing her forehead against his chest. Her tears fall silently, consistently, endlessly. But she does not scream. She does not flail. She does not fall apart, because Nova is still lying on Sterling's chest, sleeping soundly, completely unaware that her father's heartbeat had stopped beneath her. Niella places a gentle hand behind her daughter's back, supporting her, protecting her, shielding her from a truth she is too young to understand. "Thank you," she whispered against Sterling's still chest. "Thank you for loving us. Thank you for choosing us. Thank you for trying." Her tears soaked into his gown. "And I'll make sure she knows," she whispered, voice breaking. "I'll make sure she remembers you. Both of us will." She pressed a kiss to Sterling's forehead, the final kiss she would give him in this life. A nurse entered quietly to check Sterling's vitals, but stopped instantly when she saw the scene. Nova asleep on her father's chest, Niella holding his hand and his daughter both, protecting them with her body. Sterling still. The nurse's eyes softened with sorrow. She stepped back without interrupting, giving them the dignity of their moment. Niella didn't look up. She whispered to her daughter, "Baby, Daddy's resting now." Nova didn't stir. Niella held her close, held her steady, held the memory of this moment deep inside her chest. Death doesn't always arrive with chaos. Sometimes it enters a room gently, slipping between breaths, quietly folding a life closed. Sterling didn't die alone. He died with his daughter on his heart, and his wife holding his hand. He left this world the same way he entered it, softly, quietly, searching for warmth, and in his final seconds, he was surrounded by the only people he ever wished to call his family. The morning after Sterling's death felt unreal, not loud, not chaotic, just unbearably still. The hospital had taken his body hours earlier, but the weight of him, the love he carried, the wounds he left behind, the truth he forced everyone to face, still lingered in the air like something sacred. Niela sat in the small waiting area just outside the room. Nova curled up asleep in her lap, her bunny clutched tight against her chest. Nova didn't understand yet, not fully, but she sensed enough to cling to her mother without letting go. Niela stroked her daughter's back gently, eyes swollen from crying, body exhausted from holding herself together. She wasn't expecting anyone. But Elise appeared quietly at the hallway's end. Her steps were slow, controlled, almost hesitant, a far cry from the confident, polished woman who once treated her brother's heart like something she had the right to shape. When she reached Niela, she didn't speak immediately. She just stood there, hands trembling slightly, eyes fixed on Nova, the niece she never let herself know. Niela looked up but remained calm. Her voice was soft. Elise. Elise's breath caught. She blinked, hesitating before responding. Hi, Niela. A silence stretched between them. Not hostile, but heavy. Elise swallowed hard. Can I sit? Niela nodded once. Elise lowered herself into the seat beside her, keeping a respectful distance. Her gaze fell again on Nova, sleeping peacefully on the chest of the woman Elise once believed didn't belong anywhere near their family. But now, she saw something different. She saw Sterling's eyes in Nova's tiny face. She saw Sterling's warmth in the way Nova curled into her mother. She saw Sterling's legacy, living, breathing, innocent, and it broke her. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. She blinked rapidly, her throat tightening with the weight of everything she needed to say, but didn't know how. Finally, I didn't know, she whispered. Niela didn't rush her. Elise continued, voice thin. I didn't know he had a life like this, a family like this, love like this. Her eyes filled. I didn't know he had a daughter who curls into him like she's part of his soul. A tear slid down her cheek. I didn't know because he didn't trust us with the truth. She looked at Niela now, not with judgment, not with superiority, but with humility. And I know why. Niela nodded slowly. Elise exhaled long and shaky. I failed him, she whispered. I failed my brother. Niela didn't disagree, but she didn't attack her either. Elise's shoulders trembled as she continued. I've spent my whole life worrying about the Wade name, about what was appropriate, about who fit into our world, about who didn't. She looked down at her hands. In the process, I lost the one person who relied on me the most. Her voice cracked. I want to know her, Elise whispered suddenly. I want to know Nova. Not for show, not for appearances, not to fix anything. She swallowed hard. But because she's Sterling's daughter, she's family, and she deserved to be loved from the moment she was born. Niela's eyes softened, not with forgiveness, but with understanding. Elise continued, I know I don't deserve access to her. I know I don't deserve your trust, but if you're willing, I'd like to earn it. Her voice broke fully. I'd like to earn knowing my niece. She shifted Nova gently on her lap before speaking. Elise. Elise looked up, bracing herself. I don't hate you, Niela said softly. I never did. Elise wiped her eyes quickly. I was angry, Niela continued. Hurt, confused, but I never wished you harm. Elise nodded, tears pooling again. But what I cannot do, Niela said firmly, is let anyone into Nova's life who isn't willing to respect where she came from and who her father truly was. Elise nodded quickly. I understand. And Niela raised a hand gently, stopping her. You can't fix what happened, she said, but you can grow from it. Elise swallowed. I want to. Niela studied her for a moment, really studied her. The rigid perfection Elise used as armor was gone. The judgmental stare had softened. The tone that once dripped with superiority now held humility. "You can know Nova," Niella said at last. Slowly, carefully, respectfully. Elise's breath left her body in a trembling exhale. "Thank you," she whispered. "You don't know what that means." Niella nodded. "But understand, I am protecting my daughter. Always." Elise nodded again. "And you should. You absolutely should." Grief has a way of stripping people bare, revealing who they truly are beneath the layers they spent years constructing. Elise Wade had spent most of her life guarding a family image that was already cracking at the edges. But in front of Niella, and the niece she never allowed herself to love, she wasn't a gatekeeper anymore. She was a sister who realized too late. That tradition cost her the one relationship she thought she was protecting, and she came not with excuses, but with humility. It didn't happen immediately. After Elise and Niella spoke, the hallway went quiet again. Nova slept soundly in Niella's arms, her small breaths steady and gentle. Elise stepped away, leaning against the far wall as she composed herself, eyes red but softer than they had been in years. Niella sat still, gazing down at her daughter, and thinking about how she would one day explain. A father who loved her deeply, but didn't have enough time. That was when she heard footsteps, slower than Elise's, heavier, measured with uncertainty. Charles. He stopped a few feet away, hands tucked awkwardly into his coat pockets, jaw clenched like he was physically holding back words. He wasn't the kind of man who approached softly, but today, he didn't know how to approach at all. Niella lifted her gaze. "Charles." He cleared his throat. "Niella." And then silence. Thick, awkward, almost painful. He shifted his weight, looked at Nova, then looked anywhere else, because her little face made something inside him twist, in a way he wasn't ready for. He began, then stopped. He exhaled sharply. "This isn't easy." Niella nodded gently. "It doesn't have to be." He swallowed, still standing stiff and uncertain. "I'm not good at this," he muttered. "At what?" she asked softly. Taking responsibility, Niella didn't react harshly. She let him speak. He looked at the ground. "And I'm not good at offering comfort." Another pause. "And I'm definitely not good at apologizing." Niella simply waited. Charles finally forced himself to meet her eyes. "But I owe you one," he said quietly. "And I owe Sterling more than I can ever repay." "I didn't treat you right," Charles admitted gruffly. "I judged you before I knew anything about you." He rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture he rarely used, because it made him look human instead of controlled. "And I judged him too," he added, "for choosing a life that didn't look like ours." He shook his head. "I thought I was being protective, that I was guiding him, but I wasn't." He swallowed. "I was cruel." Niella didn't correct him. He needed to say it himself. Charles's jaw tightened again. "And I don't expect forgiveness," he said. "Not today. Not maybe ever." Niella studied him quietly. "But I do want to try," Charles said, "to be better. To be different than the man Sterling was afraid to disappoint." His voice dipped for the first time. "I never wanted him to fear me." Niella's expression softened, though she remained steady. "He didn't fear you as a person," she said gently. "He feared your judgment." Charles closed his eyes briefly. That truth stung deeply. When he opened his eyes again, they drifted to Nova still asleep in Niella's arms. He took a small step closer, hesitating like he was unsure whether he was allowed to move forward. "She's beautiful," he murmured. Niella nodded. "She is. She looks like him," he added quietly. "She does." He swallowed. "I didn't know he wanted to be a father this badly," he confessed. "I thought he was still figuring his life out." "He found the part that mattered most," Niella said softly. "She gave him purpose." Charles's eyes softened, just slightly, but enough to reveal the man beneath all the structure and pride. "I'm sorry he hid her from us," Charles whispered. "I'm sorry he felt he had to." Niella nodded slowly. He thought keeping her away would keep her safe. Charles's guilt deepened, visibly. "That's my fault," he said. "And Elise's." Niella didn't sugarcoat it. Yes. He nodded, accepting it without argument. Charles stepped one more inch closer. Niella, I'm sorry. 2 simple words, but they did not come easily, and they were not empty. I'm sorry for who I was, for how I acted, for every assumption I made about you. He swallowed again, voice tightening. And I'm sorry I wasn't the brother Sterling needed. Niella took a breath. She didn't rush to respond. She didn't comfort him prematurely. She didn't pretend the apology fixed everything, but she acknowledged him with sincerity. Thank you, she said gently. He nodded, relieved but still uneasy. And if it's okay, Charles added, I'd like a chance to do right by Nova too, not to replace anything, not to rewrite anything, just to be present in the way I should have been with Sterling. Niella looked down at her daughter, then at Charles. Her response was firm, but not cruel. You can be part of her life, she said softly, but only if you respect her identity, only if you respect the truth of her father's love for us. Charles nodded instantly. I can do that, and only if you understand, she continued, that she is not a project or a symbol. She's a child, my child. And Sterling's legacy. Charles's expression shifted. Not offended, not defensive, just humbled. I understand, he said, and I'll follow your lead. Some apologies arrive flawlessly crafted. Others arrive rough around the edges, stumbling out of the mouths of people who never learned the language of accountability. Charles' way did not bring perfection. He brought honesty, imperfection, humanity, and sometimes the most meaningful apologies are the ones spoken by people who were never taught how to apologize in the first place. After Charles stepped back, he lingered at the far end of the hall, hands clasped loosely in front of him, head lowered in quiet reflection. Elise remained seated nearby, her gaze drifting between Niella and the floor, as she processed everything that had unfolded. In the last 24 hours, Sterling's truth, Sterling's fears, Sterling's death, and the family they never knew he built. Niella sat still with Nova sleeping against her chest, one hand resting protectively over her daughter's back. She wasn't angry. She wasn't overwhelmed. She was determined. She cleared her throat gently. Elise, Charles, come here for a moment. Both siblings straightened immediately, as if her voice pulled them back from spiraling thoughts. They approached slowly, with a respect that would have been impossible days ago. Niella waited until they stood before her. Then she lifted her chin, posture proud, voice steady. We need to talk about what happens next. Elise nodded, hands clasped nervously in her lap. Charles stood straighter, but without the rigid edge he once carried. Niella looked at both of them. I appreciate the apologies you gave, she began. They were needed, they were overdue, and they mattered. Both siblings nodded softly. But apologies are only the beginning, Niella continued. Elise swallowed visibly. Charles shifted slightly but didn't argue. Niella spoke with quiet conviction. Going forward, there are boundaries, not suggestions, not guidelines. Boundaries. First, she said calmly, if you want to be in Nova's life, you must respect her identity. Elise nodded quickly. Of course. Niella lifted her hand gently. Let me finish. Elise fell silent. You must respect that she comes from 2 cultures, Niella continued, and that Sterling loved all of who she is. Charles nodded with sincerity. There will be no comments, no subtle judgments, no attempts to shape her into something that fits the Wade mold. Her tone was gentle but firm. You will love her, not who you think she should be. Elise's eyes glistened. I understand, she whispered, and we will. Niella rested her palm on her daughter's back. Second, Nova's well-being comes before your guilt. Both siblings went still. You don't get to appear in her life out of obligation. You don't get to show up because you feel guilty. You show up because you want to be family. Charles nodded slowly. That's fair. Niella continued. If your presence confuses her, hurts her, or disrupts her healing, I will pull back. The strength in her voice was unmistakable. My job is to protect her first. Always. Elise inhaled shakily. We want to support her, not hurt her. Niella nodded. Then you'll follow her pace, not yours. This one landed the heaviest. Niela's voice softened, but sharpened with meaning. Third, there will be no rewriting Sterling's story. Elise's breath caught. Charles's jaw tightened. Niela looked at both of them with unwavering clarity. You will not pretend he lived a life he didn't. You will not tell people he was too busy to introduce us. You will not erase the fear he carried. Because of this family's expectations, Elise closed her eyes, tears streaming silently. Charles looked down, realizing the weight of what she was saying. Sterling had flaws, Niela continued. He made mistakes. He hit us. He waited too long to stand up for us. She exhaled deeply. But he still loved us. She tightened her hold on Nova gently. And his love was real. His regrets were real. His final words were real. She looked directly into Elise's eyes. You will honor that truth. Not a cleaner version. Not an easier version. Elise nodded vigorously. I promise, she whispered. No more pretending. Charles added softly, we won't rewrite him. We won't rewrite you. We won't rewrite her. Elise wiped her tears. Thank you for giving us structure, she whispered. We need it. Charles nodded. We don't want to repeat the same mistakes. Niela studied them both. She saw sincerity. She saw discomfort. She saw guilt. But most importantly, she saw willingness, not perfection. Willingness. Sterling wanted healing, she said softly. Charles and Elise listened without interrupting. He wanted a family that didn't judge him. A family that didn't silence him. A family that didn't force him to hide love. Niela exhaled, steadying her voice. If you want to be part of Nova's life, if you want to honor Sterling, then healing can start here. Elise nodded. Charles nodded. Neither spoke. Not because they had nothing to say, but because they finally understood that this moment required listening, not talking. Boundaries are not walls. They are doors with locks that require respect before entry. Niela didn't seek revenge. She sought protection. She sought dignity. She sought a future where her daughter would grow up with truth, not a polished lie. And for the first time, the Wade siblings accepted that healing would not come from rushing forward. It would come from honoring the boundaries they once ignored. After Niela set her boundaries, the hallway fell into a more peaceful kind of quiet. Not heavy, not hostile, but reflective. Elise sat with her hands clasped tightly in her lap, processing every boundary, every truth, every piece of herself she needed to unlearn. Charles stood near the wall, eyes focused on the floor, as though trying to understand how a lifetime of behavior could shift in a single night. The loss of Sterling had softened both of them, but grief alone couldn't create healing. Healing, Niela knew, would take action, slow, steady, intentional action. She looked at Nova, still sleeping gently, still unaware of the magnitude of what she slept through, and she breathed deeply. She wanted her daughter to grow up surrounded by love, not wounds. Sterling wanted that too, so healing had to begin. But on her terms. Niela, Elise said softly, her voice steadier now but her posture respectful. Yes, Niela replied calmly. Elise hesitated. I know today isn't the day for big steps, she said, or immediate closeness, or pretending everything is okay. Niela nodded. That's true, but, Elise continued, I do want to do something real. Something small, maybe. Something that honors Sterling. Niela tilted her head slightly. What did you have in mind? Elise's eyes softened. I want to learn, she said quietly. About Nova, about you, about Sterling's life these past 8 years. Her voice wavered slightly. I want to understand the parts of him we never allowed ourselves to see. Niela considered her words for a moment. This wasn't desperation. This wasn't performance. This was humility. And humility was a start. We can talk, Niela said gently. Not everything today. Not everything at once, but we can start. Elise nodded, relief washing over her face. Thank you, she said softly, and I'll go at your pace. Always. Niela gave a small, sincere nod. He approached with his hands in his pockets, shoulders slightly hunched, as though trying to make himself smaller. Niela, he began. She looked up at him. Yes? He paused, then said, I want to be better. Niela raised an eyebrow gently. inviting him to continue. "I know I can't undo what I did," he said. "I know Sterling's gone, and I can't show him the man I should have been." He swallowed hard. "But I can change who I am moving forward." His voice deepened with sincerity. "And if you ever allow it, I'd like Nova to grow up knowing she has an uncle who cares about her. Not out of guilt, but out of love." Niella studied him. Charles Wade was a man who had rarely shown vulnerability, but here, in front of her, he was stripped of pride, stripped of ego, and showing something real. "Change takes time," she said. He nodded. "I know, and I'm willing to give it time, as long as I need to." Niella softened slightly. "Then we can start with small steps," she said. "Consistency, respect, and honesty." Charles exhaled slowly. "I can do that." For the first time since Sterling's death, there was no tension, no accusations, no defensive posture, just three adults trying to navigate what Sterling spent years too afraid to build, a family that wasn't built on expectations, but on willingness to grow. Elise wiped her cheeks. "Niella, if you ever want help with anything, or if Nova ever needs support, or if you want someone to accompany you during arrangements," her voice cracked. "We're here, not to take over, not to intrude, just to stand with you." Niella's lips parted slightly in surprise. "Support, not control, not correction. Support." "Thank you," she said quietly. "I'll let you know." Elise nodded, grateful. Charles nodded as well. Nova stirred slightly in her sleep, turning her face toward Niella's chest. Elise's hand flew to her mouth. She whispered, "She looks so much like him." Niella smiled softly. "She has his eyes, his smile, his stubbornness." Charles let out a quiet breath. "She's a Wade," he said gently. "But she's also a heart." Niella looked up. "And she gets to be both," she said. Elise blinked, touched by the truth of that statement. Charles nodded. "Both," he repeated softly. "She deserves that." The three of them stood there, not united, not healed, but connected in a way none of them expected. Not through perfection, but through effort. Niella spoke again, her voice warm but firm. "Sterling wanted family," she said. "He wanted love without rules. He wanted acceptance without conditions." Elise and Charles listened intently. "If we're going to move forward, we honor him by becoming the family he needed." Elise nodded, tears returning. "We can do that," she whispered. Charles added, "We will." Niella looked at them both, her expression softening finally. "Then healing starts here," she said gently. "Not forgiveness, not closeness, not instant unity, just healing. A slow, steady beginning. Healing is not a destination. It is a decision that must be made again and again, one quiet moment at a time." Elise found humility. Charles found honesty. And Niella found the strength to protect her daughter, while opening the door just wide enough for something new to grow. They did not walk away as a perfect family. They walked away as people willing to try, and sometimes that is enough to start a new beginning. Story lovers, take a breath with me. We've walked through heartbreak together. We watched a man fight against fear, against old expectations, against the weight of a family that taught him love came with conditions. We watched a woman love him through every shadow he hid behind, and stand tall even when she wasn't seen. We watched a little girl lose her father far too early, but gain a legacy of truth that will shape who she becomes. Now it's time to talk about the lessons buried inside this story. Lessons. Sterling's journey leaves for all of us. Let's break them down one by one. Sterling loved deeply, but fear made him hide the strongest parts of his heart. And when love is hidden, it suffocates. Niella spent years feeling invisible, not because Sterling didn't love her, but because he loved her silently. The truth is simple. Love needs light. Love needs honesty. Love needs openness to thrive. When we hide the people we love, we shrink them, and we shrink ourselves. Fear shaped every chapter of Sterling's adulthood. Fear of judgment, fear of disappointing his siblings, fear of rejection, fear of not being enough, fear of losing the comfort of the world he grew up in, and that fear cost him years. he could have spent living freely, with the family he created. Fear keeps us trapped in places where honesty could have set us free. Fear steals joy. Fear delays healing. Fear silences truth. And in Sterling's case, fear robbed him of time. Niella stood tall, with no permission, no approval, no applause. She loved with intention. She protected her daughter fiercely. She walked through silence, doubt, and loneliness. But her worth, it didn't come from Sterling's siblings. It didn't come from their acceptance. It didn't come from the family name. Her worth was her own. Validation is nice, but it is not required for a woman to shine. Niella proved that. She lived her truth, even when someone else was afraid to claim it. Her strength was never dependent on who acknowledged it. When Sterling finally spoke the truth, it opened the door for healing, not just for him, but for the daughter he left behind. Nova now grows up with a mother who will teach her courage, confidence, self-respect, and pride in every part of who she is. Children don't heal from perfect parents. They heal from honest ones, and they grow stronger when adults around them choose to rise instead of run. Niella's strength becomes Nova's foundation. Sterling's late honesty becomes Nova's lesson. Generational healing isn't loud. It's consistent. It's intentional. It starts with a single choice to stand tall. Sterling didn't get it all right. He didn't speak early. He didn't speak boldly. He didn't speak when it would have spared Niella pain. But he did speak, and even spoken late, his truth mattered. It opened Elise's eyes. It forced Charles to confront himself. It reset an entire family. It broke cycles he never had the strength to break before. Truth isn't perfect. Truth isn't always pretty. Truth isn't always timely. But truth, spoken at all, still carries power. His last words were not wasted. They changed the lives of the people he left behind. Nova will never remember hiding. She will never hear whispers about who she is. She will never grow up believing her existence is something to conceal. She will grow up knowing her father loved her, her mother protected her, her family learned to embrace her. Her identity is complete and beautiful. Her story is rooted in love, not secrecy. Children deserve that. Every child deserves that. Love should never be something they have to question, or earn, or feel uncertain about. They deserve love that stands proudly beside them, not behind closed doors. Nova will have that, because Niella will make sure of it, and Sterling's final wish demands it. Family is not built from perfection. It's built from courage, from accountability, from choosing honesty even when it hurts. We saw heartbreak in this story. We saw regret. We saw a man confront his deepest fears in the final hours of his life. But we also saw love, the kind that survives silence, the kind that grows stronger in truth, the kind that leaves a legacy. And if you walk away with anything from this story, let it be this: love loudly, speak boldly, stand proudly, and never let fear lead your life. Story lovers, if you're still here with me, thank you. You just experienced a journey filled with love, loss, truth, regret, courage, and healing. Before we close this chapter, I want to talk to you. Yes, you watching this right now, because stories aren't just for listening. They're for learning, for reflecting, for growing, for connecting. So let's close this video the way the Harrison Love Stories family always does. Together. Comment your biggest lesson. This story carried so many truths. Love must be honest. Fear destroys connection. A woman's worth does not depend on anyone's approval. Children deserve love that stands proudly beside them. Healing takes accountability, not excuses. Speaking up late is better than never speaking at all. But your takeaway may be different, and I want to hear it. Drop your biggest lesson in the comments. What part touched your heart the most? What moment opened your eyes? Which character's journey moved you? Your comment might help someone else heal. Your voice matters here. Subscribe to the channel. If you felt anything at all, during this story, if it made you think, or cry, or remember something in your own life, then bestie, this is your sign. Subscribe to Harrison Love Stories. This channel is not just entertainment. It's a safe place, a loving place, a family. Every week, we create stories with real emotion, real lessons, real characters, real life challenges, love, hope, strength, and healing. If you want more stories that move you deeply, hit that subscribe button. This is the beginning of something special between us. Share this story with someone who needs encouragement. You never know who needs this message today. Someone who's hiding love, someone who's afraid to speak their truth, someone who grew up in a strict household, someone raising a child with courage, someone healing after loss, someone learning boundaries, someone whose voice has been quiet for too long. Share this video with them. You might brighten their day. You might help them find clarity. You might help them feel less alone. Hit the share button and send this to just one person in your life. You'll be surprised how far love travels. Join the Harrison Love Stories family. This channel isn't just a YouTube page. It's a family. It's a community. It's a space where people grow together through love stories that carry real lessons. If you've watched this far, you are already part of us. But I want you officially here. Join the Harrison Love Stories family by subscribing, commenting regularly, sharing your thoughts, returning for every new upload, connecting with others in the comments. We're building something beautiful, a storytelling home filled with emotion, compassion, and support. And there is a place here with your name on it. Life gives us stories so we can see ourselves more clearly. Some stories mirror our mistakes. Some mirror our strength. Some mirror our pain. Some remind us how powerful love is, and how fragile time can be. If this story touched you, if it taught you something, if it reminded you that healing is possible, don't leave without saying something in the comments. Your voice matters. Your story matters. And in this family, you matter. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Until next time, bestie, take care of your heart, hold your truth close, and stay with us for more powerful stories.